magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime stands before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand. Beyond the game, beyond the game, beyond the game. The world's cyber game. Beyond the game. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments ahead. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand. Beyond the game, beyond the game, beyond the game. The world's cyber game. Beyond the game. You and I, we have met before, through the magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime stands before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand. magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime starts before us, must now beyond the game. Through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate beyond the game. Beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand beyond the game. Beyond the game. Beyond the game. The world's cyber game. Beyond the game. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate beyond the game. Beyond the game, outlast the moments ahead. All we need is to believe we can. We'll make our stand beyond the game. Beyond the game. Beyond the game. The world's cyber game. Beyond the game. You and I, we have met before. Through the magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime starts before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate beyond the game. Beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand
banyak alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Are you ready to play?
Heyo everybody and welcome to the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024 where we're bringing you guys beyond the game. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Contra. We're going to be your commentators to bring you guys day number 2 of this talent challenge. So to briefly explain what we've been through since yesterday itself, we brought along into this MY region challenge 20 of the top influencers from across the internet to come and battle it out in a Valorant tournament bracket. So Contra, with yesterday's matches already being done, now we're going to be looking at eliminations finally happening here today, because running through the lower brackets means that some of these teams may not even make it to the end.
Yeah, but that's the nature of competition, right? Where you have winners as well as those who basically learn from the process of the experience. But it's been a whole lot of fun. We've seen a lot of highlights, and if you guys have a little bit of time, even after the show, you can watch back the VODs on some of all these crazy plays brought forward by all of our talented creators that are on board from Malaysia as well as Singapore. So speaking about what happened yesterday, well, we definitely had a great upper bracket run, and right now we have one of the teams sitting at the top, which I do believe to be the side of Team Faro. But of course, I will keep you guys up to speed with that. But nevertheless, this will be the WCG Challenge, where we've been running it from yesterday, and today is going to be the final day. We have Team Faro here with Esoteric, Probosu, Sean 2002, as well as Fancy Freak, and Team Actually Eco, who is now waiting to see who will meet them at the top. Well, of course, Zeno with his heroics definitely have put on quite the limelight, alongside with VKS, Oyen, Putri D, Win RL.
Yeah, and then the other two here, we have our team Beltito, which is comprised of Ernisa, Milo Tabok, Afrina, and Captain Zio, and you get team Aida, comprised of Uwe, Captain Yani, Sultan Rik, and Firdaus. So as we are going to be going through these challenges here, we already had these teams face off each other yesterday in the upper brackets, and that ensures that they are going to be the best teams are going to be the ones that makes it into the grand final first. But then now that we already had a couple of these teams knocked down into the lower brackets, they will have to determine how exactly they want to continue their journey on into the grand finals here. So of all of those teams, Team Actually Eco was the one that had dominated everyone, thanks to in large parts to the efforts of their players here, particularly Zeno Valor, who has been literally the most highly skilled player, I would say, amongst our group here, and it really shows off in the gameplays that they had against some of these other teams.
Yeah, of course, with Zeno that has been participating in professional tournaments back in the past, and still having, of course, a whole lot of talent to display to the world. I'm definitely excited to see him by the grand finals for tonight. But of course, we'll have to see who will be the contenders. So with that said, yesterday we see Team Fire blazing a trail against Team Beltito, knocking them down into a matchup between them as well as Team Ida. So whoever wins that match will meet Team Faro, and who knows, it might just actually be a rematch against Team Beltito. So after that, we'll see who will challenge Team Actually Eco. So that is going to be the final bosses here that will decide who will walk away $2,500 richer.
Yeah, and Team Actually Eco remains the only team amongst these who have remained undefeated. All of the matches throughout the upper bracket had ended in a 2-0 victory, and a lot of them very, very convincingly. So now, here we have the schedule here for May the 17th. Team Beltito will be up against IDOC next. That's going to determine who will be going into the lower bracket final against Team Farouk. And after that match, the winner of that will go on to face off against Team Actually Eco for the champion here in this talent challenge.
That's right. It will be a best of 3 for match 4 as well as match 5, where the grand finals will have it just like any other tournament, a best of 5. So with that form of change, who knows, that's basically a battle of not only skills but also their stamina, because you always have to keep yourself laser focused onto every single moment. So But that's it. We'll see how Team Beltito fares against Team Ida as we will prepare ourselves with our first matchup of the day. Now, of course, yesterday we have seen some glorious plays coming in from Team Beltito, but of course, they were just bested by all these huge yoru plays that was, of course, coming from Esoteric yoru. So now, going up against Team Ida, she has been really sharp alongside with her teammates as well. So I think like this is definitely going to be a very, very close battle.
It could be close. It's just that I think for some of these teams, they kind of struggle when they found themselves on the back foot a lot. And of that, between the two of them, Beltito seems to be the team that is able to rebound many of time, especially in their matchup against Farouk's team. So I'm feeling that at least in terms of form for this tournament here, Beltito's team seems to show a lot more potential compared to Team Ida, which is not to say that Team Ida's team is not as strong compared to them, but compare it to how they faced off in that first round there, Team Beltito definitely looked a lot stronger coming out of it compared to Team Ida. So I think that's going to be another factor going into this matchup here. Like, I would say a lot of tournaments essentially come down to the level of confidence that the teams and the players have in themselves as they go into these matches here. And the thing is that even though the influencers do say that, you know, they do when they come into this tournament here, they're looking to just have a lot of fun, but it is still a very competitive environment, you know, to try to have fun in. So you naturally still want to be able to do your best. And what I would think would separate these two teams in terms of who, not to say who deserves to go into the next round, but who is going to be able to make it to that next point, is how motivated they are to bring their very best.
That's true. And some of these players, they're not only aspiring to become professionals, some of them already are on their journey, because when we take a look at the circuit, whether if it's locally or even regionally, pride is at stake, my friend. You don't want to, of course, have your L being recorded on live, but somebody's got to take an L sometimes, right?
I mean, that's the thing about a competitive game, right?
Yeah.
You got to have winners and you got to have losers sometimes, but it's how you bounce back, you know, that really counts when it comes to especially a pro's career. And the thing is that some of these influencers do have professional experience. Some of them had played for pro teams in the past. Team Ida, for example, she used to be a female Valorant player for one of the organizations inside of Valorant. So she does have that background. She does have that knowledge of like what it really takes, you know, to perform in that space. And I'm hoping to see a lot of that experience really translate into the show that we're about to bring you guys here today.
Yeah, and we're going to be focusing on a few names as well on each respective side. From the side of Beltito, himself plays the Jet really well. And then on top of that, paired with the raise that's coming from Milo Tabo, he's definitely a guy that's super confident on how he would be able to go in with those entries of the site. So that's something that Team Ida really has to look out for. But on their side, we take a look at how Yani Captain has performed. She's been phenomenal when it comes down to how she basically handles those duels, especially on that Reyna.
And the agent choice can sometimes be very much more varied at times. I think we haven't seen as much when off of that flexibility on some players. Like, I mean, Esoteric, for example, he only plays a yoru. He doesn't pick any other agent really throughout this tournament here.
Actually.
Yeah, but then we can on the flip side, you have players like Xeno Valor who are able to switch around between different roles, different agents, and just picks situationally based on what kind of opponents they're going for. Now, as we look at Beltito's team here, Ernisa, Miltabok, Afrina, and Captain Z comprises this squad here. And off that, like you said, Beltito has been very exemplary as playing the Jet, and Miltabok has shown a lot of promise, especially on that race, being able to make and break some rounds basically off of the race's own plays. But what I see from Beltito's team as well is that the team spirit is still very much there, as well as you can see that Captain C, Ernisa will also do their very best to support both of their top to players here in order to try to help them facilitate those plays happening here. And it's you can also see sort of same thing with Ida, although she does take a more of a step back, I think, compared to other team captains here, because Sultan Reek is a little bit new into the game, and a lot of these members here are basically trying to uplift all the other members here and then ensure that they were able to have the right kind of stuff basically coming into this tournament. So they do have a bit of an uphill climb, admittedly, compared to Team Beltito, but still, from what we've seen, they still are able to win rounds, and they still are able to bring out their best performances during these matches. It's just that against a team like actually Eco, where you have an ex-pro player in the form of Xeno inside the mix, the skill differential made it really hard for them to actually sustain themselves during their matchup.
Honestly, for them to fight off against Xeno, I mean, a guy that's played VCT Ascension in China, like, scoring a few points there, you gotta give yourself a pat on the back, because not many people will be able to actually stand toe-to-toe with such a legendary player, right? So, that being said, right, I'm really liking it. They've been able to slowly adapt to the pacing of all these other teams. So Team Ida definitely fancies their chances here on Lotus, because Lotus can get quite hectic. We've seen those attacks on A as well as C, and of course, all the ruckus that can go down on such a tight space onto B. Now, look at the agent selection. Firdaus could be looking to go in with the Gecko pickup, which is very essential, especially when you are playing around that A sector to clear out the site when you do have trash available. And then on top of that, both sides basically going in for a little bit of mirror play here, as Yanni instead will be now playing Clove. So that is going to be a double controller agent on their side, and definitely will be giving them a little bit more trouble when it comes down to how they manage each respective side for Team Beltito, because you got plenty of smokes to work with. But they're going to switch things around, because Ida herself, she's also going to be able to, of course, go back into something that's a little bit more comfortable, the Jet.
Yeah, so they have already committed on using the Jet and also the Breach in order to get some initiation and some good duelist plays here. In the meantime, I think Bell is considering using the Reyna here. That's going to go alongside Minotaur's Raze. So I expect a lot of good plays to come out from these two players here, because they're very much going to be in that front line. And what Ernisa and Firdaus are going to have to do here is to make sure that those two agents, their two duelists, are going to have the space necessarily to fight. Problem is, space is very much a luxury on a map like Lotus. A lot of corridors are very narrow, and that's why a Gecko can be very annoying to deal with. His initiation skills tend to favor a lot of kind of like making these narrow corridor battles a lot more tougher than usual. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to coming into this battle.
Yeah, and I do love the change as they managed to also switch it up by bringing the Breach, like you said, right? Because that provides so much heavy crowd control, going with those concussions, and when the rolling thunder drops, you got to leave that side, because
and you can't really leave that far in Lotus. If you get caught in one of the corridors, there's very little room for you to run. You just have to run back. You're going to lose a lot of ground that way. So that's one of the biggest challenges, I think, for teams playing on Lotus, right? Is that trying to get that map control. You don't have those wide open spaces like you will have on like Ascent, for example. You know, it really boils down to how well you're able to take on these 1v1s in these tight, very difficult spaces to maneuver in.
Indeed, and now, of course, we're getting ourselves ready for our first match. It's Team Beltito versus Team Ida. Of course, standard rules apply. First, it's your team, and we'll see who will be able to get themselves the first point of the series. And now, of course, for all of you guys who are tuning into the WCG Challenge, of course, you guys see the link onto the live stream. That's where you can basically check out a whole lot of cool stuff coming in from people. And you guys are definitely recommended to actually register yourselves in the account because there's going to be a couple of quizzes in between where you can actually win cool prizes.
That's right. I mean, we are also broadcasting this not just on the YouTube and TikTok. We're also having a show being done on a new live video platform, which is called Peephole. This platform comes straight from Korea as a brand new platform that hopes to make AR and filters, effects, and avatars a lot more accessible for everyone to use. And the good thing about what People is doing for our World Cyber Games Challenge here is that they are providing a map overview live during these games. So if you want to have a new way of like following along these matches, you can go ahead and check out People because we have that live map overview over there. You can join in with other viewers as well, chatting with them, interacting with your friends as well. And it's pretty much because People is a platform that aims to make watch parties a lot more fun and interesting for everyone.
I kind of hope that, you know, with that app, you could also watch your friends do exactly that when they basically stream it to you. I'm not too sure how that works, but I hope that is going to be one of the functions out there. I definitely have to check the stuff out on the People eventually. But we are here for our broadcast, so we can't exactly leave our seat. But you guys are on your phone, so no excuses for that. So along the way, of course, there are a lot of stuff that will be happening here in the WCG Challenge, Malaysia and Singapore. So do stay tuned as we are getting the show underway. Now, looking at some of all these top few names, right? Yesterday, of course, it was really a showdown between Esoteric as well as Zeno to be racing on to who basically gets to the top. Zeno now sitting right there. I'm pretty sure that he will be checking out some of all these matches later on, or he's just going to be chilling, doing his own thing.
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't seem like he's phased at all by any of these challengers.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the way he was taking his interviews, he's just having fun, like throughout this tournament here. You know, it's not really that let's say that hard, but it's like it's a very casual environment, you know, compared to what it's like playing for a pro team, right? So certainly a lot of these people, especially those who are hardcore fans of Valorant, you know, they genuinely enjoy the game. They love just having the experience of it all, and you know, having these kind of fun tournaments here where you get to play alongside people that you personally know, that people that you actually get to meet and collaborate with, and on a daily basis, like have them together on the game. It just feels like a game amongst friends, you know, less like a competition, but actually more about showing off, you know, what you're capable of doing once you're in the game.
That's right, and we're definitely looking at some of all these teams having a whole lot of fun at the same time, while also getting themselves keeping up to speed on how you effectively play certain characters and stuff. Because, like you said, players like Esoteric, this might just be his first few time, and he's actually getting himself up to speed along the show. And from the enthusiasm of some of all these players out there, it's been a wholesome ride so far, and it will continue to be the same here on day 2.
Yeah, and I think for those players who, you know, didn't really have that FPS background initially, you know, it's really fun to see how they adapt coming into a whole different game here. Because like some of these influencers, for example, you know, the vast majority of the gaming they do is on their mobile phones, you know. So trying to transition from going from that into a keyboard and mouse interface can sometimes be a little bit daunting. But that's why we have those other teammates as well, right? People who have been long time players of Valorant to not only advise but also to guide them on how to become a more effective Valorant player. So, with that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we're running into our first map of the day. Lotus is going to be our venue here. Team Ida starts on the defensive end, while Beltito starts on the offensive end. So now that means that we have initiative. The thing is, 3 different sites are available on Lotus. It depends on how they want to take this first pistol round. Miltabo is going to be going in early on, tries to use the satchel to try to catch up. Couldn't quite get this jet in time. Now, Ida, who's in-game name is Neela, is still going to be holding that side, but everyone else from Beltito is already going for the entries here. Miltabo already getting kill done onto Captain Yanni, just suppressing them from being able to come in through the middle. We'll wait, still caught outside here because of that smoke. Now we'll just wait until the boom bot is ready. It bounces and deflects off in the wrong direction. Not exactly what she wants, but she still is able to get a kill despite the fact that she gets blinded as she attempts to have a look on the spike. Now, the rest of Team Beltito has to pick up the spike back yet again, trying to get a more secure spot to get the plant. Miltabo will find one right at the stairwell here. Is that going to be secure enough, though? Ooh, wait. Just trying to find one on the side, gets it, but Miltabo gets the trade immediately, so still 2 people defending here. Ooh, swings around and catches Sultan Rick as he attempts to go for the backstab.
He almost got it though. Only tagged Milo into half health, but Miltabo does it all by the end of that. Getting 3 in the process. I was for certain that he was going to go down because you saw there was pressure coming from each corner, but Uai just didn't really have that perfect timing switching onto the pain shells instead. Other than that, I think like that was a really good challenge, and it definitely shows how well that Team Ida has been able to cope with that C pressure early on, because that was only one that was trying to defend. They definitely have been able to hold for quite some time. So back towards the side of Ida, this time only with a shorty, expecting this push. Oh, you don't want to challenge that, but Tabo knows. So he's got a judge of his own. I mean, that is a little bit more lethal as compared to that shorty.
Yep. But unfortunately, he's going to have to back out. And unfortunately, like, as I said, these narrow corridors can be a death sentence once you get pushed out against. So Team Beltito now, having gotten control over the site very early on, has left Team Ida scrambling to figure out how to take this retake because they have no way to stack up here. They will have to go in and will likely lose a couple of members as they do so, but they are able to take down the first wave of defenders here, now trying to take onto Beltito, but Beltito does get a trade, tries to go for the second one, but the burst fire didn't quite work out. Sultan Rick gets the kill, but the spike will still tick on though, as Sultan Rick being alone is not going to be able to do much effect as a result.
But on an equal round like that, they've done significant damage, bringing down, Milo Tabo in the process, and, it's almost looked like they were about to crumble right through and through. There was not enough time for them to even go in for the defuse, but Nila did an excellent job as she's been able to tag Bell to 1 HP until Stunrick goes in to clean up whatever it's left of. Of course, can only do so much with the classic. So Sultan Rick just immediately blocks off that B site. And this time around, it's going to be an aggressive approach coming from Ida.
Yeah, they've seen them time and time again attack C very early on, so now they go for the counter push here. Miltabo is very far ahead here, trying to cut off of them in the front lines here. Immediately going on to the, closer to the site now as Team Beltito, as they just eliminate everyone else as they make their way through. So that counter push just actually worked against Team IDUC in that instance.
I thought that was going to be an ace right there. That's 4 for Beltito. What a great way to actually start off the run just like that. He's already hitting very close to that 10K mark. And we see all these full buy coming in from the past round, which is why like you see some of the members of Team Ida will have a little bit of struggle on resources. So therefore, we see a little bit of half buy coming in. Investing onto trying to pull a little bit of a pickup whenever they can. At least they do have a sharp, and here it comes. Tabo with the double satchels moving directly into the side. Bell will try to actually clear it up, but Yanni has match clean up along with Nila with beautiful tap to the head. Damage being done, and they managed to still going for the exchange. Bell random straight into the smoke, but has to pull back.
Yeah, they didn't get a good trade that they needed, unfortunately. So Bell is now completely alone here as the Reina. He's only able to get one, gets the second one, but coming around the other side, the raise of Wait will take her down. So at least Ida will have that for themselves. An attempt, I wouldn't say necessarily a very successful one, but still is able to slow down the momentum now for Team Beltito and hopefully make it a more stable full buy round this time.
I absolutely love it. The first operator of the game, all held by Ida right now. And then right over on the other corner, you see both of the duelists on to C. This time it's going to be an A hit instead. And there's only going to be that bridge. So all he has to do is just hold down the site for some time. Buy as much seconds as he can. as they've already received intel that they're going to go in for a push. Majority cutting through the corridor just to open up the doors, and that showstopper will be able to actually find him, but they're not necessarily needed because Bell's already taking charge, getting that pickup from Tree, and now pushing forward. Just holding it true.
Just trying to build a wall basically from spawn here to gatekeep the 4 remaining members of IDA from going through that way. Ooh, wait, attempts to make a breakthrough from the other side didn't quite work out for him. And then now the rest of the attackers here are just cleaning up house as Team IDA's defense slowly crumbles before our very eyes. Beltito held off a little bit here by Sultan Reek, but will still push forward anyway. Jumps right in front, gets the shot done. So now, being Team Beltito is 3 points ahead.
Oh, he had the right idea with that form of white swing jump, but once you jump, you got to realign your shots, and he didn't really have the time for that. And a couple of unfortunate instances as well. We see Nila getting 1 pickup, but the moment that she switched up to the operator, that wind-up timing didn't really favor that. So I would still say that was a very heavy investment that you purchase the operator and then you lose it. And Team Beltito, they are not even considering of picking up the operator for themselves despite winning that round. Now it's a full brawl going into A, and that will hold back the rest of Team Beltito. Only for the side split, and here goes the touch, not enough. And Ida managed to find 1. Kaze comes in with a wraparound with 2. Ida still holding on to this corner here, finds 1. Not enough for the second. Nisa takes her down.
That's actually really good from the defense side. They just completely stalled their progress here. The problem is that they weren't able to trade as effectively as soon as they tried to make an assault. So now Ernisa tries to click through. Oh, Captain Yanni does at least catch 1 there. So that leaves only Wait with being completely alone on this defense here. Being Beltito will take control over side B. Wait, just hanging on from behind, gets caught up by Kaze, who was covering for the plant. So, yeah, I mean, Team IDA did well at least to stop them from, prevent them from going for the A take, but they were quickly able to transition that to a B take once they won out that battle. So, in the long run, that didn't quite work out for the defensive end. I mean, they tried this before already with the counter push from the C side, from the C site, but every time they try to go in these fights, Beltito is still able to clean up house. So, I wonder, is it more expedient for them to actually have a deeper defensive line instead of trying to go for these counter offenses?
Yeah, I think like maybe they could just hold all the way back. Here comes the showstopper. Oh,
a double!
Ooh, wait, with damage being done. My, that's an opening right there with the raise. Bell trying to actually fake that tree push, but there's not going to be anybody within the site. Bell still managed to catch her nose on that lurk. And once again, like you said, maybe holding down inside these areas will be the better play. And with these 2 members still onto the lookout over on the A, that gives a lot of time for the wraparound. Oh, that makes a lot of sense because there's a wall. But that's already expired, so free access for Bell. This is going to be a plant where it'll still be pretty challenging. But Beltito, they still have an ultimate where the Clove could still use it whenever things get a little bit out of hand.
And the thing is, like, when you have a defense that's spread out, you're gonna get caught like this, especially when you try to make these rotates, right? Because you don't actually have control over these corridors as you make your way through, and it's not like they have like a Sova to be able to scan or something to be able to get some extra information, and that was certainly a foregone conclusion here for Team IDA. They might lose this round, but then again, it seems that I feel that IDA is only playing this way because they're reacting to the way that Beltito is piling on a lot of these sites, right? Just going in the full 5 squad to take either C or A. So they decide that the best move to kind of counteract that is to actually have the entire squad already gathered to defend these individual sites. But given that they are still, that's the thing, but if they don't win that first battle from the get-go, that still opens up the door for IDA to make rotations like that where they can easily not only stroll into those sites, but just go ahead and get set up for defense. Tabo is going to go for another push yet again here. Boombot set out to try to scout on ahead here. Oh, doesn't quite get that hit through the smoke, but Kaze is going to try to clean things up here. Trading 2 for 2 at the moment. Team Beltito is getting a lot of momentum this time around, and that's again without the control over like the other corridors. They were just going to do that yet again. Just rotate around to B instead when they lose the fight on A, and the rest of Ida just takes too much time to actually rotate around to counteract that.
Yeah, but a lot of damage has been done, especially with that double flank going on. You take a look at the health bars. One tap is all it takes to actually take any of these members of Beltito down. Kaze, though, is just trying to see if there's anyone pushing out through the smokes. Still has not hit yet. If anything gets a little bit out of hand, and we'll be able to use the ultimate. That's 2 coming from Ida. We'll go in for the trace. But Kaze is literally 1 HP.
Player standing.
Now down to Inisa, both extremely low. Trash being sent out. Spots it out, but that's not going to catch
misses
it.
It's
all the way up there.
Too
And
much
there's-
time.
Is there enough time? Ida will find the ace, but this will still be a detonation, which will end up with a win for Beltito.
And economy-wise, I don't think Beltito's team is that worried about losing their guns at all. If anything, I think they can probably full buy like twice in a row at this stage. But Ida's defense, I don't know. Again, it's the biggest problem with Lotus is that, yeah, you can lose the battle on one of the sites. It takes too long for you to rotate around to the other sites in order to intercept the attackers when they make the rotations. So always, like, Ida, whenever they show up back on the site to, on the secondary sites in order to retake, it always goes against them. And I think if they actually do decide to take a deeper defense, like stay on the back line, actually, that might be a little bit better for them to keep the ground covered. But right now, they're more focused trying to get these big battles being done and over with. And Miltabo is bringing that aggression here. Goes up in front, takes on the jet first inside the smoke. Now tries to use the satchel to move away, but unfortunately gets straight down through the smoke. Tredaus is still going to try to hold on in the front here as a breach in order to try to keep them headed off, while the rest of the team is going to be coming in here to hopefully head them off before they get into site A. But again, Beltito still has an option to roll back, and in fact, they've already pulled the spike all the way to the back end of that corridor. So they should be able to make the rotate now. So already you have Captain Yani making her way into site B here. So they already have the intercept set up this time around.
Big wraparound in the sea, and that's basically going to be all clear for them to be able to get the plan down. And here comes a revive coming in from Sultan Rig.
Drop in a smoke.
Team Ida definitely doing an excellent job this time around, especially with the hole that they had early on into A.
Seconds left.
And that's going to be coming out to a close. Ernisa managing to spot out for Dallas coming through those walls. Kaze's taking a very cheeky angle.
No
Still having a smoke here to pop. So this is going to be hard, especially to bypass this ruse. Ida doesn't really have any utils left. Just gotta have to charge all the way into the side. They have to do it in tandem though. Spots out the hit coming from Captain Z. We'll be able to find one. And there you go.
Yeah, the pickups coming true.
It will be the point finally retained by Team Ida.
Honestly, like, I think one thing Ida's team could do a little bit better is like because once they have that major battle happen on the A side hallway, like, what they could have done is that as they split up in order to cover the other sides, they should have gone in pairs while allowing one member to still stay close to that initial side of battle. Because you already know, you know as soon as that battle is done, that Team Beltito is going to be rotating around to the other sides here. So if you don't already have people there, you're going to be going in very, very likely a confrontation situation where you have like all the remaining survivors of that battle bringing their full force to bear as they try to enter these sites. And plus, if they have two people on C and 2 people on B, that would make it easier for them to rotate to the side that needs their attention, right?
Yeah.
So Beltito instead, like, they still went for the A take one more time, but Team Ida decided not to actually confront them directly. instead allowing both the Jet and the Breacher to try to wrap around from the other side. So they need to coordinate this right, because if they can actually do this well, get those pickoffs while they are just separated like this could go very well for the defense. But Gecko already blinds up the Jet, will be able to take her down, so that limits that option now for Team Ida. Only 2 were remaining now, only 1, which is going to be Wait. Bit of a survival situation, but already Miltabok was a lot sharper there, found the other raise, and allows Beltito to still run away with a 6-point lead.
I absolutely do agree on the way that they've tried to manage some of all these retakes, right? Where they didn't exactly check these corner of the rubble that actually punishes Ida, but really, really good opening shot to be able to actually clear at least one. But Team Beltito, they've already expected all these flanks to come into the picture, especially with a free site like that. You will expect them to wrap around as if Team Ida is going to be playing on the attacking side instead. So they have to be a little bit more careful. A couple of times with this push, they've been caught out before. And this time sending it in the trash. Will not be able to catch anybody at all. And Showstopper has been invested with... Oh, that is not going to be good now. They are going to be informed with Nyla's presence. And she's just going to be able to apply enough pressure to eventually get that control over down this corridor. Bell's going to be able to actually take down Sultan Rick, but eventually the Jet goes down. 2 versus 2, and Bell will try to actually hold it down. Not enough bullets! And Bell survives to tell the tale.
So lucky. Saved by the bell? Maybe?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know what Beltito will think about that pun, but I think, right, like Beltito's team isn't really running a complicated strategy at all, because they're very straightforward, just looking for that major battle to start off the round, and then see whether they can get on the site or have to go for the other 2 secondary sites. But the thing is that Team Ida is switching up their game plan now. Like, they're no longer trying to confront them in that directly in that first line battle, which, you know, is a good thing, right? Like I said, they needed a deeper defense. Nice shot there, by the way, from Miltabok, almost preventing Ida from being able to get the op shot off. But now, splitting things up a little bit more, Team Beltito instead focuses their attention on C, while they still let Miltabok and Ernisa continue to run interference there on the main battle site.
My guy Sultan has to actually hold down the side. I mean, he puts the wall and he considers it done.
Thanks, little man.
So that's free access yet again. Something that would still be pretty manageable, because right now, Team Ida, they got 2 huge outs, right? With a perfectly timed Rolling Thunder, they should be able to clear up C. So it's all about the timing. And speaking of timing, Yanni, that's a great one.
Miltabok was trying to flank, did not work out. So now Team Beltito is going to have to do this. Very difficult. Rolling Thunder comes in. Now they need to catch them. Now they need to punish them for wasting the ultimates in the previous round. Just slicing them up, though, is the offense, though. That did not work out at all. Captain Yanni, by the time that she was able to get there, just completely found herself all alone. So there was really... That just didn't work here yet again for Team Ida.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, right? I saw that Rolling Thunder, and I thought, hey, this could be it. But like you said, the timing for the rest of the members to catch up by the time that they reach towards the view of all the opponents, they're already recovering. So it didn't really yield any form of result at all. Now we go into the second half, 10-2. Definitely will be a struggle for Team Ida to catch up, but on the attacking side, I do have faith on Nyla's accuracy, because she's been really hitting all these first bloods for so many rounds. Look at that, 17k. And we do expect her to be on that Sheriff. Same goes to Bell, who's been so proficient on Reyna this time. You know, Bell wasn't exactly that one trick that people thought, oh, this guy only plays Jet. Like, he's going to be that form of duelist that can basically do it all. So right now, we're going to give it a little bit of pause, because Team Ida probably needs a little bit of time to also think, like, okay, how do we pull these points back?
feels like they are starting to adopt rather on the attack. They're adopting the same strategy that Beltito has, right? Just try to confront them in the lane to A, and because that's literally the only wide open space we have here on Lotus, and that's the only place I feel that the Razors will be able to do a lot more work there, right? But I do get the sense that Ida's team is not too confident taking these fights against Beltito's team directly. So that's why, like, towards the end of the half, towards the end of the previous half, you already saw them kind of like pull back the strategy a little bit, like try to go ahead and split up the squad instead of trying to confront them directly in that fight. But they gave a lot more initiative to Beltito's team as a result, and now Beltito has been able to get so many different streaks, right? 3-round streaks in at each single point during that half. So with this kind of like runaway lead here that Beltito has built up, Ida's team has conversely a very difficult time, I think, in this second half. If they cannot win these fights outright, what exactly are they going to be able to do here?
Well, I guess like they could basically play on a little bit of a slower tempo in order to get some cash. And here comes the concussion, actually hitting onto Neil instead. So Ida will now be held back ever so slightly, especially with the pain shells dropping into the roost. And they just gotta get whatever intel necessary. Miltabo sends out the boom bot, but not finding anything quite yet. Do expect them to be about a corner. Great shots coming from the classic, but not enough to actually take them down just yet. Yanni finds a hit of Captain Z, and finally Miltabo will get a hit shot as well. So that's 1 for 1. That was being really challenged right there. And Indonesia.
I love that positioning. I love that positioning. Sultan Rick, unfortunately, will be the last one taken out in that battle, but Ida's team, yet again, losing this battle here. But I do love the way that Beltito's team is actually applying the positional strategy here going into the fight, because knowing already that like these guns being on pistol rounds, you know, like it will be suicide pretty much to do the same kind of like bombastic plays as they were doing when you're on rifles. So instead, it choose to have a much more sneakier setup. You had Anissa on the opposite end, hiding behind a crate, and then you have the Jet in front there, just kind of drawing them in and just lining things up to allow Anissa to get the double kill. So strategy-wise, Team Beltito has a lot more going for them now. Well, that's a good shot there. It's going to get a second one through the smoke. So already things are not looking good on the side of the attackers here. Idoc's team just getting decimated one by one. Marina's getting so OP now. This is not looking good. Idoc's going to try to confront directly, but still gets the kill behind her. So now that the Jet is completely alone, all Beltito needs to do is just show up. So the Kaze just floats up on top. Cleans up the house. I mean, wow.
Definitely, that's the play when you know the race is coming through the doors, right? The satchel really throws you off. Like, surely Bell could just take his time. Like, look at this play with the Marshall. He just continues on pushing and knowing that he's low, expected that there's going to be a lot more members, dismisses just in time, and all of these shots were without zooming in into the ADS. How do you even ADS after picking up that Marshall when there's a race flying up on top? I mean, that itself was great value for money for 900 creds. My God.
I just feel like that was more of Beltito just kind of flexing on top of Team IDOC here. Oh my goodness.
A little bit.
Couple of kills already coming through for the defense, and IDOC's team just gets cut down as soon as they showed up on B side. So the counter push is coming through here with Team Beltito. Captain Yan is just going to try to hold the corner here, gets the first kill done, but now needs to get even more on the defenders, trying to punish them from pushing out so far. But Captain Z comes through the back line there, gets an important trade because now Sultan Rick will be left alone in this fight against Glove, and Glove will be able to get the match point.
Oh, that was really, really close, though. Of course, kudos to them. The final battle, they finally got things right, just down to the final shot. Sultan Rick managed to cover the flank as well, but with the spike drop into side, it was a desperate play. So there we go. Team Beltito will advance through the lower brackets, and we'll get to see the entire squad lived to tell the tale. Now they will have to challenge Team Faro later on. So that it was an exceptional play coming in from the entirety of the squad, but the cherry on top was definitely Beltito's play on that Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, the ex-Team Path player is just showing off his ex-pro skills, right? Just showing that, you know, this is how we do it in the big leagues. And I think at that point, like, Ida's team was already kind of broken down, I felt, by how much of a struggle it was in that first half, because it just felt like, not like I said, they were not able to take on Beltito's team in a direct confrontation. They keep losing time and time again, even when they initiate, when they try to switch around to a different type of fight. It still did not work out because Beltito's team was still able to clean up every time after that initiation. So I think for Team Ida, it's still going to be pretty much the same struggle, I feel, going to that next map here, because they haven't quite shown that they're capable of, like, even when Bell was going on a 1v5 practically in that instance there, it kind of exposes like how unprepared they were for someone like Bell just kind of ramming right through them as they were attempting to set up for the attack.
Yeah, that definitely was also true on the side of Team Ida, but the confidence on his own skills, like, he's not even going down with the ADS for most of all these shots. Like, the second kill that he's gotten, that was long range, and he just basically aligns it to the wall and he finds it. That, to me, was shocking, and it basically gives that momentum where, of course, right now, the moment you get kills, you could just go ahead to reset and go ahead to dismiss even if you're going to be in trouble. So he times it to perfection. So I want to see him a lot more on this race because he looks a lot more stable as compared to, you know, playing on the Jet where you will require precision onto entries, and sometimes that will be a little bit tricky in hitting into certain sites. But they will have to prepare for what's to come later on because they're going to play back-to-back games. And, of course, this will be the highlights here, brought to you by our dear partners. The first half definitely has seen a very straightforward attempt on the attacking side for Team Beltito to be able to have a lot of successive hits onto the C side.
So yeah, I want to see what Ida would try to do to bounce back in this next round here, because I think end of the day, you cannot completely rely on only your teammates' ability to fight in order to try to win out these rounds. There has to be a bit of strategy applied here, and Beltito's strategy, you know, when they're in that first half was very straightforward. Just try to get into a big confrontation in the beginning, and then just try to clean up on the other sides when that doesn't work out. And Ida's team couldn't really adapt to that quickly enough. And even when they did, it felt like instead of kind of like concentrating on defending other sites, it felt more like they were spreading themselves too thin as they did so. So a lot of things kind of like working against Team Ida here, but nevertheless, they still have one more map to play here. So I want to see if they can hopefully make a quick and a good adaptation here to what Team Beltito is doing against them, or else I'm afraid they may be the first one to be eliminated here today.
Yeah, and there is still going to be a little bit of hope for Team Ida to bounce back in this series. So I wonder what map will they actually play this time around. Lotus definitely was extremely challenging because you have to handle so many different sites. And we finally get this clip yet again. Look at this. Close range with that Marshall just getting picked after the pinks. And then, yeah.
Poor Sultan Rick in the back just literally caught a stray shot there because he really wasn't aiming against him. It was actually aiming more at the Jet in front, or the Jet of Ida. But again, I think Bell was only felt confident to do that because they were already so far in the lead. So if you were to actually do something like Bell did in like a professional match, like that's instantly a recipe to get yourself like lambasted from all directions, you know. But he was already at the top frag of the map. Just wow, just like 11 kills ahead of what Ida was able to do. But that's not to say like It's a really tough one. It's a really tough one here for Ida. It's pretty much the only thing I can say about this.
Yeah, they probably need some pep talks to go through the agent selections and everything else, and hopefully by then they'll be able to actually fix that within a few minutes that they do have. The MVP of the round definitely has to be Beltito. I mean, him on the attack, he's just really commanding the form of the aggression that they've been able to pull through, and he draws just about enough attention coming in from Team Ida's side and creates so much spacing for the rest to be able to also clear things up. So just love the form of direction of Team Beltito's execution. A little bit more straightforward. You don't really have to think too much. W gaming sometimes is the way to go.
Well, in a fun competition like this, perhaps that is the strategy here for Team Beltito. You know, just go in, cause chaos, and have fun while you're doing it. You know.
That's right. And of course, with that said, I guess like they don't really have to have too much of switcheroos heading into some of all these notions, but. You know what's going to be the next map? It's going to be just as tough because we're going to go into our first map of Breeze from what we've been told by our producers. Now, what's really interesting about Breeze is that there are a lot of open space to play. From the midsection, you got to be worried about the people by the windows, and even through some areas like the A side, you have that walkway through the corridor, and also through the pyramids where you have to actually spot out some of all these defenders. So I would still say this is pretty much a defender-sided map, but when on the attack, there are a lot of creative options to explore, especially on that B side where it's going to be a little bit shorter. So you expect like a lot of aggressive plays that be happening there. So let's take a look at the agent select, because I think that this will basically bring out a few more options on the table. So we haven't seen any Viper being picked up yet, and this is a map where Viper is going to excel at. Not only because of the lineups, but these walls can be essential for you to cover such a wide area of play. And what's really important to note is that you need intel in such a big map, right? So that's where you see both Sovas come online.
I mean, information is everything, and the thing was that Lotus was such a narrow map that you don't necessarily think about picking up agents like the Sova or the Viper. This is where it's going to, I think, make a bigger difference here, because it's going to be less about those gunfights and more about the information war, and hence why you see Anissa just hovering over the Cypher, because the Cypher can be very useful in that information war, particularly by scanning their positions, especially after they get those first pickoffs. But given the Beltito's team's strengths, at least coming into this matchup, is more of their team fighting ability. It seems like they want to try to run a similar lineup, just with Kaze perhaps switching off to the Viper, which is more conducive, definitely, to this Breeze map.
That's right, and I like that to supplement that, instead of going for that Cypher option, Anissa is basically giving them a little bit more boost hitting into the entries where you could just easily throw in the flash first. Whereas I do see that Team Ida side, yeah, they do have a really controlled type of team comp that's running on their side, but it didn't really seem like they will have an efficient way for entries when they go on the attack side. So I want to see if they will be able to pull successive hits when they do go on the attacking half. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Team Beltito, one more point away from advancing to the next stage of the lower brackets, and Team Ida will have to find ways to turn the tides around, and it has to start from here. But going back into Ida, she is in an exceptional form. Just a little bit more support, and they should be well on their way to actually earn this point.
Yeah, and I think massively, especially given their performance on Lotus, they need that switch around in strategy when things doesn't work out well for them, instead of trying to time and time again confront them directly. Perhaps, like I said, like I think what would have worked well for them is they set up a much deeper defense, right? Just let them come onto the side and then try to nab them on the retake, you know, when there's that extra added pressure, you know, of being not in familiar territory for them, because taking the fights around the outside, that worked out better time and time again for Beltito, but then Team Ida seemed to not be able to adapt to that quickly enough. So as a result, by the time they decided to change things up, Beltito was already way in the lead here. So that quick adaptation is going to be needed for her part. I think we didn't get to see much of their individual skills making a difference when it came to those team fights coming in the last round. So coming to this one here, I need to see them kind of step it up. I need to see them actually improve on that performance here.
Yeah, and I think like we won't see it to be as rowdy as what Lotus has offered us, so it will be manageable if they do play efficiently on that defensive half, because those A hits, despite it being very tricky for the side of the attacking side, there are still many ways that they basically bypass, especially when I have highlighted, hey, they have enough flashes as well as utilities to be able to open some spacing. But it's a wide area of coverage, because on that A side, you have so many nooks and crannies to actually hide out on the defense, where there's corners by the bricks, there's corners by the yellow containers, and even stairways on the corners of the pyramid. I mean, they could basically hit you from anywhere. So this is where we'll see how they will plan things out. Team Beltito definitely feels a lot more confident on the attack, and that's where they will start. And with a probable hit onto B, things are going to look pretty interesting, because that's where they will all be funneled to the gazes of this Reyna as well as Viper. Now, that's going to be an early wall being set up over on mid, so they will have to rely on whatever utilities that they can. So Reyna just hiding by the corner of the wall will be able to actually immediately find it. What a quick shot onto Captain Yanni. Bell is definitely not pulling any form of a break right there. And look at that. They're already on the wall.
Yeah.
What a setup.
Already getting themselves set up, because they know that the retake is going to come in strong for Ida's end. Now they will have a bit of a split setup here with the Jet flanking while the rest of the team comes in from spawn. Just kind of waiting for the attempt to breach. The Viper will be the first one inside the area here. Can't quite get the pick up that she needed though, but then it goes up against the raids. It gets picked off and traded out immediately. Both Jets trying to go up against the other, but the Jet counter pushes through the Viper wall and actually catches a counterpart on the other end. So Team Ida still stuck in spawn. Both the Sage as well as the Sova just find themselves decimated now as the rest of Beltito pushes in directly onto them. So the Ray puts up a good last stand here, gets a couple of kills, but still inevitably he will fall just like the others.
Well, he earned some good creds right there with those double takedowns. So I thought that wall was a little bit hilarious, because like you're just trying to pull a desperate attempt onto surviving, but instead it's actually an offensive wall for them to be funneled into that tiny little corner. But great execution. Team Ida was definitely held back not only by the Viper's wall, and they were pretty much stuck by the corner of that arch where you really don't have any vision. And the moment that the wall drops, Team Beltito, they're not going to hold back. They're just going to push through. So it's going to be another direct hit onto B. This time a little bit more prepared with 3 members holding by the corners of the side, leaving them a little bit more spacing to take over control. Line goes down as a little buddy of Wingman will be able to actually get that planted up. Beltito once again on that Marshall, which we saw him getting a 4K back into the
big spray. Big spray on the
nice.
Ares. But again, like Team Ida are just a little bit slow in order to try to get themselves stacked up, and now they're paying the price for it, because Team Beltito, with even better firepower, is more capable of defending and holding their ground here compared to earlier in the pistol round. So now they're just cleaning up one by one. Only Ida is left. Oh, the wall is going to crumble before her, and before she was able to take down Captain Z, well, the shot still comes true anyway.
Yeah, not much you can do when you're holding a shotgun hitting into a battle like that against 5 into B. But I did not expect this Ares to be popping off so early into the game. But you know, Maltabo just love all these form of plays where you just take the advantage into full effect, right? Sultan Rick himself has picked up the Ares, so hopefully taking a good swing at it as he's going to be holding on to the tunnels.
And the thing is,
And they're going to rinse and repeat.
And the thing is, like Team Beltito is also playing very economically. Like they're not really going full on rifles here. Now there might be an opportunity here for Neela to get a backstab. She does get one to Captain Z, and it actually is getting away with that. So still holding out the back entrance, making sure that being Team Beltito has nowhere else to run. They will have still confronted Team Ida on the site now. But still, the Reyna is taking a little bit slow in order to try to get those pickoffs needed here. So Ida is going to go up in front first. Does get a couple right off the bat. Gets the third one as well. This could be good. Now the rest of the team needs, now she needs the rest of the team to come in here to get control. But she gets taken down before she's able to do so. Kaze picks up the Ares, sprays down through the crate in order to get the kill done. It switches immediately to the Spectre, expecting a close quarter battle. Sultan Rick does have a Guardian in hand, but can he actually make a difference now? Spike only being planted now, so Beltito amping up the pressure here. Sultan Rick, oh, perfect setup, gets the shot. Nice one there, the Ares. And Sultan Rick, well, he's a little bit
It's clear, buddy.
He's clear, buddy. You don't have to worry about it. Go straight for the defuse, and plenty of time to do that.
Wow, what a round that was. The 4K by Ida, though, like, it was just expecting the flank to be catching her out, but instead, there was 3 members that were hugging by the corner of the walls. So, Sultan Rick had that free reign of access, already receiving the intel on that plant as well. It's a good notion that he did not just simply run the moment that the plant was going through, or else that information will be easily gathered by Kaze. So now, heading into round 4, this is where the full purchases will come true. Of course, Malaysia didn't really have enough, so there will be 1 Ares on each side. And after losing that round on to B, they finally decide, okay, it's time to check out what's in store for A.
Oh, nice. Nice pick off there, but it's still, you can see that Team Beltito swish things around. They're going for an A-side push, and that's forcing the rest of Team Ida now to consolidate around here. So you still have a Jet in the middle, though, to try to possibly open up an opportunity to flank. Breaking down the ice wall here. Neela, Ida will be able to push her way through. Gets only 1 kill so far. The Viper ultimate is making it hard for her to be able to see inside. Now that they clear us out, they will be able to clear out the last defender on the side. Beat Team Beltito out and down. And the defuse will come through. So Team Ida actually pulled this off pretty well. And unfortunately, I think by the Viper on the attacking side putting on the wall early on kind of exposed their intention a little bit too fast here, because Ida was still anticipating a B push. That's why the Sage already put up the wall. They wanted to kind of like head them off there. And I was afraid that they will actually open up the door for Team Beltito to roll over into side A. But unfortunately for them, Ida was in position. So she was able to make sure that they weren't going to be able to get there before she's able to inform the team.
And I thought that that would have been a guaranteed round for Team Beltito, right? Especially when you committed with the Viper's Pit and you put 1 wall, but you still gotta ensure that you watch the flank, because that's the only thing that can stop them. Now,
quick take.
Smoke, and Uai did not manage to connect the shots. Somehow, with the Sheriff, we'll be able to out-trade.
Oh, the Jet in the background, though. Another one.
Again with the flank. Oh, damage being done towards side on the Indonesia, not about enough to actually take them down. We'll have a quick catch coming from Mil Dabo, and there goes the trash. They're all held back by the corner wall, and there's still a glimmer of hope. But Sultan Rick could not actually get anyone to be revived at all. There's nobody inside, and right now, over onto mid, there's still one taking charge, and that's going to be Bell. Sultan Rick left. No time for revives, and that's 4 for Mil Dabo.
Even had the Blade Storm ready in case Militabo wasn't able to get the kill. So Beltito's team already feeling so confident now coming into these battles. But I do love the ideas that Ida's team's having here, because like by opening up the second front and bottom, what Ida actually needed in that instance was for the rest of the team to push through the Viper wall and provide the pressure up top of the site, because that way, by splitting up their attention, that will allow them an easier time in order to get those pickoffs done. But unfortunately, that took a little bit too long, I felt, from Team Ida's part. So Ida now, even after getting those very crucial opening 2 kills, they weren't able to follow up effectively from there. Stove Shopper comes out here from Miltabo, does get 1 kill onto the Viper, so no Viper skills left in this battle here. Captain Yanni is going to try to hold the ground, but with only a Ghost Pistol in hand, is not going to be able to put up much of a fight here. Now the rest of Team Ida will be coming through as soon as the wall gets taken down. Team Beltito is already picking off people quite easily here. For Dao is now locked in a 1v1 with the Viper. Where exactly is she here? Hiding all the way behind and not actually on the side, so just luring Firdaus into a sense of false security here. Kaze is just waiting to hear for the diffuse noise before popping up. There he goes.
Go for the half.
Oh, nice headshot there from nice shot there from Kaze. So Team Beltito still feeling still looking stronger here, even though even the Ida was already doing level best to deal with those past rounds. Now Beltito has regained that momentum. They've already gotten 4 ultimates in hand. I think they've got a lot of things going for them now.
Indeed, and it's all thanks to this entry coming from Miltabo that has really garnered a lot of space for the team. When you hear that showstopper, of course, they immediately pull back, and with that sort of exchange that has also worked out, it came pretty close, but once again, Miltabo with another first blood, this time onto Ida. So a lot of firepower has been annihilated from the hands of Team Ida. They commit into their ultimates as well. And now, up close and personal, Unisa gets the double.
1 enemy remaining.
And this is just a straightforward affair where they just bring in the duels. Now down to Sultan Rick, gets a headshot and just about enough. Has to go for the reload, and not enough for 2.
Reloading out in the open as well. Not the best idea here for Sultan Rick. But you can see that Team Beltito balls up really hard as they are anticipating the fight coming back here from Team Ida's side. And I think that's a bit of a problem here, because I think what Team Ida really needs is to figure out a way to split them up, because that way they will be able to get those pickoffs more efficiently. But with Team Beltito balling up like that, they pretty much can cover a lot of angles, and it makes it harder for Team Ida, because they will have to either jump into the midst and just kind of risk take a very risky move in order to open up these fights, or they have to like literally go in all together. The coordination hasn't been that great on that front though. For Daos shutting down Militabo before he's able to make initiation here. Now Bell is going to try to find even more of these defenders here from Team Ida in the middle, while they get the spike planted now on side A with the Viper wall, splitting that site in half, keeping the vision obscured.
1 enemy remaining.
And this is the reason why A is going to be a lot harder to do. Kaze still trying to hold this down. Just playing by the pyramids, though. Still has vision onto the spike, but they're coming for the exchange. Not enough for that white swing 180. Great coverage with that tag team coming from 2 directions. So Ida finally pulls this one back.
See,
still very manageable with 3 points in hand.
See, this is what I want to see Ida do a lot more. Coordinated, like, parallel pushes, right? They were able to do that on a 2-person basis in that 2v1, but I want to see the whole squad actually do that, especially when Ida already initiates on one side of the site. The other team already needs to initiate as well, and the both of them together, that's the way you're going to be able to split up Beltito's team. Otherwise, they will have a very tight defensive ball that it's impossible for them to fight one-on-one like that.
That's right, and with that successive hit onto the defense of A, they will expect this B pitch to go through. Now, that's going to be a firmer defensive hold. Trash now being sent out, scouting out the hit, cutting in through the corners, but not finding anything at all. But Tavo has that free access, but that was a trap being set up. Yanni clears up alongside with Uai. And now down to Bell. Bell still has it though. 1 versus 3. And everybody's guarding the spike. He managed to catch one, but the round's already over. And it's in closer to tie things up, as this is 4 points. 2 successful rounds. I love where this is going, my friend. And they still have 3 elements, so things are looking to be pretty much well controlled by Team Ida.
Yeah, Ida actually very successfully slowed them down that time, and with Beltito being forced to try to run into this fight without that much information, actually worked well into Ida's favor. So it seems like they've taken a page from Beltito's book. Like they kind of put the shoe in the other foot, so to speak. Like, well, when you see Team Beltito ball up into a heavy defense immediately after the spike plants, Team Ida successfully delayed them in that process of getting the spike plant in the first place. You can see that Team Beltito after that didn't look too threatening actually to try to pick off. Blade Storm not drawing blood yet here for Beltito as he still waits on the other side. Gets a one shot on the waits. Now finds another one. That's going to be a second one onto Captain Yanni. I'll just need to see where they can draw out Ida. Still a 3v3 situation, and I think Ida's team decides to pull back a little bit.
They're going to go for a wraparound, though. That's two members here for the flank, and there's still a wall here blocking Firdaus.
A good choice, though. A good choice from Ida, though, to try to come down the bottom, but they need to watch out for the Viper. Does catch her, but unfortunately, they lost one of their own. It's only a 1-for-1 trade. The flanking jet is still coming around through mid, so that's still something that the Sage of Sultan Rick will have to watch out.
He's coming
sneaking in here, already having a Blade Storm in hand. He's already ready to try to confront them here.
Oh no.
Sniper shot. Like Sultan Reek comes out on top. Still not aware of being assaulted from behind, though, with the attention being split up there by the Gecko. Yeah, that's going to be how it will take down Sultan Rick.
Quick thinking coming in from Bell, because he was holding on to that mid sector, and you know, there's only going to be one way that they will be able to access B, and with his quick approach, goes into hit back into B main, because they will be expected to be pressured to defuse. So on top of that, just getting that free up, because on that duel, Ida didn't really felt too confident to actually pick two members off by having the operator with that slow wind-up timing, right? Now Bell could easily just check some of all these pillar openings, and that's going to be Milo Double getting challenged directly.
Spike
now,
planted.
Gun retrieve. You have the Vandal that can be easily switched. She has the Blitzstorm. Still going to be utilizing it. Finds one more.
Yeah, just trying to keep, if they pull back, just keep them all the way back. But where's the defuse? The defuse hadn't come true while she was keeping them tied up in front. Instead, I think Ida is just trying to go for more ground control here. But unfortunately, if they keep dragging out this battle, Team Beltito is going to win out in the end because the spike is still ticking down. Been a lot of pressure, and unfortunately, Ida's team just crumbled completely. Even though they already had this in the bag, a slow reaction time there actually just handed them a massive loss here before to get to the last round and a half.
Yeah, I was really liking where things were going, especially when some of the exchanges actually favored Team Ida initially. And of course, a little bit of overheating when Ida was trying to actually push all the way into the A entry, right? And that actually leaves a little bit more room for Bell to actually going for that quick scope. A little bit more of a supportive cover coming from Team Ida's members would be definitely doing a lot more for them to actually hold B a little bit longer. And they have committed this Viper's Pit, so they are forcing the rest of Team Beltito to go on to A. Now caught up in mid, damage being done, and they still manage to find Firdaus as well as Iva.
This is not looking good on the defense side. I mean, 2v5 here. Now, I think Team Beltito has control over the map from this point on. Not with the Viper wall. Oh, wait, it's finally able to get one, though, but it's not going to be enough there to prevent them from getting on the site. Spike being planted quickly. With Captain Yanni doing her best to try to even the odds here, getting one more. Nisa trying to send the trash to scout around. Can't quite find anyone in the back line, but Captain Yanni does find one on Kaze. So that cancels out the ultimate from the Viper. Getting a little bit more even here. Oh no.
Already on defuse.
Yep, they already have a 1v1 situation here. Nisa versus Captain Yanni, who's going to be able to get a clutch here. It's more on Team Ida here to try to pull it off, but the spray looking a little bit whiffy there, but Captain Yanni still brings it home.
Wow, that was a clutch. That was really clutch coming from Yanni. Like, there were a few errors coming from Beltito that has resulted to this. The plant was too deep into the waters, And that was not covered by the Viper Spit at all. So it was a little bit awkward, especially when Anissa is holding all the way to the bricks, right? So Yanni was confident to actually go with this push, although of course a little bit more work on that Phantom. But luckily that trade still went in the favor of the Reyna instead. So now on to the second half, a lot more of an equal playing field for Team Ida. Now we just have to ensure that this is going to be a successful hit onto B. We'll expect to see a little bit more of a rough transition because this wall can come up at any given moment to buy a lot more time, but that's not even necessary. And Ida's already down. Bell had that white swing coming from the mid doors to actually get that first hit. Captain Z goes down quite easily. Now with the Shroud of Smoke being popped up by Beltito, they're trying to see if they can catch a rotation here. Gotta be careful over on mid because that's where Milotabo is.
Milotabo's behind a crate. Actually spots out Captain Yanni, so now they're alerted for an attempt at rotation here. Everyone else from the defense is now coming in here. And that's unfortunately stalled them out completely. Captain Yanni picked off here. Milotabo with Sheriff still in hand, finds one. That shot straight away onto Sultan Rick. That pretty much puts an end to Team Ida's offensive here.
Yep, he's not going to fall for it twice on these pistol rounds, right? Because the first time Sultan Rick did it, that was definitely catching them by surprise. But this white swing, though, he had the right idea. But Matabo, he has already pre-aimed that spot where he's just going to be at. So pistol round going over onto Team Beltito to further extend their lead now onto 8. It's going to be a challenge here onto A. And I see them still holding all the way back. I wonder if they're ever going to use the tunnel, though.
Counter push coming in from Milo. Gets one already. Pulls back here, especially Viper already putting out smoke. Beltabo gets taken down as he attempts to try to break through yet again. But the Viper comes in. Kaze cleans up on one. Waits for the Reyna to try to see if she's going to be coming out here, but already the other teams have come around the other side, wrapped around here, and now just decimates Team Ida. Very quick rotation coming in from Team Beltito, and that won them the round.
That was pretty sad where they were funneled into that cave again because of the pressure coming in from Beltito. Well, I just absolutely love what Milotabo did. Always on these round 2 judges that have always hit the mark. And of course, when you're still on that eco, it's really, really tough to challenge, but they did a little bit of damage. 9-5. And with all these weaponries coming into play, this is Team Ida's chance to actually make a good return. The exchange just goes through. Oh, now with the Harrison, 2 of the duelists is already out.
Yep, that's putting a damper now on their attempt to get into B. And even if you want to try to rotate, you already got a couple of people coming out from mid here to try to go for the backstab. So this is looking very dire here for Team Ida. Losing 2 tree members now. One more remaining here is going to be Sultan Rick. And one knife straight to the face here from Beltito to put an end to this round.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he's all too comfortable to be on that Marshall where, you know, he was being a little bit more anxious, especially when Bell is so close, so he's just gonna be able to get the knives in. Just perfectly done. 10-5 now. Team Ida, that was their chance. That was a buy round, but hey, they just got just about enough creds to still go in for somewhat of a broken buy.
Problem is that Team Beltito's 3 away from closing out the series, so this is not only a lot of pressure, but not enough rounds really to be playing too economically here. Yornisa, gets caught out in a very nice timing there. Ida, point blank shot on the Captain Z, so they do get the site quickly now. Now is going to be the chance for them to get a spike planted here and turn the tide around onto Team Beltito. We're now getting themselves set up. One in the back there gets caught out. Traded around here by Beltito himself on the Marshall. Just have to see if they can catch the other one. They do get the defender on the other side here, so it looks like it's going to be the back line here that will become the front line. Kaze and Bell pushing right through. They do have control over the site somewhat. They just need to find the Viper. Ooh, wait, they do find a kill onto her. And the defuse will still come true. Team Beltito 2 away from closing out the series.
Yeah, Sultan Rick almost basically murdered his own team with that slow, because I think the idea coming in from Sultan was he was told to put up a wall. That's what typically Sages will do. Well, like, you would wall off that corridor coming from mid so that they don't really have any way to actually go for that direct access. But instead, he puts the slow onto that plant, which was very worrying. And true enough, Beltito came in from the back, gets that double. Oh, that was horrific.
Well, that's one way to put it, I suppose. But we still have to play all these rounds here. Team Ida still very much on the back foot, and now the counter push coming through. Team Beltito is trying to head them off even before they get onto side A. This could be bad here. Beltito's hiding behind a wall. Just he hears a drone coming through, so just hides away. Tries to bait it out a little bit further. Gets a kill onto the Reyna first. And Ida, in the meantime, the back line already picked up a couple on her own, so they're just trying to fight and work together here to try to cut down Team Ida's size. Didn't quite work out, though. Now only one member left, which is Captain Z, and he's stuck in the mid.
Yeah, he's only got that Spectre. Don't expect him to be able to have all too much. Maybe one pickoff will be able to give them a little bit of economical damage, and that's just about it. Might as well find a weaponry to save for the upcoming round instead, but gets a glimpse of Sultan Rick, and he will redeem himself this time. So it's not over and done just about yet. Team Ida finally have been able to put a stop to the bleeding.
Yeah.
And Team Beltito, they have been red there because Maltabo was expected to push out of the cave. And even with the showstopper, he didn't manage to find anything at all. So now it is going to be some deficit here coming from their economy. So not everybody gets that full buy, but they will make do with what they have.
They kind of have to do this because they don't have the luxury of doing eco rounds anymore here. But right off the bat, I can see that Team Beltito really wants to make a fight happen here. But Ida is already bringing the fight straight to them from the back line. Already gets 2 kills right away. So that should be able to get the spike planted here while she keeps an eye out on the front. Still anticipating a rotation to be coming in here. But Milo Tabuk picks her off as he tries to make his entry through the doorway. Now, Kaze, just watching from the wall side. Again, just watching out for the rotation coming from the other end, right? But Team Beltito instead decides to split up the defenses a little bit, getting those pickoffs, getting those trades done. 1v2 situation here with defense in the lead, and oh, Beltito picks up the kill. Oh no, defuse will come true yet again, and if IDOC was already feeling themselves a little bit behind, well, they certainly are behind now because match point is going to Team Beltito in a few moments here. If they cannot find a way to stop them at this point, not exactly sure what they can do now. So the good news is that by buying a little bit more economically in the last round, they do have enough to force buy here, but this seems to feel more like a last-ditch effort here for Team IDOC. They saved up the ultimates for this moment. They need to make those ultimates count.
They definitely do. Everything has to be perfect from here on. 3 members into A to defend, and they are already sending the duelists to push into middle. The Team Beltito definitely smelling blood, feeling very, very confident about this. They do have the wall being set up, so it will definitely take a while before they get that clean entry, as they will have another battle wall to be able to at least counteract with that. Kaze will have to pull back. Will be taking charge from the corner of the breaks. And now the plan goes down. Kaze being flushed from his hole. But now Nyla going for that 1-for-1 exchange. That Viper Pit will go through. But I think this barely covers it. Oh, just about enough.
Just about enough, yeah. Just as long as they can keep the spike covered and allow them to delay any attempts to try to get on spike even further, that will work out. But they just counter push straight through, and already Team Ida was not able to hold on. That opened up the door for the defuse. That opened up the door now for Team Beltito to get through, and well, they will be able to savor this. It's still going to be a long battle ahead here because they're still not out of the lower brackets, but I would say they are one step closer now to that grand final.
Congratulations to Team Beltito. That was a fun match that we've witnessed coming from Lotus as well as Breeze. And Team Beltito definitely has a captain that is very, very hands-on to basically take the lead and bring it all the way into the next round. And we just love to see the form of coordination that they had overall, where they are setting both duelists to really be tasked onto going out for the hunt. As for, of course, Team Ida, unfortunately, will be eliminated for the tournament, but we thank them for their contribution into the past 2 days of action.
Yeah, unfortunately today we're going to be saying goodbye first to Team Ida. And I have to say, like, even though I had been criticizing a lot of their approaches in the last 2 rounds, Ida herself actually really performed very well actually in this particular map. I mean, she was making those openings happening here for her team. It's just, unfortunately, again, with the context of these teams not being their regular teammates, you know, they're not able to get that coordination just right on Team Ida's side. So even when Ida comes in with an amazing play, there's not enough follow-up coming from her teammates to be able to clean up the other end of the site where she's clearing out. So if they had that down like a little bit better, maybe they will have a better chance of actually matching Beltito's performance. But Beltito just, I feel like that's where his kind of like experience really came into play here, because he knew, at least with teammates that he's not too familiar with, at least by making sure that they have a very solid defensive strategy that already works out well for them from the get-go. So it's just more about making sure that they can always change things up, always ensure that they catch out Team Ida well in these battles here, and by winning those battles they were able to just overcome and create a lot of momentum for themselves. So if anything, Ida was just forced to kind of play catch up a lot of times to what Beltito's team was doing.
Yeah, and I think like there were also a lot of great plays that we've seen coming from not only Ide, but also from Captain Yanni on that Reyna yet again. So they managed to pull a few rounds back, and then after that, I thought that they will be having a little bit more of a cohesion when it comes down to maybe sending more members to stack up a certain site or so. But some of all these areas on the defense was basically left out wide and open on the first half. And of course, let's take a look at the highlights just to recap a little bit. So we had this opening here, of course, last-ditch effort coming from Sultan Rick that secures him the double, but a lot of consecutive rounds, we see this B side take to be so perfectly executed coming in from the side of Team Beltito.
Yeah, and a lot of times we've seen like here's one of the plays that Ida was able to do. You know, make the entry frag and then continue to dominate one side of the map. What she needed was her teammates to do the same on the other end, but they were slow on being able to break through the Viper wall. Perhaps a little bit afraid, maybe, or just kind of like not taking the initiative enough. I feel it's just really the problem here. But then again, like, they really tried their best here, but it's a lot of just reacting to what Beltito's team was doing instead. And unfortunately, in the long run, that just basically handed a lot of the tempo setting here from Team Beltito's side, allows them to dictate how they want to approach each of these battles here. And while Ida's team was when they do manage to get those setups done correctly, right, like get them, slow them down from being able to plant the spike, and then catching them on the retake over the location. Those kind of fights work out well for Ida, but not enough to really make a difference in the overall big picture.
Yeah, and a lot of times they were basically taking isolated fights, especially against Team Beltito. That's not exactly the most efficient, but when they do stack up, you see a lot of things can happen, especially when they were on this attacking end where they will be forced to deal with Maltabo or even Beltito, but one way or the other. And oh man, Beltito, he takes no prisoners, right? He has to use the knife for just an added flair.
It's going to be one for the highlight reel for sure. So Team Beltito now can certainly savor the opportunity here because they probably will be going into a rematch now as we get up into the lower bracket finals. But for Team Ida, despite really doing what they could, the situation here was just not able to capitalize as much onto Team Beltito as they would have liked to. So yet again, just like the first map, Team Beltito had been building up momentum, perhaps not as strong, not as quickly as they did, because the first half of the game actually showed a lot of promise from Team Ida's side. But in the long run, because Team Beltito was the one dictating how a lot of these fights even began in the first place, Ida being forced to play catch-up just kept losing out on the tactical front over and over again. And that little bit, that was enough actually for Team Beltito to eventually secure their dominance over the second half.
That's a 30k bomb from Beltito, and of course, without a shadow of a doubt, he will be the MVP of the match, as we've seen him really played out pretty proactively, taking charge of control over onto mid, and he does not show any signs of hesitance. That's what we love to see on his duelists, and with pretty much reels after reels of him on the offensive field. My favorite moment of his definitely was that Marshall back in the rounds of Lotus.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a lot more of that as the day goes on here. But we're going to be having a chance to speak with Afrina from Team Beltito. So let's go ahead and switch over and say hi to Afrina here, coming in for the interview. Hi, Afrina. How are you doing here today?
Hi everyone, I'm doing good. It was a pleasure to play with Ida. I really like her stream and stuff. So it was a fun experience to play against her. And to say that I finally can kill her.
Wow.
It's something I would like.
Yeah, that's definitely a very memorable moment out there. And later on, I mean, it's going to be quite a grueling day because you guys are running that low bracket. And eventually, in a moment's time, you guys will be going for another rematch. I'm pretty sure that you guys are pretty hyped for this one as well. Any expectation moving into this round?
We're hoping to play against, I think it's Eso.
Yes, Eso.
Esoteric?
Yes,
Yeah, Esoteric.
Eso.
It's on actually, yeah.
Esoteric.
So
Okay,
yeah.
I'll see you, Eso.
So I would like to ask, like, how has the experience actually been, like, working with your team here? I mean, Beltito, obviously, being from X-Team Path, has been showing you guys a lot of the ropes when it comes to playing in a Valorant tournament here.
I feel like it's been a fun experience. I don't feel like we're playing a real tournament. I feel like we're just having fun while creating content and just play together as team. And I think our chemistry is quite good.
Yeah.
Bel's really good. Milo Tabok is also good. His wrist satchels are damn.
Yeah,
Speechless.
it's so insane. Like, he just gets that free access into site so effectively.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I wish to be just as good, but I'm a bronzy when it comes down to race.
Well,
Me too, don't worry.
I mean, again, you guys can certainly savor the fact that, you know, when push comes to shove, when he actually came into battle, it actually worked out well for you guys. But now, I mean, going forward into the next, into what's going to be coming up in the days here, like we talked about expectations, but what do you think is going to be like the future for you guys here? Because now that you got a nice taste of what it's like to play in Valorant here, are we going to be seeing a lot more Valorant content coming up? A lot more collaborations now they've been able to play with these fellow creators here?
Of course, sure. We can just link in our Discords and call on each other. So yeah, we can play together.
We're definitely looking forward to more of all these content with all of you on board. So, of course, thank you very much, Afrina. We want to see what you all will cook up against the upcoming opponents. So, good luck and have fun.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
See you.
All right, that was from Afrina here. So yeah, again, a lot of these guys just coming into this, just really having a lot of fun out of it, and that's really lovely to see because this is what exactly we want. You know, coming from the Valorant community here, going to the into the World Cyber Games. This is why the World Cyber Games has put in Valorant as one of its components for this year because they really want to show the love back to the community here, and seeing these talented creators actually also showing off like all these great Valorant plays too. I think this is only going to be like it's only going to be a good thing for everyone involved here.
That's right, and of course, there's a lot more great stuff for all of you guys who are tuning in as well. Remember, there are quizzes that you can basically answer on People. So if you guys are not on People yet, go ahead, register your account now. And of course, it's time for you guys to guess which weapon is this, and you will stand a chance to win awesome prizes. And once again, this is the guide for you guys who have not signed up yet. So sign up on People and click on the WCG quiz account and just DM your answers to WCG for a chance to win some cool stuff coming in from all of us.
Yeah, just have to guess it from that silhouette. Make sure that you DM your answers directly to the WCG account, and if you get it right, you will stand a chance to win some Valorant points for yourself. So that will be a massive reward here. So go ahead, follow the pinned comment and the link, to get onto People. Make sure you register an account with that, and then search for WCG because they are live right now, showing the map overview inside of People. So if you want to also, if you want to have a whole new way of experiencing these Valorant live games, People is going to be the choice here for WCG.
That's right, and you guys could also check out what they have to offer because you can interact with your friends in a whole new fun and interactive way. So hop on board, and for now, do your best to claim yourself some Valorant points because you could flex on your enemies just like how Beltito did.
Yeah.
With brand new skins as well. So that being said, you guys have all the time in the world because we will have our two teams to be setting up for our upcoming battles.
Indeed, they will. And also, for those of you guys who are new to People, it's a very accessible way for you to be able to have a lot of fun avatars and AR features because right out of the bat, you can use these free AR avatars in order to spice up your video chats. So whenever you run these watch parties on People together with your friends, you can always be putting up fun reactions and have plenty of side games as well inside the platform. So go ahead and check out People. This is the brand new live video chat platform coming out from Korea, a massive supporter for the World Cyber Games challenge here, and we thank them a lot here for helping us bring all of these features back to you guys as the audience. So now go ahead and send in your replies, send in your answers to the quiz, guess the weapon here, and stand a chance to win some Valorant points. So now that we're already finished off our first match of the day, we're going to be setting up for the next one. But before that, we on the broadcast will have to take a short break. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. This is the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024 Talents Edition for Malaysia and Singapore. And we will see you guys after these messages.
Banyak alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Buat si Abe yang cuma punya satu teman komplek ini, di Valorant dia punya ratusan teman online yang ngajak dia main. Terus, buat gamer yang harus LDR-an gini, mereka tetap bisa ngedate sambil keliling dunia di Valorant. buat sahabat lama yang udah jarang ketemu karena sibuk ini. Sekarang mereka bisa reuni lagi di Valorant. Are you ready to play?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Cyber Games 2024, bringing you guys the Malaysian and Singapore Talents Challenge here. We have just witnessed one match being done and dusted with. We're going to be seeing a second one coming right up, and that's going to be the lower bracket finals here. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We're going to be your commentators throughout the day as we bring you guys all the way from a journey that started from yesterday and will end today at the grand finals. So now they've already said our goodbyes to Team Ida. We're going to be hoping the best for Team Beltito because they're going to be moving up to the next challenge here, which is going to be facing off against Faro team. So if I'm not mistaken, they have already faced off against them once before. Now they're going to be facing off against them once more.
That's right, and they're definitely looking forward to this rematch because it was a tight battle between Team Faro as well as Team Beltito, despite that winning some of the rounds in favor of Team Faro, which ended up on a 2-0 note. I think that this is going to be something that's a lot closer because they have already read how exactly each other play. So expect it to be pretty much neck and neck because these rounds, which we will be playing onto Ascent for the first match, will be pretty familiar, to say the very least, for these players to be getting themselves accustomed to. So quick look at the schedule as well. If you guys are tuning in for the first time, of course, welcome on board. We've already concluded with our match with Beltito taking out Ida, taking the win, which ended up with them facing off against Team Faro right now. The winner of this match will face off Team Actually Eco, and that will be our finale.
A best of 5 finale at that, so it's going to be a long and difficult one, even if they do get through this first hurdle on the way to the grand finals. So with that said and done, I mean, let's talk a little bit about Team Faro here. When they had the matchup against Beltito yesterday, things were very neck to neck in the initial part. I think in the long run, with Esoteric being able to bring a lot of impact as a yoru, and on top of that, Farouk and Probosu both being able to show up in these fights, this actually made them quite a formidable team actually for Team Beltito. So by the time we got to the second half, you know, they were able to not only get a significant amount of momentum, but the lead, they pretty much kept the lead a lot, even in that first half, and Beltito's team was left trying to do a lot of catch up, especially early on in that matchup. So coming in this one here, I'm hoping that Team Beltito has learned a lot from the initial encounter with Faro. Hopefully a little bit more prepared now coming into this second matchup with them. So let's see whether or not a lot of the confidence they've already gotten so far from taking down Team Ida is going to be helping them coming into this matchup now.
Yeah, and of course, Team Beltito will have to ride on that momentous win, and with Beltito looking absolutely sharp in their form. The last time they did meet, we did actually see a lot of jet battles. I wonder if that's going to happen again, because typically when you're hitting Descent, you will see a Raze as well as a jet, but you could still have options like even Phoenix to be brought upon. So if that's going to be a switch up, I definitely would love to see it. So far, of course, Team Beltito, the way that they've executed is a little bit more linear, direct. So if they could find a couple of creative ways to actually throw a curveball at the side of Farouk, I hope to actually see it.
Well, given especially what Afrina has said, you know, a lot of these teams are coming in this with a more fun and casual sort of mindset. So, you know, I think it's more about how you have fun while doing that. And with the kind of straightforwardness, obviously, Team Ida was not posing as big as a threat, I would say, compared to Farouk. So I think for this round here, perhaps if they want to try to make this a much closer battle, I think it's more about figuring out what ways you're going to be able to counteract Esoteric, who, by the way, his in-game name is Ash. You can already see the Yoru insta lock-in. That's how you identify that is that is Esoteric Yoru who's playing it.
No questions need to be asked about how capable he is, and also known as the King of Yorus. So that itself, I want to see how this is gonna be open up possibilities of how he takes control of certain areas of play. you do expect Yorus to actually play a lot on that A side, but B, of course, with a lot of all these corners to also check out, will also be a little bit tricky, but Ash does it all. So we got to learn a whole lot of all these tips and tricks coming from the king of Yoru. But Milo Dabo, I'm also keeping my eye on him because a lot of times on some of all these rounds, he will be able to actually get that great entry into A. So who exactly starts on the attack? It will be on the side of Team Faro from what I'm looking into this screen, because we have the red and green hues to tell the tale. So looking at the agent selection, we have the Sage on the defensive side, so that will be able to at least bolster a little bit of a longer hole. I'm assuming that will be placed into A in most part, even if you were to actually utilize the wall just to cover up mid. That's going to be a decent idea to start with as well.
Yeah, what I'm noticing from Team Beltito's side is that they decided to go with a double duelist, whereas like the only duelist on Team Farouk's side is literally only Esoteric. Esoteric is going to be relying a lot on Sean as well as Probosu to be able to give him the openings he needs to be able to do his job, and I think that's going to be that's a big difference now I can see in the lineup between these two guys here. Like certainly Team Farouk is building themselves around what Esoteric is able to do, whereas Team Beltito, they want to go with a more aggressive double duelist setup here in order to try to fight directly with Team Beltito. So it remains to be seen how this is going to turn out. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight on how Probosu has been so effective on this open, because he is very willing to come up with creative plays, sometimes actually faking TPs or even having some really good angles to hold on certain areas which nobody tends to check. So Probosu could definitely be the one to be able to pull some clutch rounds back for a team if anything goes down a little bit rowdy in some of all these exchanges. So even despite having that one duelist setup coming in from the side of Valorant, I don't think it's going to be too problematic, because on the attacking half, you will expect the Omen to go pretty deep into the side.
Yeah, and like when Yoru especially got his dimensional drift already, he's also going to be joining with the moment in the back line as well, and that's been instrumental a lot of times for Esoteric in order to open up these fights, right? So I'm seeing like Farouja is very much the team that's putting their faith behind Esoteric's Yoru's plays here, whereas Beltito, that's going to be the main challenge for them to try to overcome here. They know that they have a really good Yoru on their side. Can they keep him isolated? Can they remove the support system that the Yoru needs to thrive here? Because once they do that, Esoteric may not be as effective this time around, and we've seen time and time again in yesterday's matchup with when both of these teams met in the first time. Beltito's team really had a lot of difficulty dealing with that Yoru, dealing with like the way that Team Farouja has been playing there. So let's see whether a lot of adaptations will come true, or whether they have learned a lot of those lessons coming into this matchup.
Yeah, to me, what I'm excited about is on those entry points of A as well as B, right? B in specific, because that's also where usually defenders gets a first-hand glimpse onto who's basically pushing in. So we expect a lot of takedowns to be happening around those kind of region, whereas on that corridor around the A main, that is going to be a little bit of 50-50 depending on how they basically set that one up. If they could get the Omen to get those one-way smokes to come into effect, then maybe it will be a little bit more of a slower way of pace when it comes down to how they are basically approaching the attacking half. So that's one thing to take note of. But mid control, now this is going to be interesting, right? Especially now talking about Farouk's side. You will have to win that trade for mid cubby and hitting into wherever they're coming from B, right? So usually Yorus can actually go for the exchanges, but to get that control over onto the mid market section, that's going to be a little bit of a task for them to actually pull through.
Yeah, again, mid control is so much more important on Ascent because of how many options that opens you up, right? When it comes to rotations, when it comes to re-entering certain sites. So, yeah, the pick-off in there is of the utmost importance at the beginning of every single round. You know, if you concede that mid-control, you're not only conceding a lot of opportunity for the enemy team, but conversely, you're cutting yourself off from your own opportunities and making those rotations. So very, very crucial in the map like Ascent in order to do so. So I'm expecting to see Probosu and Sean really, and Sean especially being here on the Sova. He's going to be the one feeding a lot of the information to Valorant's team to make sure that they know exactly what the movements are coming from Beltito, especially on the mid side.
Yeah, there definitely will be a lot of pressure on Beltito himself because it really depends on which area does he hold initially in order to reap rewards out of the exchanges. Whether if you're going to be pushing out of the middle sectors, or even if you're going to be looking at either A or even B, he cannot afford to go down first, because once you do, like, this is going to basically open up the floodgates for Esoteric to take over control. And of course, forgetting to also mention that how well Faro has also been able to play out some of all these previous rounds that we've seen. He's going to be also that major contributor to also supplement some of all these big yoru plays.
Yeah, it certainly has been playing that role in entry fragging and like getting plays done, you know, and that's kind of crucial to have someone on that like that when you're having a yoru player, because a yoru tends to be more of a lone wolf in some instances, but even though he goes in deep into the backline alone, he relies on the rest of the team actually continuing the fight going on in front, because he needs that distraction in order to be super effective in his role. So that's why I say the pressure is actually going to be more on Farouk and Sean as compared to Esoteric, because Esoteric, all he needs to do is to be able to do his own thing once he is able to get into the back line. But setting up to that's down to the cooperation that he can get from Farouk as well as Sean in order to make that setup possible.
That's true. And of course, I think we've done a lot of talking here to recap what's exactly going to happen. I think like for the Farouk side, it's a lot more straightforward, right? When we interviewed them, they say, go in, W, tap hits. That's it, right? I guess like with that form of approach, it has worked for multiple rounds until, of course, they were faced with Xeno, which it is a little bit tough for them to actually hold up against a player of that caliber. So they will have to actually pull another win in order to set up that appointment for a rematch. So what's going to happen here? Will Beltito or Farouk meet with our All-Stars heading into the Grand Finals, as we will be moving into Ascent here for our first game of the best of 3. Now, we see a heavy stack onto B, so you know the drill, ladies and gents.
Rush
B. Get right in for some kills.
Yeah, go ahead for the pistols drawn and ready. Going to be the couple of resistance up in front here. Esoteric tried to confront Arena directly. Probosu will be the one to clean things up instead. That's going to be forcing a rotation to come in from Beltito's side, but the Sage a little bit slow on the uptake though. She's going to be a little bit behind, while Kaze is already trying to put some returns onto Team Farouk. He himself gets traded out instead. So we already got Soba taking a lot of damage in front there, and Sean, well, just not going to be able to do much there. Anissa is. Captain Z, a little bit slow to the party, is going to be handing the ace squarely into Probosu's hands.
Just efficiently done. And of course, it started off with some good cover fire, and after that, he just knows the timing perfectly onto landing the paranoias and also the timings on the smoke. And all with a frenzy, my friend. Frenzies on pistol rounds definitely packs a punch. So with that, they're just gonna be moving into this second round here with all the buys necessary, but we do see a ghost in the hands of Ash. First, that is going to be Esoteric.
A lot of utilities already being brought out here. That's going to be forcing Beltito to take a much deeper defensive route. A decoy comes out and actually gets the flash down to the middle top nicely there. Esoteric now scanning for another defender. Didn't quite catch the back of the bows out though. That's going to be the death knell of Sean. So unfortunately, they know that the site is not secure. They won't be able to get a smite planted. This might buy a little bit more time for Team Beltito to get reorganized on the front. So now, regrouped on the top side now as the smite goes down. Captain Z down to one-on-one competition. rotation, but Esoteric is the one who just breaks right through their line, prevents them from even being able to get that stack up.
My. We started with the A's and now a 4K for Esoteric. Well, we can basically do a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown or the inverse once more resetting into 5. We definitely would see a lot more crazy plays like that. Now, take a look at how efficient that was. The fake out and the timing on the flash really caught him off guard. So that opens up the pool. Of course, there was one inside of the boathouse that they did not manage to clear, which poses them a little bit of a threat. That double swing has managed to at least stop the bleeding. Now a deeper smoke coming through. Kaze still holding on to the corner. Bell instead over mid catches off the Killjoy.
So that's going to leave Team Faro to second guess this right now because they don't have any vision over on mid. They don't have any information of whether or not Bell is going to actually backstab them. So that's actually delaying them now. They're a little bit less confident here. The smoke obviously has to clear before they will be able to go through. Or will they try to push through anyway? Because the Brimstone at the moment making sure that he's in a good position there to catch anyone coming through. Miltop is setting up a nice crossfire here. Pulls back to the back of the boathouse. So I think they're, without hearing much from Team Faro's side, they're anticipating them for already going for the rotate. Brimstone replenishes, or rather sends a like exploratory shot. A decoy is going to come through, so they're going to be seeing him come right through. But oh, Sean was able to take down Militao before it's able to do any more damage. Now the rotation is coming in from Beltito's side. Team Farouk down to only 2 is going to have a bit of a tough defense to do here. Now gets the spike picked up, should have the space now to get it planted, but you already got Beltito coming through. He picks on the Sova. He tries to find the Yoru, but he goes into the dimensional drift in order to try to escape out with the spike. Swings around quickly, gets onto A, just leaving Team Beltito in the dust.
Well, let's see if he's actually going to be planning here because he has not really set that TP into B. Which is why you can see that the Sage is still waiting around in hopes that if there was a TP, he will be able to take control. But the TP is going to be on top of that generator. So what exactly is he going to be cooking? He has 2 flashes in play. So we're just going to slowly take a look. What's going to be the call here? Beltito being very, very disciplined on this.
Oh, wait, heard the footstep from Captain Z. He hears the defuse coming through. He knows he needs to go for the flash. Catches her right in the back of the head. Beltito is going to move up now. He's going for the defuse yet again. Another flash comes out. But that doesn't abate Beltito quite yet. It still hasn't committed fully into the defuse. He wants to draw an Esoteric first, but the time is running out. And that was exactly the kind of pressure that Esoteric needed to pull it off. Clutch round here for Team Farouk.
Back-to-back 4K. And stylish as always. Let's take a closer look at it again. The moment that was being dropped, he just quickly get into the dimensional drift, bringing the spike along. And how many of all these utilities were just basically pulling off a lot of decoy? And of course, with 2 flashes available, he managed to pull off that outplay. 3 consecutive points. Team Beltito got to find a little bit more. They're on an eco though.
Oh, shotgun on the right hand side. Esoteric turns around. Oh, he picks him up first. So, and an opportunity here. Brimstone puts down the smoke now, anticipating them to try to make a big push. The decoy is going to go through first as Ash teleports himself to the back of the boathouse. Sees it's completely clear. Knows that they have the opening that they needed now for Team Faro to pile into the side. Spike is going to be planted now. Team Beltito on the back foot here, trying to gather up. Already picking off some people, some defenders around the outside. Probosu though gets a good trade. 2 kills in his hands now, forcing Team Beltito to back out of this retake. Kaze is the last person standing. I think his best bet is to try to get either the fade, or maybe try to draw out Esoteric, but very difficult to do. He's going to try to set up some smokes here to hopefully cover his approach. He tries to get the door, but then the Killjoy comes through, and Farouk helps his own team pick up this round. A 4-0 lead, almost a stomp here at the start of this half.
Yeah, I just love the YouTube play on that Nano Swarm, right? Like, if that easily secures it. Like, you can't camp in that corner, buddy. And that's always a spot in B that it's so hard to actually check. You're like, if you face check it, you run the risk of being aimed down with everything that has to do with it. So right now, what exactly is going to be the play coming from Team Beltito? Because the B defense isn't entirely solid. I think that they need to actually send one member into the boathouse all the way into the back of that B side in order to at least convert something when they actually go for the hit. Now, a little bit more of that widespread coming in from Team Faro, as they are just trying to garner a little bit more control over mid. But same could be said about Team Beltito, as we are looking at both the Reina as well as the Gecko that are going to be around that corner. But I think your Nisa's stuck. There's nowhere to go.
I think like in those previous rounds at least, what Beltito could have done is actually try to gain more map influence here. And because you did see like Bell actually do that by winning the battle in mid and pushing out, but she needs to actually be doing more of that, like backstabbing them while they were just stacked up in front, because they were doing that constantly. Promosu, somehow wins that despite reloading in front of the the Gecko, sorry. But Promosu teleports into the arms of Bell. That doesn't work out here for the defense here, as they lose yet another. They lose another member on the side of Team Farouk. 2 down now. 2 more to go here with Bell getting the kill on the Sean. She's actually winning these fights in mid, and this is crucial for Beltito's success here as a defense. Now they just need to confront them on the spike plant spot. So Beltito leading in front, just pre-firing through those corners, trying to draw some fire, trying to draw them out with the diffuse. Oh, sees the decoy come out from the yoru, but not enough to abate her. In fact, the raise is in place there, gets the trade onto Esoteric immediately. That clears her out for the diffuse, and that is just in the nick of time here.
Beltito have also joined the 4K club, and a great read as well. And that clone really looked so convincing the moment that it was running out into that corner. But of course, they did not fall prey to that. And Probosa with his play, I honestly did not expect him to stay afloat with 30 HP left. But of course, that was covered by Bell, as we start to see how he has basically got himself pretty much the head start, just going full charge with the Empress. Dimensional Grift to open up the round. Sees a double stack, trying to actually
blocking him all the way through. Oh, it's nice sees him go around outside there. Didn't quite get the kill done, but he tries to pull back to the boathouse. Miltabo tries to go and chase, but he still takes her down. So now they have already opening here. The rest of the team can now fill in here because no one else is defending on the side. The rest of Beltito are still stuck around mid. They try to go for the wrap around, but a very quick take here by Team Farouk has actually thrown a wrench in their works. Ernisa is going to be coming through the top side, while the Sage still holds on to the mid, just keeping an eye out. But they're going to be having to go onto the side sooner rather than later, and Kaze, unfortunately, is going to be the first one to fall as soon as he pops onto the side here, because Farouk is doing his best here to defend. Gets the kill as well onto Captain Z, so a solid defense coming in here from Team Farouk onto site.
Yeah, Team Farouk, the pulse plans were immaculate. Like, just by holding down by that corner of lane, you just see, of course, Farouk able to actually get all 3 of all the vision that he needs. Ponjanisa, as well as Captain Z being the very final one, was very willing to go in for the hunt as well. Of course, you got the backing of the rest of the teams to do so, even if you falter.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem like Team Farouk is interested in A at all. I mean,
just going straight for a mid push. That's going to put a lot of pressure into Beltito now. Esoteric moves up in front and sees the Bell, gets the spray down and a headshot. That's the opening they need here. So now they have the option to either try to rotate through B or just bypass the Sage wall completely. But 2 people are waiting on the opposite end of the door here. Yoru, wiser than that, he's going to teleport through, gets the first kill done on the Brimstone. Now needs to find second member on the side there, finds the Gecko. Flawless round here for Team Farouk. Great rotations coming all around. Wow.
Statement run right there. I mean, it was a straightforward ordeal. The moment that you see that mid-fight go through, there was no flashes necessary. It's just basically going for direct aims. And that TP to actually catch that Brimstone just opened up the floodgates onto B. I mean, after that, you just have that full control over on the mid-sector, which didn't really allow the rest of Team Beltito to find any form of answers. So, Ernisa, might be able to actually get onto something here. This flash somehow a little bit too high. Don't worry, DZ's gonna be able to be reset once again.
Ooh. Just 1-for-1 trade there practically, but they lose Probosu in the process. Yoru now trying to set up for another quick take over the boathouse, but teleports in front, right? See the Gecko was flashed out. So perfect take yet again, all set up by Esoteric, and I think this is the problem that Beltito is kind of facing here. Is like they just cannot nail down Esoteric when he does all these tricks here. So Bell now has himself on top of the spike. Just watching and see which side they're going to be attacking from. Here the shot from the right hand side, so it's going to be focusing attention naturally over there. But it's always going to be worried about the flank. You see the Killjoy. Oh, he gets a headshot of the Esoteric, but Killjoy, the Farouk, is going to be the one to kill him off.
Yeah, his aim was directly onto the two targets, and then, of course, with the spawn of the bot, it also throws him off for a little bit. That could just shield a couple of all these bullets at the very same time. So it was as close as it gets into winning a round here for the side of Team Beltito. And good disciplinary placements coming in from the side of Faro himself to be able to also catch the flank, not allowing the Sage to bypass. This time, we finally get that switch over onto A, but this is one of the reasons why they did not exactly get those direct takes into this site, because one wall is all it takes to just hold you back. No info to be revealed onto any members of the side of Beltito just yet, as they do send the trash to scout on the B that is being cleared up. They do know right now that they're going to be on that A site. So you start to see a little bit more of that rotation. A little bit of a hole coming in from Ernisa into mid, but they don't really want to fully commit yet. They're willing to just let them in and then reconfigure once they go in for the plant.
Yep.
And that retake is definitely going to be dire for them to really put everything on the line in cohesive fashion.
Esoteric just waiting in front of the smoke here. The raid just goes through, and the Brimstone sends out the orbital strike. Time is on the essence here, and Esoteric does get a couple of kills while they try to clear off the site. So Team Faro still has a solid defense here. They managed to clear out everyone else to try to go in time with the orbital strike. So this worked out so well for Team Farouk there. That's thanks to Yoru just being in the right place here. And now he's going to be the one to mop things up, picking up the third kill onto the Brimstone, winning them the round and getting a 7-point lead. They're dominating this opening half here on Ascent. Not what I expected at all. I was hoping that Beltito's team was going to be able to at least trade off some of these rounds, but with how aggressively Esoteric's playing here and how well his placement has been, he's actually done a lot here to actually counteract whatever Team Beltito tries to do strategy-wise.
Yeah, I love this round in particular. Like, the discipline coming from Esoteric as well. Just let that raise do her thing, right? Like, I know my team's going to cover that, and effectively doing so by that orbital strike that you mentioned that just covers so much ground on Generator, leaving not much room for Milotabo to even respond. As now reads into the site, as with this info, it just aligns all of these solo shots and cuts in with majority. No time for TP. That's a little unfortunate because that could have been perfect. That's his still hanging around.
Yeah, his ghost just hanging out near his grave right now. Yeah, Probosu is going to be the one to hold it here together with Farouk here. Now they just need to clean up house and make sure that that Sage is not going anywhere. Captain Z gets taken down. Another feather in the cap here for Team Farouk. Just a little bit longer before they were able to switch sides, but by that point, I think Team Farouk will already be in the double digits. A very convincing domination of the first half here from the attacking side.
Yeah, and this is another play with these double elements, right? Used into perfection. And when you're holding inside the B like that with these ults being popped up, like, you're gonna be screaming for help because you have almost nowhere to go. Like, Bolthouse is not safe anymore. Okay, that wall comes up. The rest of Team Faro now only halted for the slightest bit.
Here.
And with that push into B, they've already checked it through. Not finding anything. They will have that quick rush into A.
Yeah, very nice stack up and coordination there going in. No resistance to be found though, as most of Team Beltito was still hanging around closer to mid. But yet again, Esoteric has already picked up the kill of the Brimstone, so this time around, no smokes to cover their approach getting into the site. Gonna be a bit tougher here for Team Beltito to try to make this re-entry into the place. Tabo is going to break down the door, just opening up an option here. Pain Shell is going to be sent out there to hopefully catch someone right in the corner there. Does a lot of damage on the Frantic Freaks' Fade. Here. Now the yoru is hiding right in the deepest defensive pocket here off the site, waiting for them to peek around. Still hears a couple of shots coming in from the top there, and oh, the ping actually gives an opportunity to get a floor bang. He has a second kill there. Now just need to watch out for the third member up on top here. Goes up on the top, gets the Sage. Quick takedown of Beltito.
Brother, what's
Last
that,
round.
brother? Like, that flash angle, he popped it on the ground, just knowing that it will just directly flash over the top. I've learned something new today with Esoteric. My.
This is where the information game comes in, right? I mean, that's why, like, once you know, once you are able to use these skills here to gain the information, it's up to your duelists to make the most of it. So, well done on the part of Esoteric here to take full advantage. But again, he was taking a much more defensive. It's almost like just taking a step back and letting the rest of the team kind of like carry the defense in that round here. Because typically, it seems like what he's doing, what he's bringing to the table for the most part is making very quick entries and allowing Team Farouk the opportunity to get the spike set up. But when it comes to the other way around, I mean, it's like,
Oh, he's faking A.
right, he faked the A there, so that actually caused the rest of Team Beltito to rotate, expecting the fight to come through there. But again, like Team Farouk time and time again have been like either just waiting behind a wall for it to break down naturally or just breaking right through it. So Team Beltito has gotten used to that pattern here, and Team Farouk switches it up right at the best time possible because they find no resistance at all going to be there. Perfectly able to get the setups done here. Ernisa sees a smoke, so they realize the jig is up. Beltito going to be on the back foot now, trying to get into the defense, and Ernisa quite a bit of damage here from the sprays coming through the smoke. Tries to send out Dizzy here to try to blind a couple of members. Shoddy comes out, takes out a Brimstone, and already Esoteric bring out a dimensional drift to try to get himself behind the attackers coming in. But Team Faro in the meantime already clearing up the front line. They've already taken down 3 members of Beltito. Just need to find Captain Z here, but he's only coming into the hallway just only to meet Fancy Freak.
Yeah, that was very close to actually deny this flawless run to
Switching
close
sides.
off the first half. 11-1, something I did not really expect coming in from Fark and Co. And this could have actually been the perfect 12th run coming in from the entirety of the squad, because they really pulled it out to perfection. There was not even a single flaw in terms of their execution. And back towards your point on, why this yoru plays a little bit more defensively onto A is also due to the fact that with so many room of coverage, the only safe areas to TP to sometimes will be either the generator or even onto the lower ends of hell, right? So that's where like you cannot afford to push too far unless like you have another duelist to be able to set things up. So
Yeah,
he played that really perfectly.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he is playing as a solo duelist, which is not typical of a yoru here, I feel. Probosu, though, is going to be facing a lot of pressure as the entirety of Team Beltito comes out to take him down. He does get at least 1 in trade, though, so it's not all lost here for the defense. Nevertheless, Bell is going to be able to find a killjoy on the side, gets a healing up, but Fancy Freaks just whiffs that shot that actually hands the kill here to Brimstone, allows them to take control over side A easily. So Team Farouk now left scrambling here with both Esoteric as well as Sean trying to find a way to break this tide, but now it's going to be down to the yoru alone. He does take down 1. He peels out of the back. Oh, and just picks up a second one, clutching it for the team here, getting themselves on match point already. Just when he thought that Beltito's team was going to be able to regain initiative, suddenly here comes Esoteric, cutting them down and saying, no, no, no.
Now you see him, now you don't, and I think they really took a good guess onto his TP into hell as well, right? Like, he played that flash perfectly in order to get that pickup onto Bell, and that really turned the tides around because Bell was really closing the threat all the way up into heaven already, and then both Fancy Feet as well as Esoteric was basically pushing out of A in order to actually get that perfect vision onto the generator. And this TP plays, I tell you, sublime.
Oh boy, this was smashing straight into the lines here. Team Beltito on a desperate run here to make sure they can get a spy plan. They do find Esoteric. This could be a good one here if they can find everyone else from Team Faro, but they're just keeping them scarce at the moment, letting them get the spike planted now. You can already see the Sova trying to gain some information. You already got Bell just waiting on the back line. He heard the Sova shot. He was in the position there to try to take them while they were still scanning around the back. And they already, now she just unleashes her fangs and takes out Fancy Freaks first. And they also takes out Probosu, allowing Anrisa to clean things up with a kill on Sean.
And they were preoccupied trying to actually take out the Gecko hiding by that corner. But there was Bell that they were smoking out for. They did not really have anyone to be overlooking that. So that is going to be pulling a point back for Beltito, but this is going to be one tough chase for them in order to pull this into an overtime. So
long way through the half, even if they want to get that point though, and all they need is just all Team Farouk needs is just Beltito to make a slip up just once, and that's enough for them to take this first map. Now another very aggressive push, this time through mid again.
double stack
around here. They will be able to catch a raise. Gecko is actually getting a bit of an opportunity here. Everyone else just pounding one of another and just falling like dominoes here. Team Farouk still has the advantage in manpower though, and with to take down the Captain Z, that secures them the first map point of the matchup.
Well, that was really fun to watch because that cheesy double stack onto market was something that Bell did not expect at all, and then it finishes off with 3K on that Sheriff. Probosu getting a little bit more of a highlight to close off our first map right here between these two. So with that said, of course, they will prepare for another run, but this is just as convincing as it gets. They are determined to get into the grand finals to challenge the rest of the squads that are waiting in the wings. And Team Faro, man, that could have actually been close to perfect with a 13-2 finish.
Again, very dominant first half right from the get-go. I mean, we already saw from yesterday that Beltito had the ability to stay toe-to-toe with them, but granted, it was on the map of Lotus. And I think that's where the team fighting ability of Beltito's side actually played more into their advantage, right? But whereas when it comes to Ascent, I think a lot more of it was just very penetrative plays, and Esoteric was very good in that department, actually getting themselves the good entries into the sites, and then also conversely on defense, allowing allowing them just basically to just come in and become cannon fodder practically for the rest of his team. So wow, I mean, very amazed to see this kind of performance come out of Team Farouk here. I just wonder like with what's the next map going to be, and whether or not Beltito's team is going to be able to find a way to stem the tide here, because the momentum coming in a lot stronger than expected from Farouk's side. So Beltito's teams now got quite the challenge on their hands here.
Yeah, the snowball never really stopped rolling. It didn't. Like the moment that they got that initial lead on the first half, like they just take it to full mile in order to just create that spacing for your, or you can just have Eso just be the one that creates the space for the most part. So I think like what was definitely the backbone of Team Faro was Probosu on the coverages as well. We started off with him getting the ace to kick off our round one, and this itself already shows you that this team is capable of so much. And then we have, of course, all these individual plays coming in from Esoteric in order to just get advantages after advantages, and Team Beltito have already tried a lot of different type of setups, trying to move maybe the Gecko into B. It didn't really held out as well as they actually planned they would on the defense.
Yeah, Esoteric is just straight up the playmaker here for Team Farouk, and thing is that a lot of these plays are in truth actually quite risky, but because he was able to cut through the Beltito's defense so effectively, especially the coordination that comes in from his supporting teammates, particularly Probosu as well as Sean. This allowed him, the ability to be able to set up these plays and actually get away with it a lot of the times. So as a result, like Beltito's team just find themselves like constantly on the back foot whenever this Yoru is alive and kicking.
Yeah, and I think like for most part as well, the rest of Team Faro really knew exactly what their role was in order to get a perfect, efficient strike onto majority of all these team fights. I particularly like the way that they actually play around A, though we may not get that many rounds of those A hits, but every time that they do, they look pretty impeccable on those setups.
So as these highlights come to an end here, with Team Farouk already taking an absolute victory here on Ascent. I wonder if the next map is going to be where Beltito will be able to mount their comeback here, because we've seen them come back time and time before, just not enough to actually gain them the map point in yesterday's matches. But today here, I mean, Team Farouk just stepped them up another level, and I'm afraid that Beltito will have to do the same as well if they want to be able to make it to the grand finals here. But yeah, that's the uphill climb they're going to have to face here.
Yeah, and right now, with a very commanding lead into our very first map, that definitely will give a lot more confidence to Team Farouk to prepare for, a lot of all these upcoming battles here in the series. Well, I'm hoping to actually see Milotabo to be playing a little bit more proficiently in terms of how he's on that race, where sometimes you just go on that full offense and it's easily readable at this point. So hopefully he makes some certain adjustments to time out when exactly he wants to go all out. MVP definitely has to be Esoteric here to match 30k.
I just find it so funny that like he has 30 kills, 5 deaths, 0 assists. Like
he doesn't need help.
He doesn't need it.
He doesn't need to help anyone because he secures it.
Yeah, if anything, everyone else is giving the assists to allow him to finish them off. So, well played here from Esoteric. Certainly the one of the players to watch out for in this tournament, and his performance right here proves exactly why that is the case. I can't tell you enough how this Yoru has been able to set up a lot of these entries into the sites and just getting the kills done whenever the retakes start to come out from Team Beltito's side. And that's a combination of a lot of intelligence when it comes to how he positions himself, how he times things well with the rest of his teammates, and getting the flashes done so that he can literally dimensionally drift in front of the Gecko and just counteract him from being able to defend the boathouse. Those kind of plays are exactly what Esoteric is known for, and he's literally having the best environment here in order to pull it off.
Yeah, and I think they're definitely in a very healthy state in terms of how the team has been run so far. So whatever the next map is going to bring into the table, it's really more on Beltito's side to step up and, of course, give them a better challenge, because right now there is, of course, the Yoru being the main problem. So there's a few ways to actually find a bandit to that, right? Maybe you want to consider even running double sentinels if you really have to, because sure, you have Sage, you can only put a barricade wall. Like what some of all these other teams in professional play does is that they will consider things like a cipher to be able to pull trap wires in order to detect whether if it's clone or not. Oh boy, we are going to sunset, and tell you what, ladies and gents, this is where we're gonna see a lot of crazy plays from the Yoru, because it's tight angles after tight angles wherever you play. And true enough, this is also a spot where a Cypher gets to actually play some very effective setups into the B side and even onto A. So if you guys are new to Sunset, I mean, if you guys are living under the rock, this is, of course, the latest addition into Valorant in terms of the map pool, where it is, of course, split into 2 different sites, with mid being very good access into either or. and you will expect to see a lot of duels taking place.
Which makes it kind of interesting that like you don't see the double duelists coming out. At least for Faro's side, they pretty much settle on Esoteric being their solo duelist, and pretty much all Probosu and Sean is going to be doing is just providing him information, providing him backup whenever it makes these entries here. But now that they're playing on defense, they're going to be relying a lot more on Farouk himself to actually provide information and also to provide a lot more control over the map here. But double duelist is coming out on the Beltito side though, so they still are aiming to try to fight fire with fire, so to speak. But again, they still need to have mechanisms in order to deal with the yoru here, and I'm not too sure whether, like, especially with the double duelist setup here of only Phoenix and Raze, it's a little bit risky if they don't have the information game down pat. So, well, I mean, again, Beltito is running into this second map here on the back foot, having been dominated already the previous round. So I really want to see them actually put up a decent performance here, and hopefully on this entirely new map on Valorant in the form of Sunset. Is that going to be the ticket here for Team Beltito?
I do think that this is going to be a better chance for them to actually run in here with a double duelist composition, because this time Beltito is going on the Phoenix instead. And why Phoenix is really popular in this map is because he can easily just check those corners with his flash available and gets that advantage through those trades. So that is what he's hoping to do. And with the running back ultimate to be able to also break wires or detect some of them at the very same time, you could just easily remove the threat of being stuck into getting those entries into any form of site at all. So I like the ideation coming in from both ends. As for how this is going to be executed, it's really down to how they play it out. So I want to keep an eye out on what's going to happen over midsection, because over onto mid, it is always going to be very, very dangerous on how things are being approached, because over onto mid, there's, of course, that archway where you will have to also consider, which you can peek from either side, and that is that entryway to bypass into spawn to get to A or even B. So that will be heavily contested, and even if you don't contest over onto the archway, there's always that open door through the market, whether if you shut it out or not. That is where you sometimes see some tradings being done there if they don't take those direct access into A main or even B main.
So just like with Ascent, like, I mean, again, this is similar. You still need that mid control here. I mean, again, for me as well, because this is one of the newer maps here, this is literally my first time going to be casting on the map itself. I've only seen a couple of games. Yeah, I've only seen a couple of games in this. I've tried the map out a little bit, but haven't really had the opportunity to see how it works in a team environment here. So this is going to be exciting for me to see here for sure. And knowing how the map design of Valorant from the Riot team itself has been nothing but spectacular. I'm expecting a lot here coming into this match.
Yeah, and I would say that this is definitely a map which always sees duelists to get a lot of all these limelight action because of them needing to, of course, skill check their enemies every step of the way. So we're gonna have a whole lot of fun. Now, since this is gonna be, you know, first time onto some of all these sites, now A is gonna be pretty interesting, because A is where defense side does actually have an advantage, because A kind of breaks open into two passages, into the right elbow side or even on the left side, which gives a little bit more spacing for them to play with. But a lot of these angles onto A, it's just very defender favorite, so they can even afford to actually push out. Now you see that stack is actually opening up to A. We're gonna have a big brawl over here, ladies and gentlemen, to kick things off. So lo and behold, it's Beltito versus Faro. They have to pull wins in order to keep themselves running in the tournament.
I see what they're kind of going for here. I mean, again, with the double duelist setup, they want to try to get early fights and early takes here on the site. But you already have a huge amount of resistance coming through. Wow, the pincer movement worked out so well here for Team Farouk's defense. As now Team Beltito are getting themselves cut down in the front. Now they're just counter pushing them, just taking its kills one by one, leaving only the Gecko to try to hold his own. But there's not much Ernisa could do. She didn't have the spike in hand. She didn't have her teammates to back her up. And well, that was a foregone conclusion there. Wow, just attempting to go for the aggressive push here. Just literally bit Team Beltito in the back here.
Wow. Exactly what I expected. A collateral damage, and the smoke that was being set up by Probosu was also very effective because that was a one-way smoke in order to block anyone trying to pull off some really cheeky taps by the corner of the boxes. So it was not successful. This time, Beltito wants to take it a little bit slow, but the spike is still being held outside of A. So they want to gather a little bit info. And this is what Cyphers do. Just put a wire over on quarter, which now Maltabo knows. That's going to be cleared up instantaneously. He takes a, well, Bucky to challenge onto the Cypher, but that's not going to connect all too effectively. Great discipline from Daft to be able to pull all the way back, and now they have managed to actually get the plant down. Having a member's advantage, Captain Z rushes through forward, does not let the shot. Fancy goes in for the duel, and Fancy wins it out with the Spectre.
One enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
Probosu is going to try to hold the door right now. Pushes right through, gets flashed momentarily by the Phoenix, still closes the distance here together with Sean. Now they're going to be able to get a two-prong attack. Sean catches the Phoenix from behind, while the defuse will come through for Team Farouk. So in spite of the fact that Team Beltito was able to get the early take, the Team Farouk were able to reorganize very effectively for the retake here. So coming to this next round, Team Beltito on the back foot once more. Still has quite a bit of money to use here. Are they going to go full spy? Because we already see a Vandal and a Phantom picked up here. Kaze and Ernisa have not quite committed yet, even on the armor front.
If they could, they should, though. Heading into round 3, there's still a couple of Spectres out there coming from Team Farouk's end, which first they are hoping to eventually still have enough econ to run if anything happens into the next round. Deep camera is being set up here, coming from Faro. Immediately puts in the cage in order to stop immediate pushes. And just like that, look at that. That deep cam basically gets them that full intel. And they haven't booked the cam just yet, but they are already inside. Wires easily cleared up by Milo as they will get the plant down. A full 5-on-5 as they have already taken control of market, but Probosu gets better of the trade. The walls comes up. They're all hauled back by the corners of Boba, and there was a lining up.
Oh,
One
one.
enemy remaining.
And
nice.
Quick recovery coming in with Probosu also covering from market, and that's one way to answer with the retake.
That's one way to do it for sure. Provost Esoteric with the defuse here. Team Beltito tried time and time again with the aggressive openings, but Farouk still is able to clean up immediately afterwards. And with that being a force buy from Team Beltito's side, that has put a massive dent into their economy now. Only they're going to be forced to bring out a judge as well as a bulldog, and only a sheriff in the hands of the Phoenix of Bell. So this is not looking good for them on the economic front for sure. So. And with no ultimates as well to lean back on, Team Beltito is looking to. It's looking quite likely that Team Beltito will be conceding a lot of rounds here to Team Faro before they're going to be able to get their house in order.
They're still losing a little bit of their econ, and this time kind of overcooked there coming in from Esoteric. Bell gets the trade done, and somehow Fancy Freak actually
Ooh, a
gets two!
triple!
Strike down A.
What a hold that was! Oh, this is definitely a little bit more troublesome for Bell. Flash, effective only by a little time, but that is convincing. Fancy got them all snared up.
Yeah, it just felt like Team Beltito true bodies at a problem, and you know what else you expect is going to happen there. You're going to have someone literally just cut them down to size around the corner. So, and also good on Fancy Freaks from being able to pull that off on the Vandal. I mean, the only times we've actually seen him in action has been while he was on the pistol and wasn't able to get the shots done. This time, like with Beltito kind of desperately trying to make that economy run work for them, has has just played straight into the hands of Team Farouk there with that aggressive push. Now Beltito and Miltabo facing a bit of resistance here. Now they try to find Cypher, but the tripwire actually gave him a bit of an advantage on that peak. Now he sees exactly where the Phoenix is. Will take out his run it back, forcing him to get down, but already the rest of them, the Yoru already was taking down the rest of them, trying to get the spike on. Too bad we didn't get to see much of that, but that already just goes to show Team Farouk has this map pretty much locked down for them. Didn't even give Team Beltito an opportunity at all to win around here.
Yeah, and I just love that setup, right? Like, they were all committed to take on Decipher. Up till now, Faro has not even dropped a single death in this matchup. While he buys time, you had that dimensional drift. And you saw Eso just basically had full reign of control. Everyone was just fixated on the Cypher. Like, leave him be. You got somebody on the flank. So now we go into this round where they really have to save up. Rosu read it like a book. Bell, first attempt onto mid, unsuccessful. I think like they really have to play around getting this mid control as well, because direct hits onto B as well as A. Though they did get some plans into B, it hasn't been all too great in terms of how they actually managed the post plan. Now they do get an A site being opened up, but that will also be quickly covered eventually by Probosu, who is being tagged up though. He does have the From the Shadows, but Zero Tap now reveals their location, and despite them a little bit late to the scene, they managed to also get a hold onto A. Esoteric by the crates here. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Milo finds one, two to deal with. Swings coming through. And Crash finally catches onto Esoteric. This is go time.
Yeah, Erniso spray.
On the drift, the end, they finally get the point in. That was a huge round. Tell you what, they get those free picking of weaponry. They don't have to spend $1 at all.
This perfect economy going on there. I mean, Team Farouk has been just taking round after round after round. Team Beltito, if they had any confidence coming into this matchup, well, I don't think there's going to be much of that left here, because so far their attempts to kind of like cut down Team Farouk took a massive amount of effort, and only just now they were able to get their first round. So Team Farouk still proves to be a very formidable opponent here, as they attempt to try to make some options happen from them in front here. The Boombot's going to come out, and Flash is trying to flush out that raise here. Fancy Beast is just holding around the corner. Miltabo is going to come down, but the teleport came through, and Soma just pops up around the corner there to take down one. Trade coming through. Probosu with a double spray. We'll be able to open things up for sure here, as Team Beltito down to the only remaining member, which is the Keck. He was literally right side by side with the Yoru. Esoteric didn't even realize that, and unfortunately just handed him a very surprising kill maybe for him.
He's always this elusive, I tell you. He could be left, he could be back, even in the front, like, you know, those angles. Eso always wins these point-blank shots. But, you know, even if, despite Beltito finding that pointer out of A, it required them to at least pull some attention into a specific site in order for them to get efficient openings. And now, the camp here to try to spot things out if things go out of control. They will have that flames dropped in, but that's not going to clear Esoteric out of that position. He expected him to be there. Still very practice plays, but he's still hiding him back. Drops his fight on the ground. And thankfully, Bell has got it covered up.
Yeah,
some damage being done, but still 1-for-1.
That's a good one, actually, from Team Farouk. Now that's forcing the Hunter's Fury to come out here from Team Farouk. Not going to be able to find anyone that way. Team Beltito not going to be going straight for the plan on the B. They realize it's quite heavily defended. Coming around the side, Probosu is already set up there. Oh, he gets a double kill and a triple! Oh, the Spike Carrier team is down! Oh no!
Like they were trading weapons! That's not the time to do so!
Oh no!
Oh.
that just hurts. I mean, that's just hurt to see for me, and I think it hurt a lot for Team Beltito because they're already like getting themselves settled. Just trying to settle themselves back in for a rotation, exchanging the weapons, and the Promotion just pops out of nowhere and says, "Hey guys, what's up? Did I miss a party here?"
Well, I mean, that's why you gotta always be on your toes. Every corner here in Sunset. Like, not even the spawn is safe. I assure you that. Now, they're all gonna be playing on the outskirts of A. This time, did manage to open up mid side, but once again, market is definitely a spot that they will have to
Spike down A.
keep control of. The spike is already down. Probosu absolutely feeling it. One off from getting from the shadows again.
Yeah.
Daft, he's got to be careful. Oh, this is going to be close.
It's gonna be a close one here. They still had the Cypher in the middle here, and Revive is gonna come through with Beltito's side, trying to bring back one in Mo, but then Daft hears it. He picks them off immediately, so that cancels out any advantage they thought they were gonna be able to get off of the Sage ultimate. Now they take down the Cypher. Now they have control, and they actually have a path going towards B. Problem is they don't have the spike. Probosu, his counter push coming out of A has been so successful here, and it's now posing another problem here for Beltito, because even though, finally the Omen of Kaze is going to be able to pick up the spike there right under their noses, actually, now that I look at it. So Team Farouk now a little bit far away. This is going to give a lot of time now for Team Beltito to get set up for their defense, and this is going to add a lot more pressure for them. Although, that said, all the while, Farouk has been leading and actually setting the tone for this matchup so far. Now it's going to be time for Team Beltito. What a bit of hurt! Get the first kill out to Probosu. Bell is going to go ahead and go to Flash, but cancels out a couple of skills, but didn't get the recon bolt, so he still get tagged. Tries to go in front, picks up Fancy Freaks, the fade is down, now just need to fight the Sova, can't quite get him down. Sean's still alive. 1 versus 2 here. The Omen and the Sage just need to hold him off a little bit longer, but Kaze goes forward, takes down Sean, and that works out so well here for Team Beltito.
Yeah, I absolutely forgot that he had from the shadows, and this is efficient usage, and this is why in Sunset it is just so effective for an Omen. It's okay, you drop that spike, I can retrieve it no matter what. So that being said, now it is actually Probosu sitting at the top of the table, for a little bit of change. And on top of that, it's been 10 kills for Daft as well. So, of course, this is not all too much about, Esoteric himself being a threat. Now you see a triple threat. Speaking of threats, man, I didn't expect that operator on Cypher. Usually Cypher's hold all the way back, and this guy's like, not this time, baby.
I mean, he's just running like a semi-duelist. I mean, in fact, essentially he, together with Probosu, have to provide the support for Yoru, right? Especially on the defensive round, so he's playing more of a marksman sort of like position here. In his fight, ooh, nice double there. That actually cut down Team Beltito to size. 4 versus 2 in this situation.
1 enemy remaining.
Another one.
That's 3. Looking for his 4th. Oh, he spots a glimpse of it.
Captain Z, he has a Spectre, doesn't have the range advantage here, so it'd be kind of risky for her to try. Still tries to go for the headshots anyway, but Probosu came in with a Vandal to back up his teammate on the sniper, so... Well, yeah, wow. That was an amazing one there from Daft, a.k.a. Farouk J.
And I would definitely commend the effort coming in from Captain Z as well. That was actually very accurate shots with a Spectre, considering from that range where he could have actually removed the operator coming in from Farouk himself. So, Cyphers on B, I tell you, this is an impenetrable fortress, which is why, Team Beltito, they've been forced to hit into A, and there we go, Dimensional Rim from mid, and Billy responded with a showstopper. Ash blinds it with a shorty. Probosu ready to take on Kaze. Now they're all focused on taking out this yoru, but Esoteric is not giving it at all.
Yeah, the Cypher is just going to keep an eye on the back line there while the Yoru continues to try to push through. Farouk is going to make a rotation through the back, through spawn. Might actually catch the Spike carrier as he's making his way up. In fact, he's going to run straight into his crosshair. Spike is on the ground here, and the rest of Sean is going to be able to pick up Captain Z in the meantime. So the counter push as well as the rotation just working out perfectly again for Team Farouk. Yet again, Team Beltito are finding themselves dominated in this half. They tried so hard, especially with the showstopper there, but only managed to get that one kill. He probably, wow. I mean, again, Team Farouk just outplaying them all throughout this. It's just making it so hard for Team Beltito to get a foothold.
Yeah. This is interesting. I never knew there was actually traffic here in Sunset. Kudos to our dear observers. I learned something new about this map. And here we go. Milo Tabo. It's only on its classic. They got to convert this on the round. Bella has finally removed one, and they finally have that run back. Stacks onto the crates, and they will have those crates going through. And it's gonna be Esoteric and Promoso again. And now down to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, they saw the kills come through the back when they knew that Esoteric was trying to do the backstab. Now they're going to try to make a retake here. Bell goes in front, but then his teammate gets taken down. Didn't quite make the trade happen for them here. So, Team Farouk now in the double digits as we switch over to the defense here. Oh, sorry, for the attack for Team Farouk. Man, this is just a perfect setup now because this is where Esoteric will certainly shine the brightest here.
Yeah, and when we take a look at how this was played out by Team Beltito, I think like they got the right ideas. It's just boiling down to really hitting some shots, right? And that round itself could have been that turnaround where the 9-3 curse hasn't been applied. So Team Farouk wouldn't get too comfortable just yet, right? Because right now, I am very intrigued with this form of hold where you have a deeper hold coming from the get-go, and it will be a little bit more of an aggressive approach coming in from Bell, as he will have this Phoenix to be holding down the line on that entry point. We are actually fighting for that mid control as Esoteric has already bricked open the doorways. And immediately getting stunned up as they cut through into the market side and absolutely overwhelmed. Ernisa couldn't hold it down. Kazi now getting the double. And that actually creates a little bit more possibilities.
One enemy remaining.
With only one member left.
Spike down B.
I have to say, that hole coming from Bell, who pushed out, has definitely worked well.
Yeah, Farouk down to the last member here. Going to be surrounded on multiple sides. Only managed to get one kill down. But still, Team Beltito has a heck of a hill to climb here in order for them to tie things up with Team Farouk. So at least with the pistol round, that's going to soften the blow somewhat. But now it's going to be up to them here to try to build up some momentum. And that can be hard to do on the defensive side. Although, that said, this map Sunset certainly is a lot more oriented towards the defense here, especially if they can get good control over the mid, which is largely going to be lying in the hands of their get-go here.
Yeah, and also to point out the fact that this is just going to be a trade.
Oh, nice.
Great move with Ares, and the reason why they're hitting onto B consecutively is also with a Cypher, as well as a few of these agents that didn't really allow them to get those efficient entries. This is the only site which they could actually get firm angles on when they get going for the entry. Now, putting on from the market side.
Watch out for the Cypher. Watch out for the Cypher, though. He's actually going to be cutting off one of the rotation points. He does take down the Sentinel in the form of Captain Z. Beltito now just going to be wrapping around here to try to see if he can make a quick rotate to A, which is what he anticipated, which is exactly the correct read here because Team Farouk is already making their way with a spike onto that side. Now, they don't exactly have a lot of information going to this one here, so they're just going to try to cover those two entrances as best they can while they wrap around the back end. But Beltito is going to try to meet them right out in front. A spray to take down two. Didn't quite get fancy freaks, though. But that's going to alert the rest of Team Beltito, who comes in as a cavalry to clear out the site.
Looking so much more formidable this time around on defense, and Team Farouk, of course, was taken aback with, you know, what really went down over onto some of all these early battles. Of course, with Esoteric being taken out a little bit early on, you don't really have that ease of access into B anymore, which is why they just decided, you know, let's head over onto A. And it wasn't the fastest of takes as well, even with the smokes being set up. So they didn't really have full info going into that site. Quick flash. Bell does not want to commit to that. He heard all those footsteps and he's all alone. Now let's see what he can get. He still has that running back in order to really do some damage.
Yeah, but need that mid control though. The yoru is going to come in front, gets picked off immediately by Bell, so he's already alerting everyone else. You can see that mid control, and the Cypher decides to move in to try to cover the back line, but unfortunately everyone else in front of Team Farouk has actually been taken out here. Kaze will be taking down Fancy Freak, so that leaves only the Cypher to deal with, and he's only just arrived on the scene. Spike kind of far off from him. Bell hiding around the right-hand side. Omen's going to try to bait him out here with a spray. Beltito is going to try to go up in front very aggressively. Catches him inside the smoke, allowing Dub a bit more breathing room now. Kind of a flip around of the script here when it comes to this half, because Team Beltito somehow found their footing here, and that's a lot of that has to go to Bell. He was literally covering the ground here for especially for side B, but also just reading the rotations coming out from Team Farouk here and actually counteracting them by just purely by his own presence here. My only concern is that if Beltito's team is just relying too much on this Phoenix here to actually cover that much ground, if he gets picked off early on here by Team Farouk, this could potentially throw their team in a bit of disarray.
Yeah, this time it's going to be a look approach coming in from Esoteric instead. And they definitely have the right idea. Take control of mid, push through market, and here we go. The exchanges and somehow both still match at 1-1.
Whoa, a triple!
And swing from Bell! Phenomenal stuff. He didn't even need to actually worry too much because it's a run it back, baby. Wow.
Well, I mean, again, with how Team Beltito faltered in that first half, to see them bounce back like this is what I was expecting to see from them in the past map. Ooh, that's just a free kill there for Esoteric. Yeah, expressing his displeasure for sure. But Bell has been a thorn in their back so far in this half. So finally, Yoru gets a little bit of revenge. But that is not going to contribute much to victory here. The spike is still stuck in mid. Belt,
He's got the TP over there, though.
He does.
Where's it going to end up? Okay,
It's going
to be a bottom corner wall.
Barbosa is right around the corner, though. Smoke is going to keep it hard. He's going to get a flash on him. Nice. Gets the first one. Gets the second one. This is going to be a good one here for the Esoteric. Oh, that's so close. Dimensional Drift keeping him alive as the Raze has no idea where exactly his position is. He picks up the spike right under her nose, teleports back, goes onto A. Wow. Esoteric just pulling off the plays.
This is what happens if you leave this Yoru alone in the map. Milo Tabo with a very, very scary approach.
Oh,
He's got the knives out. He's got the knives out.
He's sneaking up behind. Oh, the Raze is not aware. She didn't know. Oh, a shot there. Oh my goodness. What a clutch here from Esoteric. Completely solo leveling himself up here. You love to see it.
This has to be the best of Esoteric. Please put this all on TikTok. Right after this, like, I don't know what to say. This guy, he just knows how to finesse everybody out there. Doesn't matter if it's a 1v1, 1v3, 1v5. Man can do it all.
Boombot going to be sent out by Milotabok. Is not going to be able to spot out Farouk though. That gets taken out, and the recon bolt is going to spot out his position, forcing him to fall back. Mid control still not in the hands of any particular team here. Although the spike still being left there to keep the options open. Beltito flashes around the corner here. Not going to be able to find anyone going on to B here. Coming to run over the smoke. Oh, the Yoru is in a good position to catch him out because he's not watching the angle. In fact, he's just gonna pass him by. He sees him. He sees him. He slaps him down with the Odin. Oh, just he almost snuck past there. He almost
He
snuck
had all the
past.
chance, to be fair, right? He had all the chance to actually catch him off guard, but
Wow.
decides to try to play around with the fake. And now there is a prize to be paid, and as the rest of them crumble,
Yep,
there's
just-
still Faro here going right, do it all by himself, but he's pretty much cornered up. All right, and we will get Beltito into 6. I would still say they've been winning a lot of all these rounds here on the defensive side. Very, very possible. You just need to stop that one guy, and that's it. That's the key to what they will need to pull this point into their side to push it to the map tree.
Yeah, and the thing is that the economy is working so well for Team Beltito here that it's really Team Farouk now that is going to struggle to try to find the next 2. But again, it just needs a really lucky round actually to kind of throw things for a loop here onto Beltito. But at the moment, you know, what the advantage they had while they're on defense doesn't seem to be working out for them here in offense. So perhaps a little bit more of a reorganization is going to be needed here from Team Farouk, or maybe just try to make like a sledgehammer and smash your way through into side A. Just need to try to deal with Daft alone. Oh, sorry, Provosu alone. Molotabo is going to be able to get an early pick-off here. Boombot's going to be sent out through the smoke, but it's still one more person just behind him. He's going to get taken down by the Yoru immediately.
Oh man, this smoke really giving Esoteric all the room to play around. And despite on this eco, look at the damage being done already. As they are slowly tearing them apart. Bell here just sprays and prays, and they will now push it into match point.
Oh man, I mean, I kind of feel bad. Like, that's kind of feel like commenting the curse of them right there, because I was giving Beltito's team so much props, and then Team Farouk just kind of picked them apart and on an eco round some more. That's crazy to think about here. I mean, again, like a few unlucky spots here, especially against Milotabok there. But by the time they got towards the end, I mean, Beltito just found himself completely isolated and alone. So I think like their attempt to kind of Farouk's attempt to just sledgehammer their way through actually bore a lot of fruit here. And then now they feel a lot more confident, especially with 3 ultimates in hand, just keeping the pressure being amped up here onto Beltito, who's just hanging off for dear life with that Odin, taking a lot of damage just in the meantime, trying to get himself healed up as he re-links up with the Gecko. They haven't quite gotten a lot of ground here going through side B, and had lost the Yoru in that process. So Team Beltito now reorganizing the defense around the side. They still have the Sage to try to cover off the mid. Still trying to see whether they can find any more pickups around the outside. You can see the Cypher already wrapping around True Spawn now. That might put him on a collision course together with the Sage. But again, with the Spike already being brought to A here, Team Farouk didn't really bring any other rotations until just now. So a little bit too little too late to respond to this here. Team Farouk should have quite a bit of time to get a defense set up. The problem is there's a lot of ground to cover here. So how exactly are they going to set this up?
Yeah, they've already received full intel as well with the Sage planet over on mid, so still going to be going for the big wraparound. Kaze did not manage to spot Faro just yet. He's hiding in such a particular angle that's so hard to check. And now with the Cyber Cage also blocking the vision, he's going to TP over. Free picking for Dap. Looking for 2, not enough.
Just trading back and forth here. 1 person remaining is going to be Probosu. He gets a double now. Just need to find 2 more people to clear this out. 1. Just a little bit longer. He gets it down.
Oh, saved it just in the nick of time. Wingman for the clutch. Oh, that could have actually been perfect for Probosi to actually close the round if he was just a split second quicker.
Team Beltito still rides 1 more, closing that gap down to 5. But Team Farouk just needs only 1 good round here, and they will be through. So pressure has been mounting all throughout, but this is where it's going to be reaching its fever pitch. Beltito needs to make this defense work. He's very far forwards, just anticipating the fight to come true. Goes for the flash here and falls back. Trying to bait them out to come out even closer and closer to the side here. He's got a Gecko alongside to try to help him in this defense, but the rest of the team not exactly doing their best in the mid though, because they can see that completed the Cypher. Beltito does get the first one down, gets the second one there. He tried to go for the third. ADS down. No, he gets picked off through the wall by Fancy Freaks.
Yeah, he could not really go anywhere with the snare dropping right into him, and the timing on his flash as well. He have definitely anticipated the entry point where Esoteric is going to be moving in, and they're still being held into that B main now. Decides to
rotation
pull
again.
it all the way back, and look at that, they're ready.
Yeah.
2 members already in A.
Very nice setup there. So Team Beltito a lot more prepared this time around, and you can already see the Gecko is still staying back, while the Raze is going to be joining up with the rest of them at true mid. Now they hear the shots coming through. Recon Bolt is already exposed where Captain Z is, so they know that A take is imminent.
30
Kaze
seconds left.
trying to set up a teleport here. Here's them come through.
That's going to be a plant.
It's going to be a plan. Yep, there's a plan coming through from Fancy Freaks' end, but it's more of a bait really to try to get them to come right to them. So they really want to take the fight. No! The Boobot! The Boobot throwing a wrench in their works. Now Team Farouk gets a spike down, but then 1 member off. Probosu does get the 2 kills right out of that though, so this does even think somewhat. 1 kill being taken onto the Cypher, so Farouk is out. Probosu versus the Omen. Kaze takes down his counterpart on the other end, gets the defuse done. A 4-point lead now. Team Beltito, they're fighting back, and they're fighting back hard.
That's instant karma for Fancy. I'm sorry, I laugh a little too hard on that. He tried to bait them with all these fake plans. It's like, that bot's gonna get you, man. You gotta look out. Oh, man. That's definitely going on our highlights, by the way.
Oh, no.
So this is definitely the closest that it has been for Team Beltito to pull a stop to Team Faro. Now, instant dimensional drift. This is going to be an 8-hit, and it's wide open. This is their second attempt into A, and you can already see they're all inside already.
Oh, well, that dimensional drift, what exactly he was doing with that just now? Just trying to get themselves in a position there. Maybe they were anticipating a lot more resistance, but didn't quite come to fruition though. Team Beltito just mostly kept in the mid. They were trying to go take this on a retake, but Ash gets himself blinded up. Last little death throws coming through from the Gecko, but the Omen Akaze now in a position here to try to hold them off. Trying to keep them distracted on the front while the rest of his team tries to wrap around, but they haven't been able to make an entry into the site quite yet. Fancy Freaks still holding in position. Probosu comes out of spawn there. Ooh, gets a double kill! That is the way to do it here. Team Farouk gets really lucky pull off there and actually will be able to stop Beltito from making that rebound happen.
Wow, that was a perfect TP, and you can see that they're delighted with all smiles on their face. I mean, everybody gets a little bit of a clip, right? Including Fancy. Although it's not really in the best fashion, but a win is a win. And they gladly take it. Team Farouk so far having so much fun while they were on their way to get all that needs to be done to go to the grand finals for that rematch. And yeah, it seems like Probosu couldn't stop laughing at all.
I know. I mean, again, it was just a double spray, and he got himself in the perfect position to do that, just catching them completely off guard. So, and Farouk, you can just see the relief on his face, because I think like he himself knew that if they had made too many mistakes in this half here, they could have easily handed this map point straight into Beltito and forced themselves to go into a 3rd round here. So, I mean, again, it was so amazing to see the way the Beltito fought back in the second half here, and I think like what kind of went against Farouk's team in the second half was maybe a bit of overconfidence, but I think it's also more that they were kind of in a playstyle that was more conducive for taking sides, for being able to be on the offensive end of the map. But once you get onto defense, it seems like that sort of like dynamic broke down kind of heavily, and that was where Beltito's team was able to capitalize heavily on their on this downfall from Farouk. So it took them quite a bit to reorganize there, and in the meantime, Bell was just absolutely playing his heart off there. I mean, just going ahead and like covering so much ground, catching the rotations, and actually leading the team very effectively in making sure that they get the defense down pat. So the thing is, at least for Farouk's end, now that they already got this done and over with, I mean, they probably just cannot wait, to face off their final opponent.
That's right. So that's it. We definitely will be speaking to one of the members of Team Faro in moments time, but it was quite the spectacle. I think like there were so many amazing plays. I have been absolutely wowed by the performance of Probosu. Like you saw, even on the attacking half or on defense, he has quite the immense impact in this match, and you saw even Faro himself really stepped it up to be able to really take the lead here on the first half. And first, we kick off with a really beautiful pistol round that I've actually seen a lot of all these heavy picking, and it took a while for Team Beltito to eventually adapt to the pacing of how they've actually played things out. And Bell really tried his hardest to be able to actually open up a little bit more of that room. It's just that maybe on these rotations they could be a little bit more efficient, then maybe they would have actually scored a little bit more points there on the first half.
Yeah. I mean, it's always so surprising, especially when you consider how dominant Team Farouk initially was. As roles switched around, they found it so hard to get themselves back on the footing, and like as I said, like Beltito was able to capitalize heavily off of that, actually pulling off amazing rotations here. But that was a lot of responsibility to pin on the team captain himself. But he still stepped up to that challenge anyway. And while Team Faro was faltering, it really was up to Sean and Probosu to try to bring back the kills here. And a lot of things, it just looked like it was right on that razor's edge here, I feel, for Team Farouk. Even though this was ultimately a victory for them, this is something that goes to show that Team Beltito still had a lot of tenacity and a lot of spirit that allowed them to confront these battles. But at the end of the day, Team Farouk's lead that they took from that first half was crucial in ensuring that even when they were down, even when they were being counted out, they still had at least like a good hand in their back pocket, and they were able to ride on that and just find themselves a couple of good rounds in order to bring that match point home. And once that was on the cards, the pressure was literally too much already for Team Beltito to bear.
Yeah, we do see Beltito to be the one that actually get the best of traits, and of course that's due to his heroics onto the second half, where he really took charge of all these battles, really held them back over on the B side. And over on to Team Faro, it is Probosu that comes off as the top frag of the team this time around. So, of course, it's not exactly anybody taking a backseat at all, with a hefty amount of contribution from every member in play. So, I gotta say that they are battle ready for the grand finals.
Indeed, they are. Quite a bit of a warm-up and a 2-0 victory to add to their cap here. So only defeat they've faced so far is at the hands of the current grand finalist here, which is actually Eco's team. So in essence, like, that's the only challenge that they have to face now that they've already cleared out Team Beltito here. I mean, Probosu has been instrumental actually in this fight here, because while we wax lyrical all the time about Esoteric because of his highlighted yoru plays, that's why I felt that today it's going to come down to Probosu as well as Sean to actually step up their game as well to not only meet the same level of play that the yoru is bringing, but actually opening up those doors, right? But he seems to have really played so well here on this Omen, so kudos to him for getting MVP.
That's right, and we do have another interview with our king of yoru, Esoteric. So let's bring him in. And wow, You guys really had a whole lot of whoa, you taking me aback right there.
Nice face.
Thank you.
Wow, I mean, that was a lot of fun to watch there. But at moments there, especially in the second half, you know, with Beltito's team kind of making a supreme comeback, like what was sort of like the mindset for you guys during that point?
Oh, we didn't care. Like,
It really goes to show that was one point that you were basically stalling on them, like 1 versus 4 or 3. I couldn't count because like that definitely rubbed a lot of salt into their wound. But man, you are definitely scheduled in for that rematch. I'm sure that there's one guy that you really want to talk a whole lot about. So of course we give you the chance to do that in moments time. But wow, what a win that was! You guys definitely put on the show.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, honestly, again, like I said yesterday, we were just having fun. And especially on that Sunset game, like, honestly, on attack, we didn't really think of much. All I thought of was just killing Beltito.
Oh yeah.
He already had a target in his mind.
And I failed miserably.
Yeah, there was a couple of times like he's been waiting for you to get into side and yeah.
Dude, it was getting to the point where I was so annoyed that I'd rather play against Zeno than Beltito.
And on that note, like now that you guys already secured the slot to the grand finals here, it's gonna be a best of 5. I mean, now you guys have already faced off each other previously before, so coming to this one here, like the learnings and stuff like that your preparation going to be coming to this. What is exactly going to be the game plan here?
I have no idea.
It's okay.
We just have fun. Seriously. Like all we can do against Zeno is really just to like, you know, watch out for his looks. He likes to look a lot. He's a really sharp player. So all we have to do is just avoid him. Pretty much.
And we had so much fun here in Sunset. Are we expecting a Sunset pick coming in this best of 5 as well?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Let's go.
Sure.
Let's really go. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
no, I mean, again, it's like it's fantastic to see this here, because like it's really great to be able to bring all you guys together here for this tournament. I mean, it's great to hear that you guys are having fun, but now moving into the future here, like with how the Valorant scene is right now, do you feel confident in the way that it's been it's still going to be continuing its growth here, or do you feel that there's still some challenges in the way for you guys in the community?
Wait, sorry, what's the question again?
Sorry.
My bad.
Give him the
Yeah.
TLDR.
No, again, it's just more about how do you see like the direction for the Valorant in this region here. I mean, again, you know, being one of the creators in Malaysia and Singapore, I feel that you might have a little bit more of a pulse of what's going on the ground.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for aspiring pro players, I think it's pretty easy to get into like the pro scene. It's just that it's whether you make a name for yourself in that pro scene, because MYSG is such a small region, right? That anyone can make a name for themselves as long as they play well. In my opinion.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and of course, so we definitely would love to see some of those clips uploaded later on because you definitely create a whole lot and maybe even more to come in this grand finals. So we don't want to hold you back for too much. So you go do your thing. We're here to, of course, keep everybody entertained. So good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esoteric. Catch you in a bit.
That was so fun. I mean, I didn't care. I mean, that's gonna be the quote of the match so far. I mean, again, like they already had such a big lead right in that first half, so that's why I felt like that's why they wouldn't be that concerned really with like Beltito coming through. It's just that as Beltito continued to build more and more rounds for themselves here, and they already got like such a huge economic lead. You know, I was starting to worry that perhaps that they weren't really having things in the bag by that point. But, again, the lead was still enough for them that they probably just didn't feel that threatened, really, in actual reality. So, I mean, kudos to them. I mean, they're still one of the strongest teams here. Esoteric is still one of the best teams, one of the best players now in this competition. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got a little bit of a fun one for you guys as well. Before we get to that grand finals, we got a quiz for you to settle off here, because if you guys want to win some Valorant points, all you need to do is have a look at the silhouette that we have up on screen here and tell us what exactly is this weapon. And I mean exactly as in what skin pack is this, what
name
type
is
of
it?
weapon it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything, all about that. So what you have to do is to follow the link in the pinned comment and sign up for a P-Poll account. Then you got to click on the WCG quiz account that is streaming on the P-Poll platform, and then you DM your answer to the WCG account. And if you get that answer right, you will stand a chance to win some free Valorant points here, courtesy of
That's right.
WCG.
And you definitely don't want to miss this chance, because you get that VP all thanks to our dear partners here in People. And there's definitely a lot more in store for all of you. So while you're tuning in, you can basically pop this open on your browser, get your account registered, because we got a couple of minutes before we get our way into our next event, which is the main event, and that is our grand final. So I am looking forward to what's about to happen here. Are they going to be securing themselves a revenge match that will be executed against Xeno? We'll never know. So, of course, we wish them all the best. But for all of you guys out there, good luck and all the best. If you guys know the skin, well, I'm pretty sure you guys will be able to back some VP already. So make sure you sign up for People.
I'm going to give a crack at this. I think that right there is a Bucky.
Nah, fam. Like,
I'm kidding. I know.
is it an inverse pistol? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. You know, it's got a grip.
Yeah, it has a grip. That's all the clue that there is, right? I mean, but the problem is, like, I know it's a knife, but there's like, I don't know, by now 100 knives out there. What's the name of this knife? I don't know.
Yeah, you got to be a real deep, like, Valorant fan here to really know this answer. So if you do know that answer, some free Valorant points is up there for you to grab. So make sure you join in on the quiz, follow that pinned comment, sign an account, and DM your answers to win the Valorant points here, courtesy of the World Cyber Games. So we've already finished off our first 2 matches today. So that means only one more is left to go. The grand finals of a best of 5 here. So before we get into that too, because after we already done that one quiz, we also have even more activities for you guys at home, because now we have another event here, an SNS frame event for you guys to join in. Now this one is not going to be on People, it's actually going to be on our Instagram. And what you need to do actually is to find the WCG Instagram account, and you'll be able to find some filters that you'll be able to upload to your own story. So all you do is to make a post using those filters on your story and use the required hashtags and mentioning p.pool_official, and you will be able to enter yourself into this SNS frame event.
That's right. Make sure you go ahead and do that, because there is definitely going to be a great reward for you by the end of it all. So other than that, there's also a survey that you can fill up to be able to get some great e-money for your daily usages. So make sure you hop on People right now, and also take part in our social media challenge as well. So feel free to do that, as we will be taking a look, and we definitely wish you guys good luck, and you can once again earn Valorant points for free just by doing all this.
So we got 2 different options here. Either if you don't know the name of whatever weapon that was we showed just now, maybe you can take part in this one here. So make sure you go on the Instagram account again and look for the World Cyber Games, the official Instagram. Get the filters from them, post it onto your story with the required hashtags, and then you will also stand a chance as well to win some Valorant points. So now that that's said and done, we got a bit of a setup to do over here. It's going to be a long best of 5 grand finals for all of us here at the World Cyber Games for Malaysia and Singapore. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We've been your commentators all throughout this journey, and we'll hope to see you guys at the end. But before we get to that, here are going to be some messages from our sponsors.
Ya nggak bisa, Gung. Tele gue lagi lahiran.
Padahal, banyak alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Buat aku yang selalu main sendirian gara-gara temanku sibuk, Cypher paling cocok karena jagain side B sendiri and always preparing for the worst. See? Worth it. Tapi, buat si Abe yang cuma punya satu teman komplek ini.
Dua loh, Wak.
Oh iya, dua. Di Valorant, dia punya ratusan teman online yang ngajak dia main.
Culunnya si Raze. Gak takutnya kalau dia.
Terus, buat gamer yang harus LDR-an gini, mereka tetap bisa ngedate sambil keliling dunia di Valorant. By the way, mereka chinlock dari Valorant juga loh.
Aduh, makasih sayang, udah bantuin aku.
Terus lagi yuk. Ntar aku beliin bundle skin deh.
Abang ini banyak alasan juga, but nice try. Nah, buat sahabat lama yang udah jarang ketemu karena sibuk ini, sekarang mereka bisa reuni lagi di Valorant. How sweet. Saking kompaknya, mereka nggak ada alasan buat kalah.
Ya iyalah, kan gue yang nge-carry.
Jadi, banyak kan alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Are you ready to play?
Oke deh, Gung. Gue main.
And we are back for the World Cyber Games 2024 special talent challenge here for Malaysia and Singapore. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. This has been a journey that started since last week, where we had hand-selected 20 influencers from all across Malaysia and Singapore, divided them into groups, and then ran a draw to determine 4 different teams that will face off in the tournament bracket. This started yesterday with the upper brackets. We got to see some of them in action. Then today, it's finally where we brought in the lower brackets and got eliminations done. So now 2 teams are out of contention for today, and that means only 2 still remain. The grand finals is now upon us, Contra. So I hope you are ready for it.
This is definitely gonna be a blast of fun times for all of us here, and of course for you guys as well who are tuning in to the stream. Welcome on board. There's even more fun that you can actually get by heading on to people. There's a link on the chat section right there. Make sure you click it and register yourself an account to actually reap rewards out of it, because you can win Valorant points by just tuning in, getting some questions answered, and there's a whole lot more that you guys can also win here in the WCG Challenge Malaysia Singapore.
Yeah, and all that wouldn't have been possible without the people who are supporting us in this journey, particularly to our sponsors, Big Picture, Smilegate, and TikTok for being our broadcasting partners, and of course, P-Pool, the new live video platform coming out of Korea, providing you guys with an easily accessible way to set up very fun video calls with your friends, watch parties all around. And in fact, a watch party is going on for this particular tournament as well, because on People, WCG is providing you guys a map overview, so you will be able to experience Valorant in a whole new way. So go ahead and check out our partners there and basically enjoy yourselves while we bring you guys through this journey.
That's right, as we are getting ourselves ready for the final hurrah. Our best of 5 is underway. But of course, before we get into that, let's take a look at the journey so far for all of the teams that have participated. It started off with, of course, Team Faro on that first match that they eventually got knocked down by a Team Actually Eco, to find themselves to be right now sitting at the top of the grand finals. And as they waited for the lower brackets to conclude, it was once again Team Faro that has clawed their way from the lower brackets in order to arrange another meeting with Team Actually Eco. Now, in the best of 5, things could basically swing either way, so I'm definitely excited to see whether or not can they find a way to eventually win against Team Actually Eco.
Yeah, and Actually Eco remains the only undefeated team coming into this grand finals here. They've knocked down both IDOC as well as Team Farouk in a convincing 2-0 series on both match 2 and 3. So they're already coming into this with a lot of confidence on hand and having quite the time to witness the other battles earlier today. Certainly we have a lot of things on their stratagems here to go ahead and bring it into this best of 5 grand finals. But for Team Farouk, it's been a bit of a rocky journey. They've had to rematch against Team Beltito early on. Now it's going to be a second rematch in a row here for Team Farouk. And they certainly showed that they are still feeling as confident as ever. Having chatted with Esoteric earlier, like the guy just basically was not having a care in the world, just aiming to come in here, play his best, and have as much fun as possible.
Well, for once he actually cared about winning that duel against Beltito. That definitely annoyed him for a little bit too much, right? But of course, he was the one that will be able to draw the better end of the stick by the course of the best of 3 that they played out. And of course, with a lot of flashy plays, we do expect a lot more to come here in this best of 5. And of course, when we look at the best of 5, you have of course, at least a fixture of 3 maps to go. And then I wonder, after that, what other maps are we going to get into? So, of course, this is going to be the schedule. Right now, if you're joining us, we're already in match 6, as we've already covered some of the games from all the other MYSG talents that have been able to play out. We do thank them for participating. Of course, big thank you to Team IDOT as well as Team Beltito.
Yeah, I mean, Ida and Beltito in particular have been playing their absolute heart out throughout the matchups today. And it's just such a shame that with the way things turned out, it was still Team Farouk who ended up reigning supreme, especially in the matchup against Team Beltito that secured them that slot to the grand final. And Team IDOC as well, like they were certainly feeling a lot of confidence, coming into this one here, but unfortunately, Beltito's team was able to sweep them off their feet, literally, in match number 4. So unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to both of these teams. We thank them a lot, for providing us a lot of the entertainment, especially from yesterday. But today, it's only down to the 2 best teams amongst our 20 influencers. So actually, Eco and Team Farouk have proven themselves their worth in this tournament, but only one of these teams would be the one to take the champion.
That's right, and the best part about this finals here is that they've met before. They kind of know exactly all these tricks up each other's sleeves. So it's all about finding ways to counter one another. So far, I think that Zeno have been able to read Esoteric for quite a bit. Now, that definitely is going to be a little bit more challenging for Esoteric this time to figure out even more creative ways on this yoru to find ways to come up with surprises against Zeno. These are definitely the 2 top fraggers of each respective team, and I think what's really interesting to also note that in that previous series that Team Faro was battling up against Beltito, we also see the rise of Probosu and also Faro himself to be able to actually take charge, really getting all these big numbers. So this hit marker can not only be placed onto the yoru, because now everybody's starting to pose even more threats across the team.
Yeah, so again, it was massively impressive to see the way they were able to recover from that. Even for Beltito's end, he really became a thorn on Team Farouk's side, and he even culminated in literally like a taunt that Esoteric did as soon as he managed to get the kill onto Beltito on one of those rounds. But unfortunately, in the long run, because of the dominance that that actually Eco's team was able on Farouk's team was able to provide early on, and that pretty much set the tone, and Beltito's team just literally were trying to play catch up from that point, right?
Yeah.
So in the long run, they still lost out, but we still thank them anyway, because it was a really entertaining way to see how it all unfolded before our very eyes.
That's right, and going back into Team Actually Equal as well, I'm pretty sure that they will be eventually bringing up some of the ace in the hole cards in order to be able to get very significant leads, because other than Zeno himself, actually Eco in those rounds yesterday has been a big benefactor for them in their success. And on top of that, I felt like this team just have a chemistry like no other, right? The way that they align some of all these utilities to enter side, or even when it comes down to them on the defense, they have looked to be one of the cleanest type of team play style that we've actually seen throughout the tournament.
I mean, we're going to be expecting to see a lot more of that as we get into that matchup here. So we're still giving them a little bit more time to get it set up. I mean, of course, best of 5 is going to be a long journey here unless one of these teams decides to fold quite early on. But we still want to see them perform in the absolute best here. So we're going to make sure that they have everything they need to make that happen. But speaking on the World Cyber Games here, of course, like as I alluded to yesterday, it's fantastic to see them coming back into the scene in a big way here. I mean, some of my earliest memories of esports here in Southeast Asia have pretty much been instrumentally done by World Cyber Games when they first made their big tournaments in Malaysia. So to see them now coming back into the fold and bringing in some of the newer games in the scene right now, of which one of them is Valorant, it's great, and I'm really rooting for them for their future success here.
Yeah, me too. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to what they will be able to bring to the world when it comes down to highlighting some of the best talents globally. And by then, I'll definitely be keeping my eyes on the Valorant division of games, and there's definitely going to be many different titles where they will be having players from all will contesting on. But we'll hop into that much later on, because we will jump into the lineup from each respective teams, as we won't be having substitutes of roster. So these are the 5 players coming in from Team Actually Eco. Up to today, it has been a mystery who exactly is Actually Eco. We'll keep it that way. Of course, joined by him will be Zeno, BKS, Oyen, Putri D, as well as Win RL. So far, Oyen has also pulled up some show-stopping performances in some of all these rounds, where he is definitely another carry that you can rely on from Actually Eco side.
Yeah, and in fact, like the team itself has been instrumental in also uplifting their players like Putri D, who, by the way, managed to pull off a clutch of her own in fact in yesterday's games. So it's great to see that everyone here is like got himself so comfortable in the game now that they're just ready to face off any kind of challenges that come their way, and especially with such a flexible player like Zeno being able to bring so much to the table here for the team. Like, it just feels like there's almost nothing that can surprise them, I think, going into this competition.
Yeah, and yesterday we see 2 rounds of Cypher, and I believe there was another agent that he played out as well. Can't exactly remember for the moment, but on all these varieties that he brought in, it just goes to show that Zeno has such a great understanding of the game itself, like from the micro perspective as well as the bigger picture of how exactly you should be playing on each side of the map. So whatever curveball you try to throw at him, he's probably already read that from miles away. So this is why it's been so difficult to actually crack open the case for anybody that tries to challenge the side of Team Actually Eco.
Yeah, so that's said and done, Team Actually Eco still the undefeated team right now in this talent challenge for the WCG. But let's go ahead and have a look at the challenger, the team that they've already defeated before, mind you. They knocked them down into the lower brackets just before they got their slot into the grand finals. But Faro is back, and he's ready for revenge. Together with his teammates Esoteric, Probosu, Sean 2002, and Fancy Freaks, these guys have shown they're perfectly capable of bouncing back when it counts.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes down to Sunset, it was a little bit of a challenge for them from the side of Bell early on, but eventually they have definitely weathered the storm. This time, of course, it's another rematch. I mean, another match that they have definitely had a taste of a day beforehand, so they should be able to at least use a little bit more of whatever they have been able to learn from yesterday's run and basically implement a better take on it. So I'm pretty sure that they would be very, very motivated to find ways to take down Actually Eco.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Zeno is a flex player. He pretty much can pick and has any free reign to pick any agent he wants to go into this. But what Esoteric has been doing at yoru is just changing up those play styles a lot, just changing out different approaches. And most importantly, at least for his part, just really having fun with it. Even when the team is down, he still has that positive mental attitude to help keep the team going forwards. So I think that's going to be a crucial thing, especially in the best of 5 like this, because if you have someone like Esoteric who's not only so good on the agent of yoru, but also having that positive mindset to just face any challenge that comes his way, that's going to be an important asset here for Team Faroukja.
Yeah, and overall, I think they have been showing themselves as a very well-balanced team from the front as well as the back end, where so far, every disciplinary thing that you have to do in-game has been pulled into perfection in some of all these rounds, especially moments ago when we take a look at how they play out Ascent. That was a 13-2 finish? One of the cleanest that we've had in the tournament.
Yeah, one of it. Even when Beltito went up against when they went against Actually Eco in the initial round, they were just trading rounds off each other. Now, the thing was that Faroukja's team ended up having to play catch up quite a bit to Actually Eco's team, but the way they were still able to kind of like bounce back shows that they still have a lot of tank in the gas, so to speak. So now that we're going to a 5-game series here, you know, the endurance of the players here is going to play a major factor here.
True enough. And for some of these talents on board, it is their very first time playing in a tournament format as well. Of course, this is usually peak gamer hours when it comes down to the evening run, but some of these guys started off early, whether they're practicing in the range or so. So I really do wonder, like, how much does stamina actually affect a player like this? But for Zeno, this is basically another day at work, you know, like, because he's definitely gone through a lot of grueling training back in his days of VCT. So I'm pretty sure that he's feeling pretty okay, and he's just gonna take it one step at a time.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of talent actually to be able to get up into Ascension level, you know, even, I mean, let's not talk about like the global VCT series, but...
And winning it also.
Yeah, that's the thing. He went to the Ascension, he won that, and that was against other hopefuls who were, if not as good as him, maybe even better than him at times.
And could you imagine how stiff the competition is on that region of Ascension? That's China, baby. Like, the most stacked of them all.
I don't have to imagine. I know how hard it is actually to be able to win at that level. So the fact that Zeno is coming into this team already having that kind of experience on hand. So I think that's why Farouk is going to be having. This is going to be a major challenge for them to face off with. So it's practically, again, we joke that, you know, this tournament is not exactly a pro tournament, but you do have some of these ex-pros here. You do have some of these people who are exemplary players within their own role, within their own disciplines. So this is going to be a fantastic thing to see here. Like, how do these gamers here, people whose background is more on creating content, creating a lot of fun and entertainment for the audiences, now having to put their gaming skills to the test.
That's right, and I just can't wait for the game to start already. Up to now, I have no idea what exactly would be the very first map pick, as I would definitely love to see a sunset in between. For a Kickstarter, maybe not so much, because we know that Esoteric site is pretty much warm up on sunset, but I wonder if the side of actually Eco is going to be very comfortable on it or not. But from the likes of it, they are ones to adapt very, very quickly. Zeno needs no adaptation because he is the one that is a threat to everybody else for the side of Team Faro.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you look at the general layout of what Sunset brings here, it's like, it's not something that we have not seen in Valorant yet. You know, you still have you still have the two sides. You know, you have a mid being defined here, but the way the lanes play out, I mean, especially mid itself having like a dividing wall, just makes the space feel a lot smaller than it actually is, and it does give you those kind of corridor situations like how you would have on Lotus, right? So I do see that it has a bit of a mix of inspiration from some of the previous maps from Valorant, and and the art style of that just absolutely brilliant. Being able to have like a battle in the middle of like a high tech city is it certainly goes very well with like the themes of Valorant and the aesthetics of it. So, but to kind of put a cap on this, you know, the map itself, I would say it's, if you're someone who is already like very comfortable in Valorant itself, it shouldn't be something that throws too many curveballs. I feel it's just that maybe a slight infamiliarity with certain positions and call outs might be an issue when it comes down to communication. But I don't think that really plays a factor here because a lot of these talents, they've already had the opportunity to play against each other since yesterday. You know, some of these content creators, you know, have done collaborations with each other in the past. They do tend to know each other a lot in the space, and to them it's more of like a gathering of friends now, just coming in and just showing off, you know, showing off your play, showing off your capabilities behind these agents. And I think like I wouldn't be that worried, I would say, like if I was competing in this tournament here, because it's going to be a very familiar space here. It's one of the newest maps in Valorant, so I think like it's going to be fine. It's going to be a nice, fun time.
It is definitely going to be a really good time, especially the map has been out for months already. So I'm pretty sure when they go on rank or even playing with their friends, they have definitely bumped into so many games of that already. But we've got news that our first map will be something a little bit more traditional. We'll be moving into Ascent. So Gotta be careful with those lurks, buddy. So,
Hey.
other than that, I actually do want to look forward to a few other maps as well. I think Icebox will be very, very interesting.
Oh.
Because if that was being picked, that is also another place where yours just have the entire map as a playground. And I wonder how would they find ways to catch Esoteric by then. I mean, I could only make assumptions whether they're gonna pick it or not, but we focus onto Ascent right now. I think like this map needs no introduction already. A little bit more straightforward when it comes down to how things might be playing out. So once again, we'll look into things like whether if there's going to be a lot more plays around that mid sector, or it's going to be a little bit more of a direct approach when it comes down to the attacking side on each respective team.
Yeah, I think that's the. I mean, we already heard from what Esoteric has said. Like, he's just going to be watching out a lot on what Xeno is going to be doing here, right? And conversely, even we can see from yesterday's game, like Xeno counterpicks quite effectively against yoru because he's such a flexible player, right? So on a map like I said, again, very familiar ground. So to your point about being comfortable in the game, this is going to be the best place for them to get things started with. Just get a feel for each other yet again, see whether the same kind of game plans, that worked yesterday, is that still going to work today? And especially for Faro, just show like how much improvement they've already gotten since the last time they already faced off against actually Eco's team.
That's right. And now it's time for us to kickstart our Agent Select. And it is actually Eco that will start on the defense, and this is where you really want to bring in a Sova for some efficiency on getting some intelligence onto the map. Now, this time we see Xeno going on to that Phoenix. So maybe he really wants to show that, this Phoenix pick might just be an absolute counter into what that yoru tries to actually brings, because Beltito has done it, have found a lot of success being the top frag of that past round. And I think like in the map like Ascent, of course, it allows Phoenixes to have a very great control onto the attacking entry, but on defense as well, still poses a threat, whether if you're going to be playing around that A lobby or even B. So we definitely have to see how would they actually fare this time, as we're getting ready to kick off our first game in the best of 5.
One thing interesting I saw from the draft just now that you didn't get a touch on, Faro picked up a Killjoy in this round here. So I think like they are really going to be targeting those lurkers here. I mean, obviously aiming at what they can do to try to suppress the advantage that Xeno will be able to bring in here. So we'll see how that works out there. Yeah. I mean, obviously Phoenix is more of a initiator, someone who a duelist who actually initiates into fights. So I'm expecting to see him actually just kind of go ham whenever he does go into these points in order to try to take them. So the Killjoy could be one way to kind of like mitigate that. Like as soon as they try to get a foothold on that side, just unleash her lockdown and make sure that he doesn't really have much space to maneuver, much space to run about, having to pull back and give Team Farouk back that advantage. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the draft.
That's actually a really good point, right? The fact that you point out the Killjoy, and also on this Phoenix, you don't exactly need to even consider lurking, because you can basically take charge of all these fights on a more direct approach. So that just goes to show that this flexibility is just one of the strengths of Xeno. Understanding what needs to be done is another one.
So again, execution is everything, right? Whether it's going to be at an amateur level tournament or a pro level tournament, what I see, what separates these kind of like tournaments compared to playing on a public match is the level of synergy you get with your team and how you're able to effectively communicate with them. And the teams that usually have that better communication usually work out well. So let's jump into our first game of this best of 5 grand finals. Team actually Eco starting on the defensive end. Team Farouk starting on the attacking side. The map is going to be Ascent, mid-control, lots of firepower, lots of action. It's going to be on the table here for this grand finals. Winner of this taking the lion's share of the 12,000 odd US dollar prize pool that is on offer here for our talents in this challenge. Now, Sean and the Omen are going to be going in first to try to get some good control over the mid early on. Looks like this attack is looking like it's going to hinge upon the flash here, but Zeno is going to be the first one to fall, unfortunately. So this is actually making actually Eco a little bit on the shaky ground here and taking this fight. Mid control still very much inside Farouk's hand, while Fancy Freaks provides support from the back line, making sure the rest of his team is able to move on forward. Spike's being run away to his A, but actually Eco stopping them in the tracks there, takes it down, prevents them from being able to make an entry until he gets traded out.
Oh, it was so unfortunate. He had to go in for the reload. Does actually spot out Rule, but Rule was healthy enough to be able to tank out some of all these shots and eventually bring the advantage in for Team Actually Eco. Now, still a really, really strong start when we take a look at how things have actually fared out. And actually, I do think that the point went on to, yeah, Actually Eco. So when we take a look at how they've been able to slowly close in, of course they were taking a lot of the sections over a mid. With those smokes provided, they will have a lot of attention being drawn onto the market side, especially with the flock of crowd. So that definitely creates that form of space. He sees the TP going into line, and Dav once again wins the trade. Oh, he's really not giving any form of a space for Zeno to be activated.
That's rage with the smoke. Now we're going to close up the door. Quick take over the side. Ooh, the Esoteric is going to try to stay on the other side of the door. Tries to get a flash here to try to draw out any attention, but does not catch anyone on the other end. Team Actually Eagle reorganize on the top. Begins Oyen leading the charge. Gets a double kill straight away. They try to open up the site here. Now they're going to be calling onto the site, trying to see if they can catch out the Killjoy, but she's already hiding in a very secure spot. Farouk now in the fight for his life only had a ghost in hand. Wasn't able to do much in the end because his teammate Esoteric already got taken out on the outside. He might have also stayed in a little bit actually in trying to take this point, but nevertheless, Team Actually Eco still brings it home.
Yeah, great timing as well, and Oyen was just waiting for the rest of the troops to arrive in order to clear up the bottom. Of course, that was a buy heading into this, and now with a couple of Vandals already in hand, only Pubosu is going to be working with a Stinger. That definitely will be pretty interesting on how this will basically be turning out. Now, a lot of stack over on the B defense, while you see that's going to be Esoteric that will be looking forward for maybe a little bit more of a trade as they do push out B, trying to actually catch a glimpse out of Esoteric. A free pass over onto mid, and it's only going to be the Sova that's going to be holding on to A.
I was half expecting them to actually go for a B push, but with the mid being right for the taking, actually Eco is the only one going to be standing in the way, just like before, but this time he does have a Marshal in hand, so that actually is going to help him in trying to get those peak battles done, right? But the smoke is going to block them off. Sean is going to be going up very aggressively, going to be caught out a little bit by the ice floor. He's going to catch out anyone who tries to counter push through. He already got the jet done. Still have to Sova on the other side waiting for him to come through. He's going to be able to take it down. Actually, Eco is. So now Team Farouk has to rely on Esoteric, trying to figure out how to salvage this round, but Spike is still in the possession of Actually Eco himself, and they're not going to be letting go of any side of that anytime soon.
Not at all. It's so deep into the garden as well. How do you outplay this?
30 seconds left.
You've got to show what you've got. For time defense.
Whoa!
And he actually went for the guy in the garden, and he caught Actually Eco and now forced to actually pull away. Which just out the TP. It's going to be a rule that we'll have to see whether if this is going to be a true TP.
Decoy is going to be sent out. Oh, that catches out the Clove. Good call there. So now the Esoteric is going to be coming in. He just needs to get a kill on the Sage. Only 5 seconds remaining. He just needs to find it just in time. But no, he didn't have his gun out. Putrid, again, getting a good kill there to end the round, just like she did yesterday.
He actually thought she pulled all the way through mid. And wow, she brought the point back, and it's still pretty clean. But imagine though, if he got that, That is one sick 1v3.
Unfortunately, yeah, because the timer was just only having, what, barely 6 seconds by the time he got the kill on the Sova. He didn't have time to think about going for the spike plan. The only option for him was to go for the kill, and that just played perfectly into Putri's hands.
Now we're taking a look at a glimpse of market. Daf still not really finding anything, but Oyen's going to be the one that will hold out. Takes a quick jiggle peek, but this was going to be a crossfire that they're going up against. Roll. We'll be able to find more. Push out.
Crossfire there, making it a bit of a firing line, but Proposo misses his shots on the glove. That's not going to be good. Tries to teleport away, but Ween says, no, you stay right here, mate.
Yep, and Zeno, of course, will eventually get the better out of Daf. So far, so good. 4-0, and that was another round which they have actually saved up in order to get this full buy. Fancy Freaks opting for the judge instead of any form of AR. Sean feeling a little bit more confident to actually go up front as well. So it's really good to see. Maybe a little bit more of a direct approach onto A would see a better hope for the side of Team Faro in order to catch the first point of the round. With the dimensional drift already being popped up. PP, just in case if anything else happens. But that is a shock dart that has done slight chip damage.
Yeah.
All cleared up, and Heaven is going to be open as well. So Team Actually Eco, they're splitting up in order to look for a retake. Zeno finds him through the smoke.
Yep.
Ridiculous stuff.
Fancy Freeze guarding by the door while the rest of the team gets himself set up. It looks like run it back is in play here for Zeno as he tries to flash around the corner, tries to get down, but didn't get much information before he has to revive back. But never, the rest of his team unfortunately took a lot of damage as he came back out into the map here. Probosu lurking around, hiding behind the back there, tries to get the kill, does get the kill onto Putri, gets a second one there onto the Clove, but Zeno turns around, finds him just in time, and gets a third kill as well. Now he just needs to get the fuse, but no! Faro comes in from behind and cleans up the house.
Wow, he almost played that one to perfection. Could have actually been the ace, but the timing that he pushed out on the smoke, Faro has been able to catch him right when it mattered the most. Let's take a look at that again. And it was so important for Provosa to actually get these pickoffs. It was until then, like, he did a chunk of damage to Zeno and the heroics on this. Once the wall comes down as he pushes through, that's where, of course, that push deep into the further end of the site has really given the advantage over onto Faro.
Well, that's actually work for Zeno. He has a high ground here, only gets 2 kills, but that's going to be enough to cut down Team Farouk's initiative here, trying to bring the spike to site B. So that didn't work out. The lockdown also being brought out here to try to ensure that no one else is going to be around B. They go for the rotate now, going through spawn. There's only one defender that had to watch out for, and it's going to be up to Esoteric, but the Blade Storm comes up from VKS Oyen, just clutching the kill there. So now, Team Faro have to go in pretty much blind here. They already know the rotation is in effect. VKS Oyen in position with a Vandal. Can't quite take him down. They can't quite take down the Clove quite yet. Sorry, the Fade. And Killjoy will be coming up behind. They have to try to push in together, but now they've reached the bottleneck effectively into the site. Smoke's going to be popped up. 44 seconds still left. A lot of pressure on their end. The Owl Drone is going to spot at least one of them. Fancy Freaks takes it out quickly, but he's still pinned up. Now Killjoy is going to put a bot up in front, trying to see if he can at least catch something there, but the bot still gets taken down. They don't have any information to run with here, and no doubt Team Actually Eco has already stacked up a lot of the defenses around this area. So either Faro is going to have to just wing it, or maybe just try to be more conservative in the next one.
There's no time left. 15 seconds on the clock, and perhaps this is going to be a safe angle, because they don't really have much creds to run with after this. So whatever they can basically get out of this round will be a little bit of a consolation prize.
Pushing out. Oh, they're just waiting for this one here, trying to get the kills done here while... Yeah, just picked up a nice little Vandal for themselves. And Butchery didn't dare to walk past the archers there. Good call for an end. Although there's still a lot of value being extracted here from Team Farouk out of the engagement. No doubt, like, Zeno was just in the right place at the right time. Being lifted up by that stage wall, just put in a perfect position to set up that peak there. So That's just things just falling into place here for him.
Yeah, and now at least they get another good chance into some of the trades with just about enough artillery to work with. Only one of the members will have to work with a marshal, and that's honestly not too bad at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 members over onto the heaven side to defend. Whereas there's going to be a hole deep into mid cubby, which will eventually see them rejoining. Oh, the lineups of Flash coming through. Oh, expected the TP, but Dab, he's sharp enough to go in for the trade. Trying to pin them into the smoke as they get the scan in.
Push out
Zeno
here.
had to reload. To almost actually get shot. He's coming in with a bucket.
Oh, Bucky versus Pistol. And he still wins it. Oh, what?
Down A.
Okay, that was mostly Putri D who actually got the kill there, but that just looked a little bit too close with confidence there for Zeno. He still managed to get the last kill anyway on the Killjoy, so Killjoy that.
That's right, guys. Purchase the DRG bundle because you could basically directly support Zeno.
Well, it's double.
That's a real flex.
A double judge and gonna have. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a double judge. It's gonna be a bulldog and a judge this time, but a couple of vandals are still being brought out here. This force buy coming from Team Farouk. Now they're a little bit desperate here to try to get some points on their end, and hoping that this B push is gonna work out well. This time around, it wouldn't be facing off against Zeno directly. Zeno decided to take the back side of A here, so they might have a path here perhaps as they push through the cubby on mid. See whether or not they'll be able to get through this crossfire. There's a bit of a setup going on here with Ween on the right-hand side.
3 members as well.
Yeah, trying to set out his shock dart. Hasn't really done much chip damage. Now the yoru is going to come through with a flash, but gets caught up from behind. We expected that to happen there, but it's still going to try to push through anyway. Actually, Eco going for the backstab here, making sure he clears up the back end. So now, shock dart going to come through. They do have him cornered completely, and Sean falls under all of that pressure. 7 points now for actually Eco. They are running away with this lead at this point here.
What a read as well, right? Like, they've tried a lot of attempts onto A, and maybe the best way forward is going to be through the market into A or even B. And immediately you see they were just waiting for Ascent strike, and after that, it's just dominoes slowly falling apart. It's not that anybody's playing bad from the side of Team Faro at all. It's really just how difficult it is to crack open this defense. Now that's going to be a long peek coming in. Zeno managed to catch one flashed up. Bosu.
Nice.
Corner. Well, there is a flank going on as well.
Yeah, they're trying to push in together here, trying to get them in control, but unfortunately, Team Farouk getting cut down for size. Fancy Freaks managed to end the streak there that Zeno was starting to run with here, but defense is still looking strong here for Team actually Eco. So Farouk is going to have to use a sentry, try to keep that mid spotted here. Pings from it will be able to tell him what the location is, so he knows that VK's Oyen is trying to snipe him from a distance with that marshal, but still hasn't been able to draw blood yet. Finally takes down that sentry, but Farouk moves over the other side. A bit of a scope battle going on here, but VK's Oyen still has the last laugh. In fact, maintains the lead here. In fact, extends it by another point.
Yeah, a little bit difficult when you have a marshal versus the big pole operator as well. But Zeno, though, look at this play. He actually got Probosu by the Molotov.
Yep.
And for some reason, Fancy Freaks actually hit a headshot with a judge. So that was just max damage. So that itself was quite something.
I mean,
8-1 though.
I mean, again, like one gripe I always have about shotguns in video games is that they always represent the range wrong. Like they only imply that you have to be literally
so random,
up close.
Right?
Yeah, you really imply you have to be up close to make that damage. But Fancy Features showing us headshots are still possible. Well, it's also a possibility here that they're going to be able to break through the top of mid here. This is looking good so far for Team Farouk. Now it's going to be up to Esoteric to try to open up a front and the back. He's going to see the Sage right there. Gets the kill done. That's going to be the B side now, right for the taking. It's actually Eco. Only has 2 defenders left, and they're still stuck in spawn.
And they managed to actually get a great clearance, even despite them also having majority of all these players still playing over mid. Actually, Eco finds him through the smokes.
Scanning ahead.
Probosu down. He will try to retrieve whatever intel necessary, but Esoteric holding on to the cheekiest of angles.
Yeah.
Gonna be hard
Jets
to find
come in.
that.
Ooh.
It's got some health bars melted down.
And
Oyen.
Yeah, Nanobots actually catching out Oyen there. She still tries to go for the shot. Does get a kill. The Marshall doesn't quite catch out Esoteric, who picks up a double to close out the round. As the rain falls here, Team Farouk find themselves with their backs against the wall at this point.
Yeah, Team Faro is now giving themselves a little bit of a hope there with the second point to be secured. Oh, and if he had another second there, it might just actually be another good taking where he could still have a little bit more an opening to still try to challenge into the site. But when you are on an operator, that wind-up timing is always going to be something that you have to consider. Sean, YT, and a few others will have ultimates available. Now, it really depends whether if this Fade will be able to catch a lot more out of the Yeld. There's giving them significant intel if they do actually have it being caught out.
Keeping it very quiet on his full buy round, which is surprising. But then again, maybe they wanted to let the timer run down to amp up the pressure on the defensive side. So getting them the second guess is actually working out, I think, because actually Eco is now reorganizing their defense here, sensing that like a major battle is about to unfold here. Right in the mid, good kid, the trade on to Zeno. That's going to open things up for sure now for the attack. Team Farouk now making their way towards side A, because Oyen now having to defend quite well. Only managed to get a kill on the Sean so far. Actually, Eco trying to clean things out, and she comes back here. Does help get the assist done onto Probosu, and the spike on the ground here. Not in possession of the team here. Esoteric still waiting on the back line. Oyen spots him, but doesn't quite take the shot yet. Probably expecting to be a decoy or something, but finally just peek around. A momentary moment of blindness here, but she's still the last line of defense here until the Sage shows up. Smoke clears out, and ooh, Esoteric picks her up instead and takes the Sage as well.
My. One of the few times that he actually wheels the operator, and he just does it so perfectly with that impressive shot onto Zeno up mid-top. So this itself, that flake, was definitely worth the limelight. Now, you take a look at this again. He also had that flash that timed out perfectly. And right after the smoke subsides, also managed to catch out the op battle against Oyen, which made it all possible. Now, the push comes in. Blade Storm.
Blade Storm, and got to use it. Last round and a half, and she's going to be coming true. Ooh, one shot from the operator pretty much ends any opportunity here. Now the Killjoy is going to put out the lockdown onto site A, but but with the spike going to B, that's a bit of a misdirection they're trying to pull off here, as Esoteric keeps himself up in the front line, just spamming around. The Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out there on the rotation point, so they're trying to discourage the team, actually Eco, from staying there as much as possible while they get that spike planted. Actually, Eco now reconsolidating the rest of his team, but they still had to watch out for the operator here, still in the possession of Esoteric. He teleports around, trying to get under the back of the house here. Zeno gets a spray, but the run it back will keep him alive for now. It's going to be up to Esoteric now to try to make sure he stays in this position here, keeping that spike guarded while the rest of his team holds on the back line. The ping there is going to keep the one exposed. A trade 1-for-1 there is going to make it a 2v1 with the Clove of Ween being the last person standing for the defense. Now she is under a lot of pressure. Not a lot of time left on the spike, and unfortunately exposes his health too early to Esoteric, allowing him to get the kill.
What a half this was. 4 points in, and they have managed to eventually get back into the rhythm, hitting into the later stages of the half. And now back into the pistol round so far. I think like this is definitely going to be interesting to see what type of executions that they will be going with, because you have two really strong initiators that can basically pull off combos all together. And I think one of the best ways is to have a try over onto A. Oh, seems like actually Eco's going to be looking to set up some lineups. Instead, for Team Faro, The full commit into a stack onto B. TP sent out coming in from Esoteric.
That's going to land somewhere in the back there. Yeah, right in heaven. So that's going to be completely clear. All the defense is still constrained on B anyway, so that's not going to give them much information other than they weren't quite set up in that position here. So it was a very clear and very quick take. Now it's going to be the retake coming through from Team Farouk. So, Esoteric and Probosu leading the front lines here. It's waiting for the timing here for everyone else to get themselves set up on the other side. Right around the doorway here. Just the ice wall is still going to keep them a little bit preoccupied right now, but Esoteric as well as Probosu comes down immediately. Esoteric getting one kill, doesn't get the second one with the burst. Just reloads and tries to wait for the jet to come out. The ping is going to be able to catch her out right there, and Esoteric finishes her off. Now, unfortunately, he gets pinged off there by the Sova, who does come around there. Actually, Eagle gets the kill on the Frenzy. Now, Sean, right to the face there. The spike is going to be going off anytime soon. The defuse is still trying to go for the defuse, but there was definitely not enough time. Twitchery, yet again, sole survivor for actually Eco, allows them to complete that round.
Yeah, the round was already won because they couldn't really get anywhere close to the spike. You saw how lethal the setups were coming out of Team Actually Eco on that A take. And mind you, that was just them on the pistol round. Now you get to see the full effect of that, or should I say half of the effect, because it's not going to be those type of full buys with all the Vandals as well as Phantoms necessary.
Yeah, just enough to deal with like a fully pistol-equipped team here, which is naturally what you do after you win a pistol round. So the Spectres should be just more than enough, really, to face off against them. And more importantly, the armor, the body armor that they've picked up is going to allow them to have free reign to get onto the site once more. So not going to break down this door quite yet. And the rest of the team seems to be pulling back a little bit. They are anticipating the retake coming through for Team Farouk. They just want to make sure they're set up properly to try to deal with it as soon as they try to make that entry. Now they're going to be going around to heaven. A double spray will get a double kill straight away from Xeno's side, whilst the rest of Actually Eco still maintains their superiority over side B. A flawless round for them as the rest of Team Farouk's fall one by one.
It's just stuff of beauty to see how well he controls his crosshair. The moment he pops it over onto the garden side and repositions, you have already expected exactly where the defenders will be popping up, and all of that done with the Bulldog. Absolutely impressive. Now it's gonna be that buy round for Actually Eco, well, or should I say Team Farouk. This time they are investing a little bit more on a hole onto main. That's where the outrun will be put into place. Quickly taken out as well. As the recon dart does actually reveal the location for a little bit. This will be an offensive take with the running back already committed.
Yep, going straight in here, but gets taken out immediately by Probosu as well as Esoteric. So that didn't quite work out well here for Team Actually Eco. They're still on the back foot and still not able to gain any presence on the site. There's still a bit of time here for them to consider a rotation, but they still seem to want to commit to trying to make this push work. But it looks like the resistance is still too high coming into that site, so they will have to watch out for the lurker here. Probosu is already in that position, and Xeno has been watching out for quite a while, but now he's going to turn his attention back onto the entry point of the site. You already have Team Farouk set up on the other end of the archway, but they lose Fanti Freak in the process. Xeno now having a bit more confidence, sends out the wall and a Molotov as well, but then it comes out. Esoteric with the double kill ends any hope for them from being able to get any foothold. The decoy will come out, and that opens up the possibility for Probosu to catch out Ween on the backside.
Wow, the timing on that as well. I think Xeno definitely have that perfect idea. It's just that he would have actually expected that section to be cleared out because he didn't see that massive reaction after dropping in the Molotov. And I would just say that it really was a good attempt on that A hit. But now finally denting a little bit more of that economy of Actually Eco. And of course, the 5th point in for Team Farouk with a little bit more of a widespread on the attack. They're going to be scanning out onto what mid actually would be like, as Daph has been able to find that catch onto OEN. That is going to be pretty tough ordeal right now.
Yeah.
Only needing to work with one duelist to enter a site, and that is a stack that is waiting. Proposal with the push also finds the captain.
Yeah, it's a very risky push, but it just worked out well for him. Got away scot-free. And the whole time, the actual Ego's been trying to get the mid control. Now Xeno's going to try to push out. Didn't quite get enough progress done here to open a path to B. Spike is still being brought in that direction though, but still going to be down to the Sage to see whether she can actually gain any control of mid. Otherwise, she's going to have to go the long way around. That's going to keep the Clove solo until they manage to link up in the end. So that's going to delay quite a bit of time. 40 seconds still left. Oh, Esoteric moves up. Thinking about popping through the smoke there. That's going to catch Ween very quickly here, and there's no one to really support her if he were to do so. Seems like he's already canceling that idea. Just decides to stay back, play a little bit more conservatively, knowing that the time is on their side. He catches a spike carrier, and he catches Butchery as well. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. I love there was one significant play that has definitely drawn the attention of Putri and of course the entirety of actual Eco. He sends that decoy down to walk through that lane. So they basically fixated on the fact that, hey, he might have actually been around that boathouse, which is why they didn't really check this corner, which allowed Esoteric to pull off this play.
Now, another full buy round, it looks like, going into this. Still a double-digit lead now for Team Actual Eco. Already Esoteric is pulling out the kills. A quick trade coming through. A flash didn't quite abate him from being able to take down Xeno. So wow, he's putting a one-man defense here over side B. Now, everyone else is still lining up behind him, but that does leave the door a little bit open here. Now Probosu is going to try to keep an eye out in the mid, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to catch his rotation coming through. Still not fully committing to it, though, is actually Eco, because they are bringing the spike back to spawn, still considering what their options are here. So far, they've already lost 2 members to Xeno as they attempted to make the entry, and they are at the risk of him actually breaking through here. And Ween is not able to suppress him, so the spike gets taken down on the ground. Now it's going to be up to the mid control here. Fortunately, the Sage of actually Eco able to get the kill done. So they do still have the option.
Putri, of course, has to do it all by herself. 42 members all the way through the back. And they did actually find that. It's going to be an ace to kick off round 17. Well, 18 actually. Okay. And this is definitely gonna spark a little bit of pressure for the side of Team Actually Eco to catch back a little bit of a dip of momentum that they had. And once again, Esoteric just shows you why he is the king.
I mean, one-man defense there on side B. I mean, the rest of the team was just sitting there looking pretty, I guess, while he was doing all the heavy lifting, but the ace is certainly the icing on the cake, isn't it? Xeno opening things up already with a kill straight away onto Esoteric, so no defense here of side A is going to be possible as they all get onto the site very quickly, gets the spike planted, keeping the pressure going onto Team Farouk here on the defense, and in fact, Xeno just preventing them from being able to make use of Heaven, in fact, as Oyen finds a stray right on the backside, taking out Francie Freaks as he attempts to try to open up another path, and because Oyen's still getting kills here, taking down Sean now. He's going to try to get the chase, and Farouk here switches to the Sheriff. I thought he was going to be able to get a kill, but not to be. A flash is going to force Farouk to fall back. He's already down to 12% of health. Xeno just needs one ping in order to take down the Killjoy, but that Joy has just been killed by Win.
That's right. Ruin have been able to eventually close it out as well, and I absolutely love how that essentially was somewhat of an eco coming from the side of Xeno himself, where he just instantly gets that trait off of the Stinger and instantly picks up the Phantom and just run it all the way through. It's 11 points to 7, and my, what a good round this has been so far. Team Farouk now has a full stack onto A, which leaves B absolutely cleared up.
They do have a dimensional rift too on Esoteric, so Perhaps that could be the play should actually Eco decide to confront them early, but no, they go ahead towards B, which is left completely unguarded here. So they get another spike plant, putting Team Faro yet again in a disadvantageous situation as they try to wrap around through mid. It was not clear when they got there, but then finally they are able to slip by the fingers of Team actually Eco here. So get themselves set up now, going for the entry here. Probosu as well as Esoteric trying to set up the positions here, trying to find some information. Actually Eco pulls all the way to the back here. They've lost control over the front side of the site. But Zeno comes in from behind with the backstab. The double kill here. Tries to get a third. Does not make that happen, but the counter push doesn't quite come out from the other end. As Esoteric finds Butchery just kind of looking in the wrong way there. It's going to be able to pull off and allows that spike to go off. At least he managed to save that Phantom here, but that's another point going towards actual Eco. That's going to, and with them having conserved all the ultimates to this point, I think it might be a foregone conclusion here.
It may have just been it. And now, I wonder if there's going to be any form of chance that they could basically go up with a full stack ultimate on the side of actual Eco. As much as Esoteric have been able to pull off so many of all these great pickoffs, it didn't really convert into much. You need at least one person to hold on to B. This time, Emily goes in for a push with the run it back. Zeno.
Probosu has been so good at actually countering Zeno at that front, so he's taken him down completely after the run it back is finished here, and that secures them side A. The rotation quickly coming through B. There is a sentry bot that is going to spot out this rotation here, so that's going to alert the rest of the team to make the rotation through mid, or rather through the spawn here. Bit of a long way around. That still is not going to be enough time to prevent Ween from getting the spike planted. So actually Eco now, they still have all those ultimates in hand. They just don't have Zeno on their side. So now it's going to be up to the rest of the team here to make sure this gets to the end here. Dimensional Drift coming out. Ash is going to go straight onto the back here. Oh boy. Opens up. He's trying to get them to go flashed up. Second flash does wiggle. Oh, but to turn around and catch him in time. That's not going to work now. The rest of Team Faro is going to have to go in manually, and this is not looking good on their end. They lost two members with the Blaze Storm coming on VK's Oyen. He tries to go for the third, but Probosu ends him in time. And Butchery D gets the last kill, putting the cherry on top here for actually Eco.
Wow. What a start this has been. And Butchery is still shell-shocked, you know, like she have gone around and you know, despite Zeno being countered off with, you know, a one-way smoke, and also with the run it down that has been, you know, answered immediately by the side of Pro, and now they see themselves up ahead on this first match. But this is a best of 5. We still got a long way to go. I would still say the side of Team Faro, they are still looking to be in a really good shape.
They're still in good shape in spite of the fact that they still concede a lot of momentum to actually Eco in the first half, and you know that was enough for them to, you know, go into the next half with a lot of advantage in hand. But they did put up a good fight. They actually did pull off really good defenses here. It's just that, again, the lurking that Zeno does, just getting the backstabs there, sometimes just throws wrenches into the gears and makes it really hard for them to actually bring it home. But actually Eco now having that first map done and dusted are looking on the up and up so far, and that is well, I mean, again, to be expected given their performances from yesterday. But Valorantchallenge, you know, had a lot more time to get themselves warmed up, taking out some of the other squads in this competition. So now, coming into the next map here, the Valorantchallenge is gonna have still quite a bit of challenge to confront here, because they haven't really put out anything convincing really to say that they've got Zeno locked down here. In fact, if anything, like Zeno has just been throwing them off of the plans a lot of the time here.
Yeah, but on their attack, they have been quite efficient on some of all these takes. So I believe that if they can basically get a big conversion coming into the upcoming map, then they can still actually fight for the full length of the battle and maybe come up with a point of their own to tie up the series. But when we take a look at their defense, I think that there's definitely a few things that they really have to fix when it comes down to how they really want to position, because they were banking on hopes that a full stack will be just about enough. We still have to spread out a little bit though. So eventually we saw the adaptation to at least keep a killjoy onto that part of the B side has been able to at least gather a few information, which definitely helped out on that retake. So with that being said, these are the highlights. Of course, brought to you by dear partners and people, where we had on the attacking side the yoru running a lot of all these crazy rounds against some of the members of actually Eco. And then even Probosu have been able to also pull up a massive round against the side of Xeno, who was trying to pull this one all by himself, but you got Daft to be able to cover up.
Yeah, I mean, Faro had to play the multiple role here, right? Like just kind of getting the defensive setups there on the Killjoy, but at the same time trying to lead the team to victory here. And so kind of took a little bit of a back seat there, just kind of letting Xeno be the one front and center in order to trying to just allowing that duel going on between Esoteric and Xeno to just come to fruition here. And but Probosu really stepped up to the plate, I have to say, because he was instrumental in kind of catching out Xeno at times when he didn't expect it, and that had been able to remove him from the equation in some of these takes here. But at the end of the day, actually Eco, once they had the bomb, once they had the spike, once they had the initiative, it seemed like they were just able to kind of keep that momentum rolling on, just keep surfing that wave there as Xeno opens up lots of things with his plays. The rest of his team was the one who came up to clean up the house here, so to speak.
Yeah, there were a lot of clutch moments coming in from the side of Ascent, but also there were also certain scenarios where he also got himself caught in a very sticky situation, which he tries his level best to actually pull away. This is one of the instances, of course, the last stand where he went in for that double flash, and you see the instant response is just to have those two members point the gun directly at him, and that was good enough. But he still emerged as the top fragger. Despite that, of course, it was the duo of Xeno as well as VKS Oyen that has been able to pull off a total of 50 frags between these two duelists in order to secure those effective rounds.
Yeah, and Ween is actually also not doing too bad on her end. Actually got more kills compared to Probosu, who, like, I mean, granted, Probosu's main role, I think, during this map was to watch out for those rotations and actually catch any of the lurkers going around, so that they will allow the Yoru to be able to do his job. But that's the thing, like, even with all the kills that he's managed to pull off here, but it's still that combination here that Team actually Eco were able to bring, and able to allow both both Oyen as well as Xeno to rise to the top here. So kudos, well done here to Xeno yet again. 25 kills doesn't sound like a lot, but they're certainly very, very impactful in a lot of these rounds here. Indeed,
and of course, the difference between some of the score lines, because when we take a look at Oyen, it was pretty much even when it comes down to the number of kills, but it was really the initiations, which is why the ACS is slightly higher coming in from inside of Xeno, where there were certain duels as well as trades for him to really open up, which does allow them to have an effective way to clear up a lot of all these entry points when it comes down to the attempts of retakes coming out of the members of Team Faro here. So this is going to be the first map secured from the side of actually Eco. 2 more to go for them, but I'm pretty sure that there is going to be a certain swing in between that might alter the course of how things are going to be looking like for the side of actually Eco. Now we got good news, as we will be heading into Lotus up next. Yeah, that's going to be the second map now. So Lotus, as we've seen so far, the team fighting ability is certainly strong on Farouk's side. So maybe they might have that for them going into the Lotus map. But from what we've seen already from Ascent here, I mean, actually Eco is quite the tough customer to nail down here. So
I think it's going to come down to how exactly you're going to try to contain the lurkers on his side, particularly Xeno, from Team Actually Eco. But conversely, I want to see whether or not Esoteric will be able to provide the plays that we've been seeing, the plays that have been instrumental in allowing Faro's team to be able to make it to this stage. So now we get into the agent select here. What do you think was going to be a good agent to kind of like throw things into the mix here?
Now, I'm already looking at Probosu switching things up, giving Daft the chance to go on the Omen instead, and he'll be the one that will be bringing in the Gecko into play. But Xeno, oh boy, I've been waiting for a chamber to appear, and I finally get it, and in the hands of Xeno. Now, this is looking interesting. This has been my favorite agent that has been there for a couple of times, but it's not going to stop Xeno from playing it, so...
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Lotus has a lot of corridors, a lot of opportunities for Chamber to actually, win peak battles.
Yeah.
So, and certainly with the way that Farouk's team has been playing so far, I think he's looking for those kind of setups. He's looking to try to cut them down as they try to make rotations and things like that. And that's certainly where this Chamber is going to shine.
Yeah, what I really do love this Chamber pick onto Lotus is that, whether it's going to be A or C when it comes down to defense, he'll be having a lot of good areas where he could basically take control. You could have this Chamber pushing out for a little bit and just have the TP at the ready in order to reposition whenever things get a little bit tougher. So it's going to be the approach of no nonsense, only pure aim for the side of Xeno in order to get the points through. And I am definitely hyped to see him go on that tour de force and see how many hits gets tapped.
Yeah, and we're also going to be seeing a Neon being played here first time during these 2 days. Yeah, we kind of like saw that being picked up last there. So yeah, they're just bringing in new things here. I mean, it's going to be really fun to see how they're going to be making full use of the Neon. A very explosive agent, actually. Like, and I don't mean like a race, just blowing things up everywhere. But no, it's in like the power that she's able to bring when she has full skills and ultimates to bear. So Team Farouk's got quite the arsenal at their disposal here, so and with Farouk switching off to allow his teammate to pick up the Omen instead, so he's going to be taking a bit of a back seat, I expect, or rather trying to use the Gecko to maintain more control over the map here rather than actually trying to focus purely on kills.
I love this setup coming in from Actually Eco, a 1-1-3 formation where you have majority hitting into A. Now we expect a B push. Sean's going to take the lead. This time Sean's on that duelist, feeling very confident. Oh,
slow! No!
Ruin will find that trade, and of course...
A double there from Esoteric. Going to be able to make sure that the defense doesn't feel too confident. Oyen tries to go for the kills, but instead loses his life. Actually, Eco now left with Butchery to try to hold the line here. But Esoteric still around the corner. Daft just comes right through, finishes her off. That's a really quick pistol round here. A bit of an attempt to go for a B rush to kick things off here. Didn't quite go the way Team Farouk expected, but they still managed to bring it home in the end.
Yeah, I gotta say there's a lot of damage being done by Putri, even with the classic, where I think like it was just them being caught off guard on how swift it could get with this B push. Are they going to do it again? It might actually be. I mean, this is one of the strengths of having a Neon, right? Where she just has that
speed.
That speed.
Yeah.
Just burst through. Oh, seems like he spots a little bit more of a slow orb being tossed right in. So
yeah,
that pull back ever so slightly.
Yeah, that was what caught him out the first time, right? So Sean now a little bit wiser here going to this next round, even though they know the opponents are mostly going to be working on pistols, but the Neon really comes into form when she has her full agility to bear. Now, Esoteric in a position here. Oh, it's going to come on, doesn't see actually Eco on the side.
He does not check.
Did not check his corners, so the Fade pretty much going to be able to open things up here for actually Eco. Maybe want to try to think for a counter push here, but nope. It's going to be contesting this point here. Proposu goes straight for the plant, while the rest of the team comes in with their full force to bear upon this site. The shell shot's going to keep him a little bit disoriented, but still the plant will come through. Still not much health on Farouk's, sorry, not Farouk, but his teammates' end. But only 3 members of the defense here trying to play this out. They managed to catch out Frenzy Freaks, so they cut them down to size. A 3v3 with the Omen still a little bit low. Probably not going to be able to contribute much, but Sean is in position here while Daft goes ahead, gets the double kill here in order to prevent the retake happening here from Actual Eco.
Yeah, they were pretty much funneled into very difficult positions in order to find ways to retake it, especially not really having everybody on full artillery as well. This was the first catch which was perfectly executed from Actually Eco. And he's definitely done a lot, especially with him picking up that bulldog. But that was still significant damage, true, as they lost about, what, 3 members from the side of Team Faro so far. Now, Lotus so far has definitely given so much spacing as well as strats of this beacon time and time again. Like, they're not going to change up until they lose this side. Now, Great Flash is true.
Yeah, the Gecko doing his good work here, but Zeno still gets a double kill, and that opens things up here for Team Faro to get the world of hurt here. Come onto the side, Zeno with another another 2 sets of kills there. Wow, I mean, again, the retake coming in very strong for Actually Eco. Once they got the guns they need in hand, that was all they really needed to cut down Team Farouk's momentum.
Yeah, and it's really readable, right? The moment that they hit onto B again. And this time the response came absolutely swift. Now, what's really interesting to note is that they might actually go for another attempt, but of course, if anything goes wrong, you can always open up the revolving door, hit over on C, which is going to be watched by Zeno.
Esoteric keeping things limber here as he tries to make an entry into Z, but no, Zeno catches him out. So he keeps them at bay here, no way past the rubble. As Zeno has that guarded fully. They still bring the spike back. True spawn though. Might just run back into the arms of Zeno once more. You're going to be handing him a lot of advantage here because, again, they hadn't been able to get any trades out from Actual Eco's side. Now, they will have the Gecko to try to start things off, but Dizzy unfortunately gets knocked out of the air. Sean picks up a hit, gets picked off on the head there by Zeno. And that pretty much shuts down any opportunity here, I think, for Team Faro to continue this push. Now, they still have the spike in hand. Probosu does get at least a kill onto Ween, so that opens up an opportunity to go towards B. But he already got Zeno just rotating in. He wants to counteract them in every move. He's reading them like a book here, guys.
Oh my, he's also cutting into the connectors as well. Is it going to recommit onto C if they do pick up the Fade, which... The spike is all the way into spawn. They got 30 seconds left. They got to make a swift decision. Anywhere they turn, they're bound to bump into somebody, so they really have to find a way to clear things up. But Actually Eco, one more time, heading into the outskirts of C, and it really gets picked up. Okay, it's go time, but there's only 10 seconds, so I guess like this is going to be a safe angle.
Just save the round right now. I mean, still early on, so Team Farouk is still 1 point ahead. They're willing to just let this fly here, and they both still have the ultimates anyway, so they're just really setting up for the next round here. But the thing is, actually, Eco will definitely have enough cash to bring a full set of armory to bear. This time around, Zeno using the Vandal here. I mean, expecting him to go ahead and use his ult later on to get some good weaponry to use in these long ranges, but again, he's just the wall that prevents Team Farouk from being able to make this entry here. Even caught out Dizzy before he got caught, so that allows him to get the kill onto Sean. So he was just playing this so well and read the rotation, read the rotation coming out there, just immediately going onto side B to cut them off should they decide to make that quick rotation there.
Yeah, and on top of that, I really want to commend once again on how well the club has been playing for Team Actually Eco, because she put up that one way that allowed Zeno to just basically rampage that entry point where everybody else that's hoping to push into C will immediately think twice. Like, do you really want to challenge it when you have that smoke available? So this is where it really goes to show that all these pre-planned agent selection has really benefited the likes of Team Actually Equal on their plans here. So far on the defense, looking to be really solid. Although it's not too perfect, I mean, who could we blame, right? It's just cheese rounds onto B side on those pistols as well as eco, which is going to be hard to stop if you don't really have the artillery. Now it's only going to be actually eco. 5-man onto C. They're going to make it quick.
Not as much resistance this time because Zeno decided to focus his attention on A, expecting them to go for that push, but instead the pressure is all coming up in C, and unfortunately the Fade is not going to be able to hold out for too long. The yoru of Esoteric picking up the kill, goes into the Dimensional Drift now, just tries to set him in the position here, keeping Ween close, and actually going to cut her off coming up to the top there. Actually sees the raise as well. He's getting so much information now, just getting so deep into the back line here. So while Farouk tries to hold up in the front line here, allowing that spike to continue to tick down, the rest of the team just kind of scrambling to see how exactly you're going to try to play this. Now, Esoteric had to take a step back a little bit. He doesn't have quite a lot of health to work with here, but that doesn't matter because Farouk is going to be one to get the double and to close out the round. A spike plan allowing them to take the lead yet again, and they definitely must be breathing sighs of relief over there on the cameras.
Yeah. And finally, the tour de force will be popped in this round as well. This was a really good double that we've seen coming from Zeno, but you can only check one corner of the map. So by then, Team Faro, they've already got the full coverage into the C side. And now, are we finally getting that A attempt here in round 6? High up top with the tour de force. I think this is the only reason why that they're not going for a swift approach onto this A push. Waiting in the wings, and Millie goes in for a TP. And wow, the timing! Oh, you gotta let him feel a little taste of that.
I just love that he just kept spraying even when he hit the floor. Just emptied out the clip, completing him. I mean, the rage. He's just showing off here. Comes out the rope. Actually still gets a kill on the Wii. That's so sick. Now Farouk will get the spike planted. Sean is going to be going alongside Esoteric here to see if he can head off actually Eco, who's stuck behind his crate.
He's cooking.
He's trying to cook it. A flash comes through under the Fade, but it's not going to keep her abated. Putri hiding behind the smoke here. Not able to find an entry. She's maybe gonna try to the smoke, but Fancy Freak is waiting on the other side with a judge. But no matter, Farouk spots her anyway, takes her down once the smoke clears. Now Sean's getting chased onto actually Eco, takes it down with spray down on the Spectre. Quick takes here to allow Team Farouk to retake the lead in very, very convincing fashion.
I don't know what he does every day to get the timing all so perfectly. And look at the premonition, right? The flash, the angles, the teleportation perfectly placed. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it can't get any better than that.
I just love the idea that like Esoteric just basically had a whole clip just reserved specifically for Zeno there. Like just sprayed him down completely, and it still had even more ammunition. Just like I'm just gonna keep shooting the body, just to show how much I just hate this guy right now.
You know, like every yoru player, good yoru players will just try to do whatever they can. Like great yoru players, they play with psychological warfare, right? That's the main difference. But this is a very deep setup into the crates, though. Proboso needs to check. Can he find it?
This is Zeno. It's actually on the other end. He does get the headshot perfectly. He had the line out already there. So Team Farouk now having to face a recovery operation here. Zeno is going to be the one to come through. Neon is going to be a little bit fast. She tries to run back. She gets it, but loses a teammate as a result. Now she's going to take the saw the teleport there, but it gets cancelled out. Bit of a flash. Zeno just feeling a little bit second-guessy right there, especially after what the yoru did to him in the previous round. And Neon gets caught out there with a spray coming from Zeno. So back to square one. And it's going to be Farouk alone versus 3 agents with ultimates at the ready. Very tough one here, but he can't just win these ones. No! The buckshot catches him right on the flip side.
Oh, Ruin so far has really had her moments, yeah. Like, nobody would really expect a Bucky by that corner, but this play by Zeno, of course, great coordination of the smoke so that Zeno could just do it this one way. The moment that the spike was dropped, it really forced them into such a peculiar situation where, you know, you needed the Neon to run back and forth just to retrieve it.
Yeah, I think she didn't even use her skill for that. Like, just literally ran across there.
Yeah.
The teammate was just providing the covering fire, but Zeno got momentarily distracted and still managed to make it through. I mean, that's like, that's enough to get a war medal, pretty much, the way that Neon played that. But Decoy going to be sent out here by Esoteric to capture an orb now, trying to get his dimensional drift ready. Oh, Showstopper comes out, sees the Neon, goes for the blast, takes the kill. Still has to watch out for the other side, but Fancy Freaks is the one who gets the better of the two. Probosu, after the spike plan, picks up a kill now. And, oh, the Nightmare is coming out here from the Fade, but is that going to be enough to try to keep them at bay? Fancy Freaks cannot quite find a kill yet. He sees one on top, doesn't quite get the spray down with the Phantom. Ween coming through. Still trying to spot the rest of the attackers here. Cannot find anyone to try to take on. The defuse is being baited here, but that allows Faro to get the kill done. One more still remaining here on the Clove. Still a 1v3. Tries to spray. Oh, couldn't quite get it done there.
Wow, what a round this is. They just basically full send everything that they had. And overall, I've been impressed with Wayne. Like, even when you are outnumbered, you still manage to get a little bit more trading done. That's the best scenario that they could have actually gone for. Now, 5-3, you know, Team Faro, they regain a little bit more out of all these situations. And now heading into this with pretty much a half buy going on.
Who's next?
And then Minded Dimensional Drift has already been popped into A, spotting two
very
members.
deep.
He's going to be able to clear all the way into A. We
Yep.
expect him to TP all the way back. Even managed to get that info onto tree. Now he's all alone.
Yep. There's a dude in the base. He decides to go back there. So he sees that everyone's at A. So decides that, yep, it's going to be a C push here. Completely left unguarded. He will take control of that and get the spike planted quickly. The rest of the team actually eco scrambling to try to get a retake. But you can watch out for Zeno. He's coming through the spawn side for the attackers. So he's trying to set up a backstab moment here for sure. Fancy Freaks leading onto the front line. No, he gets taken down. So does Farouk as well. Things not looking good on the attacking front as actually Eco seems to have a massive advantage now. Zeno still not spotted yet. Now he's going to be in a direct confrontation here with Esoteric around the rubble. Goes up with the Sheriff here, just closing the distance. But the spray down there with the Phantom picks him off. Now the Yoru knows that there's nothing standing in his way. He just needs to get a flash onto Ween here, but Ween still there, still alive. Somehow he decided to walk past, almost loses his life there, but still brings it home. Wow. Team Farouk, 3 points ahead now.
2 full clips to be utilized out there, and wow, Win did whatever she could, almost actually getting it, but of course, in moments like that, you can get a little bit panicky. You really want to go in for a little bit more pre-fire. The moment that clip was empty, that definitely was the advantage already been given over to the side of Esoteric. Now, Team Farouk getting closer and closer to close off with a big gap of a lead here in this first half.
Actually, go.
Well, it's actually
coming around. Ooh.
The Outlaw instead. Zeno on the other end of the map will be able to find one. But this is
Esoteric. Nice. Good flash there. So they have rubble clear. C is going to be right for the taking. This team actually Eco still has only 2 defenders left here. The early battles have already gone the way of Farouk. So they should be able to get the spike planted without too much resistance. You already have Esoteric up in front, gets the blindness done here onto Ween, and she's not going to be able to spray down anyone there. 1 defender left. She does have a revive, though. I'm surprised she didn't decide to go to revive her teammate right there. Maybe she's aiming for someone else or just saving it for that next round. That's in the 1v4 situation. There's no way out for her as Farouk finds the final kill. They are now 5 points in the lead.
Yeah, and Probosi definitely have the Trasher to also clear up a lot of all the spacing if they really want to hit B. He's going to be able to actually get a catch very easily if there's not going to be any walls to be placed or so. Of course, a very, very difficult round for the side of actually Eco. But you got Tour de Force up and ready. So Zeno, he's going to see if he can find anything at all. That's
one. Everyone else gonna try to go in together here. That's for Zeno now to teleport back.
Ian gives the cover. That's perfect.
That's taking down Esoteric here, but then the shell shot's gonna catch the chamber. Now he's going to come back out here with a sniper. Doesn't quite catch that one there because Orient's going up in front as well. But 2 kills comes through from Team Farouk to shut down this attempt at keeping them from going to Site C. Now, picking up the spike. Are they still going to commit to that push there? Because actually Eco has reorganized the defense, just holding up at B right now. Kind of anticipating they might be able to make that move. They open up the revolving door here. Both Farouk as well as Probosu are now pushing through. Trying to find a way in. Gets one ping there. Just a 1-for-1 trade.
At the ready.
Yep, sends it out right now, trying to see if he can catch at least one of them and remove them from the equation. But the revive still comes through anyway from the club, and that looked like it was going to happen, but they decided, well, we're going to use our ult anyway, so let's just do it.
And I forgot to point out this fact with this composition is that they got double revivals. Like, you have the revival orb coming from Putri, and if anything turns really, really bad, you could just have Ruin come back up alive, and she may not have actually needed to pop it, but just as a matter of fact, when they were dealing with this Gecko that has an ult, you got to pull whatever that you have on that scenario. So, 7-4. Let's see if it's going to be a 5-4 team actually equal after winning that one. They will swiftly rotate into A as they were living it pretty much bare bones early on. And that will be Wingman sent all the way in. They're not ready. Spike will still going to be intact. Somebody's there. Going to be spotting out actually Eco over on the top to be able to get the planter.
No, that's not. Pain Shells comes out and actually takes out Sean in the process. Proboso still trying to hold on for dear life, but Oyen ends him right there and then. Actually, Eco coming in to sweep out the house and takes out Fancy Freaks in the process. Team Farouk now down to 2. No spike in hand. Sorry, the spike in hand, in the hands of the Omen here.
Yeah, quick thinking with the use of the TP. Though he's not into any corners of the sites just yet. So they are going to be faking it so that they actually open up that spacing back into A, which they thought that it will be a TP into C.
Oh, they're going to beat up the race. Oh, Ian spots the yoru. Takes one down, goes for the showstopper. Shadow Shot trying to get a position, gets the angle, takes down on Team Farouk. Flawless round here for actually Eco.
Switching sides.
And that was it. That was that golden opportunity where you just basically had that perfect round as a raise, stopping that defuse, and eventually catching everybody out. And of course, the showstopper sealed the deal.
30 seconds left.
This definitely gave a little bit more of a panic run coming in from Faro. He's just hoping to get out of that range of that showstopper.
Yeah. Not far enough, unfortunately. So now that the shoes on the other foot here, actually Eco with the spikes in hand. That's going to be in the hands of Putri. Setting up for the A take, but you already got Team Farouk set up here with 3 people. 1 true mid. Zeno is going to try to open up in front, but unfortunately gets blinded out. Actually, Eco goes on the top, finds the yoru. Sean's going to try to push up to the back here. Pulling out of the battle here, anticipating them to go ahead onto side A. Linking out with the Gecko in the middle. And we still have the Omen holding up in the back line there. As soon as they try to get the spike planted, they know exactly what to execute. But they're still waiting for Fade, for actually Eco to make his way from the back. He's going to be able to provide the backstab here. Now the spike's going to be planted. Actually, Eco in position, gets a double on the Frenzy. And again, doesn't get a third there on the Farouk. Farouk a little bit more accurate in his shots with the Ghost. That's a little bit lucky on their part.
Very deep smoke. I mean, that just reveals the gun barrel of Ruin.
That works.
And from the looks of it, he have definitely read it perfectly on that double drop that comes out. And of course, you still have Zeno in play. 22 HP left. We'll have the healing done, and that's not even necessary when you have Ruin just ready to take them on. Now, on the attack, so far looking very sharp as Team Actual Eco have been able to just brute force their way into this A side, despite all the utils that was being thrown out, and of course, a value purchase coming out with the Frenzy that have been able to really stop any pushes coming in from heaven.
Yep. As we move on now, I mean, actually, Eco on the verge of tying things up. Team Farouk needs to pull a very spirited defense here. Zeno yet again getting caught, but he's not budging from his position. He still wants to maintain control over the wide courtyard area.
Here.
Oh, I think he knows. He
knows where they are. One shot. Oh, he doesn't see the second one. No.
That's why you have to.
Psychological warfare in effect here, coming from Esoteric.
Oh boy. I mean, as much as he TPs all the way back, now he has to deal with the entirety of the squad.
Whole army is here. He takes that one, gets the second one. Oh, just can't quite get back into cover before he can reload his stinger. So Spike still will be planted, but the rest of Team Forward coming in through the back. Not an angle that probably actually Eco team would have expected here. Queen up in front, gets taken down by the shorty.
So effective.
Thrifty.
Gets him a nice gun as well. Yeah, thrifty round here for Team Farouk. So when it looked like actually Eco was on the verge of taking the tie, Team Farouk shows that they still are the ones to beat here on the map.
Yeah. On top of that, great read as well. The retake so far has been looking to be very, very effectively executed as well with the big flank wraparound. So that gave them a lot more spacing to work with than to have everybody going for a difficult drop, which they had in that earlier pistol round. Zeno's going to hold back, expecting to have a little utils being thrown in. But it is a Phantom in the hands of Esoteric. Going to go into tech quarter. We'll be able to actually land a shot. Took a long time, but they managed to get the spike down on the ground. Now it is all up to Oyen, it seems. Only got a sheriff all the way from the back. It's a team A's. Everybody gets a piece of the pie.
Yep. So with Team Farouk now regaining that momentum in the second half, I think they're in a very good position to try to win out this map. Cannot afford any slip-ups from this point on, but the full buy is coming true from Team Actually Eco. Not going economical in this round. Even Zeno is not deciding to not go on the heavy armor here. Just really running on the edge here. So actually Eco setting themselves up to try to go through, well, technically mid. But the Gecko is in play here. It's right in the position. He gets a double right away. Cuts them down for size now. Puts out the Dizzy. Gets the flash. Gets the kill as well. 3 so far for the Gecko. Might just be able to solo this. Now he's, another 4. He's going to get ace. Yes, he does. Probosu shows up.
And that is how you do it on the Gecko.
You love to see it.
So difficult to even catch him out. He throws in a Dizzy, and after that, good use of the wingman as well in order to land a little bit more sun. And the moment that Zeno comes, he has already got the crosshair pretty much put in between, so he could just easily swing left or right. And with so little angles left, that was the perfect execution. As a matter of fact, he's actually the one taking charge right now. After the ace, you see him being the top frag of well, I want to say fracture. I kind of missed that map, but
Lotus. Yeah, it's
Both
Lotus.
has a little bit of greens, by the way. So I'm like, oh, well, that was a throwback. I mean, I got to put myself together.
I was already thinking Probosu was pretty handy on the Omen, but he should be playing Gecko a lot more. He's absolutely killing it here. Now, granted, part of the reason it's so strong because Gecko is very strong on Lotus. I mean, it's a map almost tailor-made to actually take full advantage of what his kit is able to bring here. So a good call here actually from Farouk to give the agent to Probosu to use here. But now a full buy still in play here with Team Farouk, and they still have a lot of money. They can still afford to lose these guns and replenish them in the next round. Whereas for Team Actually Eco, still have to rely on a couple of Spectres here, but still rifles to bear here, especially on Xeno, who decides to go into Vandal, so he's going to have to play a very pivotal role here if Actually Eco wants to bounce back from this.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of Guardians being brought forward. Oyen instead opts to change it over into a Judge. I mean, when you're raised, you can always get away with things with the double satchels available.
You can close the distance very quickly, and we've seen Oyen do that time and time again on this raise. Now the floodgates will open up. Team Actually Eco going for a C take. Got Team Farouk now just trying to rotate, but he got a backstab potential coming true here with the Yoru being the back line, but he gets caught out by Zito just in the nick of time. Probosu still trying to lead up in front, does pick out the spike carrier. Now he's going to make it a battle going on the rubble here as the rest of the team tries desperately to come back in here to cut them off from being able to get on the site. And VK's Oyen, although he does get a couple of kills, decides against trying to continue this push. Just goes for the rotation, true spawn instead. Still have plenty of time to try to set that up. Moving away from that position, hoping to try to bait Team Farouk to go away first. And it's going to be the Omen that gets out of the way immediately, but his health is low, and they don't have the healing factor this time around. So a good call on their part. Sean is going to be able to spot the Sage coming through. He's going to have to hold himself in that line while the Omen tries to rush his way back towards C to back him up. Spike will still get planted anyway, though, as Actually Eco gets themselves onto the point.
Wow, he almost got taken down there with a little bit of a misclick. Got to heal back up, though. I mean, he's got to buy a few seconds on the clock in order to get her back into a healthier lead.
I heard some footsteps. Oh, they heard the footsteps coming from the Neon. And this is a perfect lineup there for VKS Oyen to pick up her third kill.
What an important round to be won there. And this really brings them back to life. Now, Tour de Force is available, so no need for this chamber to spend any credits at all. And I think like that tactical pause really has fixed whatever the problem was initially. So now things are looking to be much more aligned. You have Xeno doing a little bit of a pick-off work here. Lots of glimpse of the arm, but will immediately pull back after being pretty much shocked. A little bit of information gathered as Oyen will be able to at least get him all the way back. Showstopper now being popped up. Stab.
And we're just pulling back, like just trying to let it run out. The Showstopper will not draw blood this time around. So they do get the spike planted onto C. Actually, Eco do have quite a pile up going on to B. Now getting through the corridors here, trying to set up a double push. Actually, Eco just waiting for them to pop up. The decoy is going to reveal their position right around the corner here, and that's going to allow the Yoru to drive right through. Probosu with the double, actually opening things up here for Team Farouk. They catch out Ween in the backside, and the defuse will come through. So Team Farouk still reigns supreme here. 11 points now. Very, very close to the end here.
Yep, and just 2 more for Team Farouk to force at least 4 games on the block. But they, of course, would still have enough credits to at least get Duelist a little bit more of a firepower heading into this attacking side. But actually, Eco, thinking of the options here, was considering a frenzy, but instead opted for a full shield instead.
Cutting through.
We expect a little bit more of a lethal push out of A, coming in from the side of Esoteric, but It's not going to be able to find anything, so it's going to be another C10.
They still have potential to try to set up a backstab, but Xeno's already put out the opening round by taking out the team captain. Oyen comes out in the front, gets a spray through the smoke, takes out Francie Freak, so 2 already down for the defense. They're going to have to try to pick up the pieces here. Probosu already getting 1, gets 2 as well, so the good trade here so far.
One enemy remaining.
But unfortunately, for Team Actual Eco, the hurt is still coming through as into the mid, into the entrance of C comes the rest of the defenders. Farouk Probosu still has his ultimate ready. Doesn't quite need to unleash it yet because Sean is going to be pushing the race all the way back, and Chain Shells is still going to take her down. Now Probosu in position, takes out the race, allows them to get the defense done here, and without the spike being diffused, there's not much for actually Eco to hope for here. Team Farouk now having a lot of economy, a lot of points in hand, looking ready to close out this map.
And they were absolutely on fire. And a lot of all these rounds really was held with an iron grip by Probosu. So that B idea just got scrapped off just because they were picked off. Else, that could have actually been quite devastating if they will have that access into the B main. Another C attempt. Esoteric. Flash. Immediately answer with the nightmare. Actually, Eco. No, he's just by the corner.
Yeah, Probosu going up ahead here as the rest of Team Action Eco makes a quick take onto C. Still needs to wait for the rest of his teammate to come in here. Just buying a little bit of time here while Ween gets the plan settled down. Probosu, biggest threat on the map here, still holding on the back line. Just waiting. Now that the ice wall has been broken up, now he's going to be going in with Dizzy, trying to get the splash. He does get one of the Xeno already. Now they just need to clean up the rest of the house as the rest of the team tries to go in. Dav picks up another one on the side. He needs to get around the crate and watch out for the Clove on the opposite end of it. He does see her just, but then she does take him down instead. Ween still able to hold her ground, trying to delay them as long as possible, allowing the spike to tick down. Still not quite secure here yet for Farouk to go for the defuse.
Perfect read.
Perfect read there for Actual Eco. Finds the lineup and actually takes out the diffuser and takes out Probosu as well. A delay here. A victory pulled up by Actual Eco. They only need to tie it up another 4 more rounds and they may be able to bring this to overtime.
I just love it. They've finally cracked the code onto the C side. They've tried so many rounds out there. Of course, it was just immense forces that came their way. And even in spite winning that round, you still see slight deficits here on some of all these artillery. 1 Spectre, 1 Guardian. But if that has done the trick, I mean, that's more than good enough. This time, double stacking onto this push. This is going to be the paint shells Ascent out. But we still have Esoteric pushing through, finding Oyen. So they will be able to get another one. But that is the trade, and Sean is down.
Yep, Xeno still coming in forward, but then he didn't spot the yoru in the back there. He was ready for anyone coming through this doorway. Now Ash is going to get slowed down a little bit. Sends out a decoy to maintain that position here and just keep them guessing. Fancy Freaks in the meantime just pulling out all of the skills here out of Fade because he's already very low in health. Wants to make full use of it. Actually gets the kill done on the Actual Eco. And Esoteric, he already caught the Clove, just chasing her down. Goes with a spray, takes her out completely from the mat. Now the defuse will come true for Team Farouk, and they will confirm their victory over Lotus.
Wow. What a series so far.
1-1.
Win in for the side of Team Farouk, and they are just elated. Huge sigh of relief as well. You can see that they're absolutely exhausted. A lot of back and forth rounds.
Yeah.
First half, of course, was difficult to crack when it comes down to how well Actual Equal has held true. But on attack, I would say they definitely have gotten it a lot more control when they were playing a little bit more of that defense. And this time, everybody really laid all their resources in order to make things work and have finally taken the win off. So that spree of a perfect upper bracket run has now been shattered. But as much as it's less than perfect, I mean, the show goes on, right? We still have about 4 potential games up in our sleeves.
I just love like what Team Farouk has done here, because they just gave Probosu the Gecko and allowed him to just go ham throughout a lot of these rounds. And I think that the Gecko's value, especially on a map like Lotus, where his kit actually works out very well, that was kind of the key to success here for Team Farouk. And also the level of defense they had to put up here. I mean, just trying to counteract whatever actually Eco's team was trying to do throughout the entire run here. I mean, going into like the Xeno's performance, he was already doing so well in preventing some of these quick pushes, just delaying them, just preventing them from being able to enter the site. But in the long run, Farouk really was able to rely on not only Probosu being the front liner and pretty much the kill maker on this map, but also Yoru providing so much information. Even with the dimensional drift does not actually net him much kills in a lot of instances where he uses it, but the information that he was able to feed back to his team, letting them know which sites are heavily guarded and which sites were not, that was making the decision making so much easier on Farouk, so that they were able to take command over this map very early on.
Indeed, and so many of all these duels, you keep seeing the name appear, and it's Probosu that really have shown up on the Gecko. And on top of that, like, you just have so many ways to go in for swift rotations as well. That's been very, very effective for Team Faro to go for retakes on the defensive half. And of course, you see this Yoru really giving them a little bit of a tough time to even get halfway past that seaside.
Let's continue running through the plays here. I mean, going to be a lot of highlights of Probosu's ones. I mean, this is one of the best moments for him here, getting the ace back to back there, just using only the Dizzy as well as a trasher to allow them to allow him free reign over the corridor. Fantastic work here from Probosu, ensuring the Team Farouk will not leave this challenge here without taking at least a win off of Team Actually Eco, ending their streak so far in the upper brackets. So they're certainly telling Team Actually Eco that we're ready to bring you, take this fight to you guys all the way to the bitter end.
Yeah, I guess like the thing that Actual Eco had to work on this Lotus is that they managed to effectively get the plans down, but the setups after the post plans were not exactly put into the greatest of effect, because they were not allowed that much time to actually go in to take those positions, because a lot of times they were planning deep, but the moment that they planned into the corner on the C side, that's where, okay, when they are allowed that space, you can effectively secure the round. Probosu is the one with the 30 frags here in order to really pull all that into a glorious win to tie up this series. And you will always see Xeno to try to match that as well. So far, it has been quite the exhilarating round, and it is Probosu here with an MVP performance.
Yeah, it's great to see other members of the team just stepping up to the plate here. Probosu has actually been exemplary, I should say, actually. Even from yesterday's Omen plays, he's actually been instrumental in providing Yoru space. But this time, the Yoru takes a step back. He plays more of a supporting role here too. What has turned out to be the main character here on the Lotus map. Probosu certainly can be proud of his performance right here, allowing Team Farouk to continue on this best of 3 with already 1 map point in their hand.
Yeah, and now I look forward to what's the next map of play. We've already covered Ascent, we've already had Lotus. Now, it's a few options on the table, right? There's Icebox, there's Bind, there's also Split, which was also played in the very first series yesterday. And I believe that was also, of course, secured with a win for the side of Actually Eco. But this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing them go to Breeze. So let's see if they will catch a little bit of a win. But for us, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll get you guys in to match 3 here in the WCG Malaysia and Singapore Challenge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Cyber Games Challenge for MY and SG, a special Talents Edition coming at you with the Grand Finals. We've already witnessed 2 of these rounds here. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We're here to bring you guys the epic conclusion of a week-long journey, I should say, from the Captain's Draft up until these 2 days of competition here. And then now with Team Actually Eco and Faro facing off each other in the Grand Finals, they're now 1-1. They've won 1 map each. We still have at least 2 more to go here. But at this point, I would have to say it's been really a fun ride here to see the way that Faro has come back strong in this tournament. Because if you recall correctly from yesterday's matches, Actually Eco eliminated them from that first round in upper brackets. But Faro had just moved their way through, just snaked their way through right on the lower brackets, got themselves to the lower bracket finals, and secured themselves a rematch now with a team that knocked them down in the first place.
Yeah, and when we look into their journey so far, they have beaten Beltito side twice now. Of course, the second time around, it was so difficult for them to actually pull off some of all these rounds, but here they are, and now trying to take down the side of Actually Eco. Definitely has been a tough feat, but in map 2, here inside of Lotus, they have definitely found their opening there, and who knows what else do we have in store, because right now round 3 we're going into Breeze, and before we even get to Breeze, of course, we got to thank all of our partners, Big Picture, Smilegate, and TikTok, and of course not forgetting people for providing us with all the goodies. And now ready for the agent selection here, as we are looking at Daft going on that Cypher. And both sides are bringing the Cypher to play. Now, this is definitely very, very interesting because it's very effective on both of the defensive sides, but over onto the attacking end, you might want to actually look to make a setup onto a lurking stance instead. So it definitely is a big switch up and a breath of fresh air into what we're going to be getting here, because the last time they met, I don't think either sides have played on this specific map in particular. So I want to see how this new environment actually gives either side that form of a challenge.
Yeah, V is going to be a new environment here for this matchup particularly. So let's see how both Team Actually Eco and Team Farouk will try to dissect this. Now we see the Vipers being picked out here on Probosu, no less. So Probosu really playing that flex here in this matchup now. So a far cry from how it was, because I was kind of writing off as a bit of a Omen one trick. This is what he always plays in every single round in yesterday's matches. But today, it feels like he's trying to play to win it, guys. Like, he's going for these picks of these agents here, trying to pick those that are actually providing a lot of value, especially for the maps they're going in. And with Viper, we're going to be being able to use her kit to maintain dominance over the points whenever they want to try to hold it. This is going to be vital on the side of Team Farouk here to see whether they can actually get maintain good control over the map.
That's right, and with so many open spacing for them to always keep their eyes on, we're also going to be seeing how many attempts will there be to take control of the mid sector, because most often times when it comes down to, you know, typical ranked matches or so, there's only a couple of rounds where you will see a little bit of a hit over onto the mid sector, because it's really tough to actually cut through the doorways heading into the A side, or even better yet, if you were to actually wrap around over onto the elbows of B into the mid sector. It definitely is going to be a task that we will have to see if they're going to be able to pull off. So with that being said, we're already in for our first round as we get ourselves some drinks, some popcorns, if you guys have some cool snacks laying around, because this is gonna be quite a cinematic experience.
Well, if you want even more of an experience, don't forget to check out our map overview watch party that's being played out on the People platform. because that's going to be another way for you to experience these matches live, as you will be able to see everyone on that map. So go ahead and check that out. It's going to give you guys a lot more information to work with here as we run you through. This is going to be Putri going in front with the Viper. Tries to catch Esoteric, but Esoteric a lot faster on that Sheriff. Now Daft still is looking around, trying to see if he can spot the Cypher. The trap wire is going to catch him out, but he catches the crypto just right around the side. So now spike has been planted. They already have the site in their control here. The Viper just blocking off all the vision on this end. The yoru of Esoteric goes up in front. The Sheriff does not draw blood this time as Oyen gets a double right off of that onto Fancy Freaks as well. So he's already making a good entry. Recon Dart's going to be cancelled out here. Now Sean is on the opposite end here. So is Farouk. He's going to get cut down by 2 people. But Shock Dart is going to expose his position. And Sean will get taken down by Zeno.
He's got to find ways to wrap around this pillar. Proposi. He's got the lineups here. So he has to be
nice
for the battle as Zeno wins it out. And just in the nick of time. 0.28 seconds left on the clock.
That was even closer than the closest one we saw yesterday. Yesterday was a 0.32, if I'm not mistaken, or 3.4. Wow, that's just cutting it so close. Good thing he was able to get the half defused though. Otherwise, that would have been so risky for him. But very nicely done here for Team Farouk. A good opening. A good opening to get onto the site. But actually, Eco wins out the duels towards the end. And that's going to allow them a lot more advantage. Oyen picking up the Marshall already. We've seen what he can do with it in hand in the previous maps. Let's see if he's going to be able to make lightning strike again.
This is really cheeky. They're going through the tunnels.
Ah.
They're going through the beeline. Nobody's on the opposite end. And they might think that this A side's going to be clear. And they heard the footsteps from below. So they will have that intel onto Zeno. Zeno trying to actually wrap all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a check. Savage done for Son Oyen. Zeno comes back here with the Bulldog. Oh, they're stuck right through and through.
Yeah, they're stuck. Now everyone actually Eco scrambles to cut them off here. And they still haven't quite dared to move forward yet. And this might hand Putri an opportunity to backstab them. A ping on the recall bolt is still going to be showing them in position. Now the Viper is going to cut off any possible exits here while Zeno goes up the zipline, goes with a spray, only gets 1 so far. Dav is still a little bit stronger on that Sheriff. He's already gotten 2 kills so far. Now he tries to go for the 3rd, but Nia Juro with the Bulldog ends his streak.
I just love how Putri has been able to really supplement. Trying to cut the exit pathway was the perfect play there. So they were all forced to actually take this battle against Zeno, where he's ever ready with a Bulldog. Maybe a little bit overheated by the end of it all, but that's 4K. More than enough for what it's worth. So Zeno, you know it means serious business when he actually comes in with a duelist.
Well, he's really meaning business now. I mean, having experienced a loss that it has a Team Farouk last round here, maybe he's going to be putting on his game face from this point on. Queen already in a nice position here to just catch anyone deciding to go for the spike plant while everyone else is just hitting on the front lines. Already got a spike on the ground here. This is going to be an opportunity here for Ween to try to catch them out in the back. Switches onto a rifle here, but in the mid-reload, oh, but Sean is not able to complete the kill, and Ween takes him down. Now, Dav is going to be able to clean up the house, but isn't able to get possession of the spike here. Esoteric is going to try to stay on the back line. No plans quite yet. Still 1 minute left on the clock. Needs to find out where Oyen is going to be based on. It's going to be on opposite ends of side B, it looks like, until Ash is going to be able to get up in front and try to confront him for that spike. He's not going to have initiative quite yet. And Oyen, in the meantime, just watching out for those rotations. He knows how tricky this Yoru player can be at times. So it's just certainly trying to stay on high alert.
And I just love the timing on his position as well.
30
he wraps
seconds
around
left.
the elbow side. And now finally getting closer and closer
Fake
onto the
teleport.
spike.
I got the spike.
Pulls in the teleport just to fake it. He's going to go in for the plan. He has to commit into this B side.
Spike planted.
Now goes through main. He does not have any information at all on this jet. They'll be hiding by the boxes.
Oh,
He's
through the
gonna go in
elbow.
for check.
Through the elbow. Straight out. And Yen comes out on top somehow. 30 points of health still remaining. Will be able to get the defuse here.
Oh, the timing on that. Immaculate. Like, I didn't expect them to eventually face off all close in proximity. Almost point blank, by the way. And this was an interesting fight because Ruin, she picked up an upgrade, but that upgrade had empty shells. Still gets that reload through. And that has caused this situation to turn into something that wasn't exactly the best of situation for Team Faro. So 2 rounds we see so far in Breeze that goes down to the wire. And I'm just assuming that every battle is going to be as such.
I just love the dichotomy of like you have one peak battle that just didn't work out well in the hands of Sean, and then you got another just worked out so well for Jet. I mean, just a little dichotomy going on. Double kill already for Zeno, just right around the entrance towards side B. So they're really slowing down the momentum here of the attack from Team Farouk. Just taking a sweet time to get the spike planted, to spike picked up. But decided to peel back. I think they should go for the rotate right about now because they still have plenty of time to try to make it to side A, and it's not heavily defended, although the rotation's already coming through from actually Eco, so perhaps they want to try to go through mid instead here to try to get a pick off. They do get one in the form of the Viper, so the yoru is already opening up some doors for them. That's forcing actually Eco to cancel the rotation, try to come back through mid to regain control over the map. But you already have from all the way in the back the spike being brought its way towards A, and actually Eco still getting a bit tied up at B here because they're still anticipating some kind of push to come through there, but it's not meant to be because now spike has been planted here on to side A, forcing them to make that rotate. But that's also on the side of Team Farouk, so it depends on who's going to be the first one to make it to the pyramids first. He doesn't know where the yoru is. Yoru picks off one so far. Recon Dart's going to get the cancelled out, and Oyen's still trying to hold onto the back together with a smoke behind the pyramids here. A very tricky spot to try to take duels in, but that's why you have the Jet in hand.
Here.
Getting ready to come out in front. They hear the footsteps coming up the wall, off the water. Fancy Freaks on the left. It's going to try to pop out there. He does get one. Tries to go for the second one. Doesn't quite get the spray down here, and Ween. Oh, couldn't quite get it in the end.
That was way too close, and then again, it's only one member. Well, yep.
A full reset. Yeah.
Full reset.
Yeah.
I think that was good enough, right? So, anyways, back towards that point, that moment right there, there was a few things that really brought this win back into the hands of Team Faro, where first the Sova thought that he managed to actually get that whole corner of the pyramid to be read out, but of course that was that blind spot that they didn't actually get a read all over on Esoteric.
Around the elbow, but then the yoru is still a little bit wiser than that. He actually goes around the back to make sure it's covered. So actually Eco's already down.
I gotta check that corner.
Yeah, Ween and a bit of trade outs going on here. Actually, Eco a little bit behind in that regard, but Blade Sword's already coming out for Oye. Is trying to find some blood. Cannot sniff it out, unfortunately.
With the Viper's Pit already activated, this is going to be so difficult to get any form of a read into the pillars. No clear ideas, but they just have to take these duels. 2 against 4.
And Fancy Freaks facing the wrong location. Took a few blade shots there in order to take one down. Knows at least one of them inside. Oh, the smoke unfortunately exposes his position, and Probosu goes for the kill.
Lovely double swing. And this time, looking a lot more convincing on how they've been able to get a firm access into the side. So far, it has been quite a perfect round into this B side. A definitely will be a little bit trickier as these two teams are fixated onto this B side. But whatever happens, I mean, you expect Esoteric to also put in a TP if necessary to cut back into A, provided he survives.
Yeah, provided he survives, right? But Fancy Freaks does have Rolling Thunder ready. Are they going to try to use this on this take here?
No someone's out there because they managed to pick out.
Oh, nice.
Through the cages. Damage being done here by Zeno. Now getting the neutral tap down. I think even with this Sheriff, they might just actually do the trick here. When the blind's through, Oyen tries to go in for a flank, but this is not going to be enough for now. Zeno got a lot at this angle for TAS as they try to pull back, but it's going to be Butchery that will find Sean YT.
Yep, that actually makes it now a 2v3. A bit more pressure now on Team Farouk. They haven't gotten the spike down yet. I don't think, well, they are in a position to try to make a rotate, but it feels like they still want to commit to the B push. Especially with the Viper wall already set up, it just feels only natural for them to try to make sure they commit fully to this push here. But they still need to get that first pick off here. 3 defenders still holding aside. They already caught down 1. He's gonna find us over, but the Viper comes back with a nice trade, but still it's going to be the Cypher that stays in hand here. Farouk winning 1 for the team here. Making sure they tied up 3 for 3. Another close match going on here, it looks like.
Yeah, we absolutely love what goes down to all these rounds. If he had more health, I mean, there's always that if, right? But that play could be a whole lot more with Probosio already coming up with those brilliant ideas. Like you said, already had that wall up, so you could just basically play off of that and maybe catch people out of that rotation. There we go. Quick swing coming in from the side of Zeno.
Yeah, gets away with that scot-free. Farouk now is going to try to pick up the pieces here. Cypher now closing up that door. Tries to get a little bit more information in the back, but the recon bolt not going to provide any information whatsoever. Might just have to raw dog it, unfortunately. Viper wall's already set up, so they're in a position now to they just need to find the 2 killers. They already got Zeno already, so that's good news for them. Need to watch out for Ween, who's just keeping her eyes peeled there on the wall, and that's her downfall. That opens up the door now for the spike plant. Team actually eco now trying to get some information. The recon dart not exactly cancelled out. The Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out in full force here, but Oyen pick up a double kill already on the side, forcing Farouk to fall all the way back and abandon the spike. Only Sova still going to be holding in position. The smoke is going to be set up here by Oyen to try to bait out the defender.
From the back, from the front.
Oh, Sean, pick up the double already. Now Dav is the one who has to try to bring it back home here. He's up against Butchery. Time and time again, she managed to get clutch, but not this time as Dav picks her off from the back. Gets the lead for his team.
That was lit. I mean, you look at how it was all being set up. They had one corner that they didn't exactly check, and then Dav over on that far window have gotten just about enough distraction with what really happens on the side in order to pull through, get in the clutch. Like, these rounds have been so expensive because of how many bodies drop on all sides, so you don't really get to get that full effect of a full buy just yet. Who's next? First, Faro finally finding the lead, and they're looking to catch her out with the intel onto this Viper. There's no way that would be survived.
Nice.
One more by the bridge, which hasn't been checked as yet, but Zeno is already on the move. Steps over line and could not actually dismiss it out. Ooh. 17 HP. Still has to deal with the rest before dealing with the yoru that has been able to TP out of harm's way.
Last enemy remaining.
Sean.
Advantage and will seal the deal. A lot cleaner this time around.
A lot cleaner. And again, like, actually Eco was a bit on the back foot there. They had to go for a double Marshal here, hoping to try to hold some angles to slow down the approach from Team Farouk. And for Farouk's part, they didn't really end up using a lot of their ultimates actually in that fight. So they still have a lot of firepower at their disposal here. Just a testament to the momentum they've had now in this half here after the explosive opening that actually Eco's team was able to do. So now, with that initiative in mind, another B take is going to be on the card, so the Cypher as well as the Sova is going to have their work cut out for them here, because it's going to be round 2.
All the
Yoru going up in front, teleporting straight to his decoy, tries to get a spray through the crates, takes down the Cypher, does not take down the Sova, unfortunately. Fancy Freaks still on the back line while Zeno comes out in front. Oh, the Leer comes out a little bit too late there to be able to do anything. Now Viper's Pit is going to be coming out straight away. Trade still coming around, a 2v2, now a 2v1. Actually, Eco sending a shock dart and actually catches out Daft. Actually, Eco now 1v1 with Probosu. Not able to take him down. Viper versus Viper here. The spike still in hand. He does get the kill done. Doesn't even need it at all. Clutch round here for Team Farouk. And they're going to be running so far ahead with the lead here.
What a perfect play that was, with huge IQ being brought to the table. Like Probosu, he left that Viper's Pit knowing that if he stays any longer, it will be actually detrimental to him. And then Oyen managed to get that important catch, and Eco has only gotten that glimpse. It really boils down to whether or not can Eco get that finishing touch. Brings him down to only 3 HP. And with that flick of the tap, it really baits out of the enemy Viper to try to push through, try to actually get the glimpse of what's really going on outside of the pit.
We'll see how Team Faro is going to try to do this mid push here. They're still trying to set up a push on B. Not much mid control being shown here, but actually Eco, and a double kill here is going to make actually Eco's defense a little bit tough. Now just trying to rotate around to reorganize here. A little bit spread thin. But you got the Jet on the other end there, already being able to get 1 kill, getting 1 onto Putri as well here. Now the Yoru is going to be coming back into the front line while they try to hold position on the side. Spike still ticking down as we go on. VK's Oyen being alone here, still has the Blade Storm. Don't think she's going to be wanting to use it until she can get some kills done with the Vandal. Gets only 1 so far before she had to draft to the side. Tries to get for a second one, but Fancy Freaks nails her down with the Phantom using precision shots. And Team Farouk, yet again, still rolling with that momentum. All the last 7 rounds have been in their hands so far. And actually, Eco hasn't been able to make a dent since the beginning.
Yeah, they basically abused the fact that all these wires were placed into an area where all these shock darts as well as the decoy will be able to clear up. So it is a lot more effective to actually go in for the B push. And therefore, I thought maybe a switch up for Cypher to move into A will be a little bit better. Dimensional Drift into A. This time, they will leave the site for them to take for now. Well, gotta respect this Yoru for most part, because they do get a little bit more of a vision over onto Oyen. So he knows that it's going to be playing around the yellow.
Planted.
And you see that big wraparound coming from Zeno with the lurk.
Yeah, he's coming through now. He sees the ping. He tries to go for the Blade Storm. Misses all of the shots completely. Now his teammate's going to be coming in, but the spray through Cypher Smoke is not going to help out here.
Nowhere to run!
Now Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out, but Zeno is in position. Cancels it out completely with the double, as well as Sean. Probosu now trying to pick up the pieces here. They do find the last defender in Zeno. And Team Farouk still stays ahead here.
Yeah, he was really hit immensely, and by the time that you go in for the heal, he's only got so little HP. I believe it was 1 HP for Zeno. He was hoping to get 1 more kill and perhaps get that overheal done. Now, Zeno will have the Empress online, so he just needs a little bit more of that activation. And it's only going to be Zeno in sight, so you expect him to pop his ultimate if there's going to be a full swarm moving in.
Back soon.
And now you see a little bit more of an even split of resources onto both sides as well. And over onto mid, Esoteric comes in with a huge shot of the operator.
Yep, that's opening the doors now for Team Farouk. They're going to be going in a lot more aggressively onto B, knowing that one of the star players is down. But Zeno and Cypher still in position. Yoru still going to be able to take them down very effectively. So the defense being cut down to size here. It's going to make Team Farouk look so strong now. Yoru just catching those corners, making sure that there's no lurkers lurking around that corner.
1 enemy remaining.
Daft finding that crucial kill on to Viper. And now actually Eagle almost pulls through against Esoteric. That is as close as it can get, but it's 9-3.
Switching sides.
Still probable. if they do get that pistol round to their hand. But take a look at this again.
Yeah, through the
We
elbow.
know that the flash is gonna be popped perfectly into place, but even despite so, didn't really have time to react fast enough for that swing that's coming in. Else, it would have been a very different story.
A very effective entry frags there, courtesy of Esoteric. So now actually Eco will have the spike in their hands. Still going to be a pistol round for them, so I'm expecting a bit of a bloodbath right from the get-go, because I would think that actually Eco would want to be able to get a good start for themselves here, because the momentum has very much been going Team Farouk's way all throughout their attacking run. Now that they're going to be on the defense here, is the counter push going to work out well for them? The Viper is very far ahead. Has to pull back now, puts up the wall here. Does open up a bit of a path actually for Team Eco to try to make a brute force push. But no, they decide to rotate all the way back. They need to watch out for Esoteric, because he's already in position with Sherrod to try to catch them on the flip side. But no, Zeno catches him instead with that Ghost and gets a full healing to bear here. So overhealed by 46 points here. It's going to play a very crucial role as they make this rotation up into B. The Cypher of Farouk is in a position, misses the first couple of shots there with the Ghost, exposes that he is the defender in this side of the map. Now, oh, nice trap there with the trap wire. So Dav actually delayed them a little bit, buying a little bit more time for the rest of Team Farouk to regroup.
Still got the cam though. They received that full intel. So this is going to be the aftershock being popped right in. Not going to clip onto any members as they are trying to swing from all directions. Zeno as well as Oyen. They find one apiece. So this is going to be them on the advantage.
Oh, they see where
onto Pro.
See exactly where Probosu is. Lear's going to come out. It gets cancelled by the Viper, but they still need to watch out for Fancy Freaks. Does get traded out. The Viper is not going to be coming in a 1v1 with the Jet. Tries to go to defuse, but from behind here, oh yeah, picks her off.
Gun here.
He tries to stick it like how all the pros don't fake, but gotta always keep yourselves with that 180 view that he had. But it always goes so close on this pistol round, just like how it did on the first half. And, well, this is definitely going to be very, very tricky as well, moving forward into the rounds if they ever were to hit B again. You saw what happened to Oyen the moment when we wanted to dash in with this Jet. You get pulled back by the wire, so you got to invest in an updraft as well, which will leave this Jet into a very, very dangerous position. But aftershock that clips onto multiple targets, so it might just be a swing, but that will be an outrun for precaution. Gotta check those corners. We'll be able to actually spot out. Good reload coming from Probosu. Not standing a chance against Zeno. And the white swing, Zeno with 3. And in this, Matt is on fire. Woo! With Eco also getting 1 in return. Well, this is gonna take a while for the Cypher to get anything in return. This should be it. Knows that he's going to be trying to get himself into a safe spot, but doesn't really have guns to work with. So it will be that flawless, and actually Eco will see if this is going to be that opportunity for them to bounce back up to chase up the 9.
Yep, job done so far. Now they have the momentum in hand. A full buy round is on the cards here, although Farouk is going on light armor, so that potentially could be a weak point. But then again, Cypher not really able to hold the A side, so perhaps that's why they weren't exactly putting that much focus onto the A on the defense here in the previous half. Now the Euro Esoteric going up in front. They're going to be meeting a lot of fire here, but he does have a 4 flash. Could not still get any more kills than the first one. Just like before.
Blinding. But damage done. I mean, that takes out both the duelists. More than good enough to really deter them from getting much more in return. But they're going to be hanging all the way back into elbow to see if there's going to be any form of pushes or rotations. And even catching out the flank as well. Things are even out in terms of their odds as they slowly journey their way through into that A setup, which will be ineffective ever since that they've already had the Cypher. Well, I say Cypher, but she's still going to be around. So the trap wires will just give that information, and by then, that's going to be able to go in for that rotation. Heard the footsteps already. They should be journeying their way.
Journey on the wayside. Bean is going to have to shake it off a little bit. Gets a spike planted now. Try to put the court, trying to put the ball into Team Faro's court. Funny slip of the tongue there. But Recon Dart actually going to spot out where Ween exactly is. Not a lot of initiative going on Team Faro's side. Trying to take this a bit more methodically. They do catch out Win on the backside. Actually, Eco now tries to send out a shock dart. That does expose where his position is, where the Cypher goes in front, gets the peak battle, and a second one, a flick shot, in fact, to get the kill done here. Well done for Farouk. His team gets a defuse here, and now they are in the double digits.
What a reflex that was.
I know, wow.
Like, I expected that first pickup, but that sort of swing, man, they really come up with surprises. So this bonus was not the perfect type of conversion that they've been able to actually get coming from the side of actual Eco, although they were poised into position. That great timing onto all the utils, especially coming out of Fancy Free, definitely allowed Dav to contribute so much more. Now, this is a great looking setup. Double wire, which we'll see him going for the updraft.
Jet is going to try to bypass it completely, but the Cypher is still able to take one down. He does get a second one as well, as Esoteric cleans up on the other end. There's a quick defense here from Team Farouk to make sure they stay in the lead here. Well done.
That was what I did mention early on. B is going to be so difficult if you're going to approach it through the main corridors. Like, the odds are, if you really want to catch, get a perfect entry point, you have to ensure that you go through that elbow and secure what's in store by the windows. And just like that, having pressure coming in from the elbow also allowed Dav to secure that triple. Done so convincingly. This is the best that they've looked so far in the series. 11-5. Going for aggressive plays once again. We saw Esoteric as well as the rest of the squad trying to give it a little bit more supplement. He has the dimensional drift. He's just waiting on the timing. He doesn't really have to commit unless the rest of them push through.
Yeah.
Double from mid.
Yeah, a double kill here. That's going to cut Team Farouk down. They only managed to get one trade. They get two there with Probosu leading the charge. Now they're trying to keep them cornered in the entryway towards A. But Cypher is not going to be wrapping around through the back. Instead, it's going to rejoin with a Viper in front, knowing that they're spread a little bit thin. They want to try to bring the full defenses to bear. Probosu getting a third kill. Now tries to hold them off. Spike still not planted yet. Finally, they do take down Probosu. But Farouk is still in position, still spraying things down, trying to bait them out. Gets one of the Viper, tries for the Cypher. Didn't quite get him.
Wow. The exchanges and, of course, the timing to stop the defuse and go for the trade instead. That was so well played by Ruin, as she had managed to pull a significant clutch, stopping the bleeding. And look at how close that was. Now, although it looks like it's almost done and dusted, I think it's still very much on the line because they get themselves this a full buy run. Sure, Xeno has a light shield. Doesn't really matter when you are going to be going ham on this. Fancy Freak immediately pulling up the Aftershock. And this is going to be an attempt over onto A. Still having a little bit of a peek over onto mid with a smoke to cover up the middle section. Gotta see how OEN fares on this exchange. As you see that deep lurk over onto mid side. Probosu, you gotta wait for this guy to cook because the moment OEN steps out of line, there's going to be the Jet out of the picture.
Yeah, well,
Checks.
He tries, but no, the Jet still survives. Probosu, first one down. Actually, Eco still has a lot of ultimate in the kit, but Farouk is getting cut down one by one, only trading out for the Jet so far. Actually, Eco getting one on the defense as well as they can try to make the entry into A. This Viper's Pit is going to be unleashed here to get the plant down. Yoru already with a dimensional drift, trying to find a good position here to reappear. He sees 3 people inside the pit here, feeding that information back to his teammate. But how do you want to try to approach this? He's going to join up with the Yoru, tries to go inside the pit here with the decoy, just baiting them out. He's still wrapping around the outside, doesn't quite dare to go inside quite yet. Just want to delay the exposure he has inside, but unfortunately, the trades are still coming through here. Onto Team Farouk, 1-for-1 now. Yoru having to come around the side here, goes for the half defuse. Try to cut down the time, comes around, gets a Soma as well!
That's a perfect ace and the perfect play. Dimensional drift used to full effect. The decoy sent in to bait them out as well. And that random tap into the pit to take out the Viper.
Just a thing of beauty, isn't it?
This man needs a contract from a pro team eventually. Doesn't matter if he won tricks, right? It doesn't matter if he's this good on the Yoru. I think he deserves whatever money he's worth.
And on top of that, like, he'll be creating free content for whoever picks him up, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's a win-win. This is a win-win deal if I've ever seen one here. But first, you need to win this out here for Yoru. Bladestorm being brought out by Oyen as she tries to explore her way through the tunnels. No one to be found in her vicinity, though. So she's going to be waiting on those blades for quite a while. It's beginning on their end, but still no initiative bringing it brought to bear. Ooh, nice free face check there onto the Viper.
Exactly where you are.
Door is open. Now they know the positionings of all of the defenders. Still at full strength now, actually. Eco trying to fight back, trying to bring this back to overtime here. They need to start bringing that momentum from here. Xeno already on 3 kills so far. Gets the 4th and almost with the flaw, almost an ace, but still a flawless round nevertheless for actually Eco.
Yeah, after seeing that ace, Xeno knows that he needs to put every muscle into good use. Of course, channel it through the fingers of each arm. So that's a 4K and still really matching up to the tempo of what Team Faro brings to the table. And that face check, though, you know, not a lot of players dare to do that. But you're talking about a player that plays in Ascension, man.
Yeah.
He knows that something is looking a little fussy when you have a wall like that. Ash now TPs over on.
Oh, the Jet got spotted out. Tries to get the spray through there. Xeno is going to clear out the defender first, though. Tries to open up a path for the team while she tries to find the defenders in the back line. Can't quite catch out, actually, Eco, though.
Double flank coming in the way. This is going to be a little bit dangerous, but Oyen's on the watch for only 2 HP. Expect somebody by the window side as well. He will be able to hear some footsteps coming in from Sean Light. He's got that outlaw in hand. Knows where the spike is onto default. The TP is going to be there. He's coming through. There is the TP that he has to actually look out for if there ever was a flash. Esoteric can still apply a little bit more of that pressure, but right now it's Probosu taking charge, and he does actually get the frame with the TP.
No, but
1v1 again. 1v2 actually, in fact.
Yeah, 1v2, but Esoteric too easy there with the flash. Now just needs to find the Viper, but the thing is, Spike will blow up anyway. He just tries to get the kill, tries to get a reset, does not quite get it done though for his end. But a perfect victory nevertheless for actually Eco. 4 more points before they can make it to overtime. So far, they have built up that momentum. Economy slowly being withered down by Team Farouk. This could be their last shot to bring their full weaponry and ultimates to bear. And that might just be the ticket for them because they just need to win 1 round. That's all they need so far. Yoru almost making it a full team wipe, but sadly not to be.
Yeah. And they have 4 ults to invest if they need to. Just prepping for a flash. He does get a glimpse. It's going to be a decent send out flash as well. Going in for that full charge. And he just passes away. Still managed to find one in return. But the Stinger is only good for 1.
Only good for 1, but that just might be enough to just keep things going here. Actually, Eagle still with the advantage. Will get themselves in point, and Xeno finds Sean with the wall bang. Makes sure the side is clear. Spike is being planted here. Team Farouk still has 2 ultimates at their disposal, but it's both on the Cypher and the Viper.
It has to be a safe angle. They don't really have the economy to actually do too much more. I mean, so for what it's worth, I think like overall they had the perfect idea. It's just that you couldn't really get too much damage done because it's on the Stinger. But Bosu finds value out of it. At least remove 1 artillery onto the next round.
I find another one in the Sova, but sorry, he's in a completely different level here as Probosu goes through the tunnels. Just letting the spike go off. No pressure here for Team Farouk. They know they are in the lead. It's just the exit frags they're going to try to look for here. Finds one. Tries to go for the second one. Didn't quite work out as Ween cleans it out.
Yeah.
But at the very least, they still have 3 ultimates to bear for this match point.
And of course, this is where it will start to hurt a little bit. Fancy Freak still gets a full buy like shield into play, ending in the next round. But look at the counters. I mean, those who knows that if it's gonna be like that, you might as well just try to actually do whatever economical damage that you can. And of course, actually, Eco does not care because they have everything to lose if they were to drop this point. Another 10 on to A. Aldo now sent out. Haven't gotten the just yet. Quick opening coming in from the side of William. Clears out, but perfect setup coming in. Esoteric. Now goes for exchange. And back to back, baby!
Back to back. Just the way you like it. Team Farouk now back in the familiar position here, but the Viper is the first one to fall this time around. Cypher coming up to the top. Xeno spot him exactly where he's going to be coming out from. Tries to go for the wallbang, but the Cypher's not there. He's going to come around, sees the Cypher drop down to the floor, switches to the Classic, now goes for the shot, but does not quite get a kill. No matter, actual Eco has his back. And now they're climbing and climbing, only 2 points away from forcing an overtime here. Looks like this might just go down to the wire.
What a nail biter this is. Still good. They're really making Team Faro sweat through it all. Oh, the transition.
I think they really want to try to save up as much as they can for not only a full buy, but also to get all the ultimates here. Look at that. Like, they are going to be forced on the Eco here. But only the breach is left without an ultimate in hand. So Team Farouk, they still have a lot of options. I mean, they're still 2 points in the lead. This is just a resource that they're just burning off as actually Eco has the surge here. But they know that once everything comes into place, maybe they will be able to take a round off here before actually Eco gets to that overtime. And that's what exactly they're banking on here. So this round going to be a bit of a step back here for Team Farouk, but it's all according to plan. But actually Eco not really taking too much advantage of this. In fact, they're being very cautious in the way they're rotating here, making sure they have those angles covered. Now the Cypher's trap wires should be able to provide some information as they try to make their way onto the point.
And now the perfect setup, they will be able to actually cut directly into sight. Noticing that there's not going to be a living soul out of Team Farouk into the B sector. And it's a full wrap coming in from the main. It looks like they're the attackers now.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much that's what you do when he comes in true, but then unfortunately, Prudery was already in position, kind of slows them down and actually exposes the game plan here for actually for Team Farouk. So actually Eco refocuses their attention on the other end, but they still need to watch out for Cypher, who may be the interloper in this situation. Viper is going to be sending out the Viper's pit here, as information is still trying to be brought to bear here by Farouk. Still not going to be able to get the good trades here, unfortunately, as Team Farouk still cut down to size. Breacher, Sans ultimate, with the Cypher getting the kill. Oh, with this Breacher getting the trade done. Spike will still go off anyway, but they do get a lot of value out of this Eco regardless.
Yeah, and that final blow will actually catch over to Ruin as well, but it doesn't really matter. This is that round to send it to overtime. They can already smell it, but Team Faro has saved up for this. They only invested in an ultimate, which was the Viper's Pit, because they were hoping that it does connect all the way into the spike in order to have a glimmer of hope to go in for the defuse. So Sparks will definitely fly in this round.
Yeah, now Yoru is going straight into the dimensional drift in order to try to open things up, trying to find as much information as he can. Sees 3 people inside the corridor. Now it's going to be all the way at spawn here before he reveals himself. Now he's in the perfect position to try to cut them off. They want to keep them surrounded here, and this is going to be the game plan now. They still leave a door slightly left open here, but that's kind of a trap here. They want to see actually Eco is going to go ahead and commit to this A-side push. But when they do, they're in a position to punish them immediately.
Oh, look at that. 2-man step over on the back.
Yep.
Timing.
Timing is everything here. Promosu, very disciplined. Gets 1, gets 2. He's going to try to go for the 3, but then Yoru is going to come in to clean things up. Tries to go for another one here, but actually Eco cut down the size. Just needs to find one more kill here on the Sova, who is down to 15 points of health. Gets the spike in hand. Now goes for a quick rush to get back to spawn, to go around to B. Still has plenty of time. And Team Faro is not really giving chase at the moment. Now the Cypher is already using his ultimate. He sees exactly where actually Eco is going, and it's already at side B. Very fast rotation already. So Team Faro is going to be playing catch up at this point. The trap wire is going to show that he's already on the side, and he gets caught out immediately. Team Farouk gets the lead in his best of 5 off of an amazing counterplay here. And my, what the relief it must be for this team. Now they came into this as a kind of an underdog. You know, they still won the lower bracket, but they were still lower bracket winners in that regard. But showing up massively here to bring actually Eco down 2 notches, actually.
Yeah, better take more gulps of that water because you're going to go for that long hurdle. And I really thought that that would have been actually an overtime angle coming through. I gotta get in my words right now because Esoteric, that dimensional drift was what gave value to this round. She pulled out the Hail Mary, and then they were disciplined to let them pass into that cave so they get that full vision. And how many people were caught? All 4.
Yep. Perfect play here by the Yoru, as we were expecting to come out from Team Farouk, and now they're showing up massively into this grand finals. Now getting that map point lead is certainly going to bring them a lot of elation because, again, all they need is win one more map and they will get the grand prize here in this WCG challenge. So for actually Eco, maybe fun time is kind of over here. You're going to have to play it a lot seriously from this point on.
I mean, they mean serious business. You saw Zeno is already on that duelist. He really pulled some massive frags here, and it's just so unfortunate for how that final round went because they were so poised to go in for that full push already. It's just down to the timing, and unfortunately, none of the members were actually getting that coverage over onto the flank. So that double flank right there was that perfect closure onto what was the sweatiest round that we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and that blood, sweat, and tears have paid off already for Farouk because now he's facing a possibility now to try to end this series in the next one, but still quite a bit to go until we get to that point. Let's have a look at the highlights one more time. I mean, the thing is that it had been very much the Team Farouk show here out in Breeze. We thought that the Lotus was a very good demonstration of what he can do when you have the right agents for the job, but Team Faro is showing that they are having all of all the fundamentals down. They're getting very good plays out of their own stars here, and actually making sure that actually Eco is not able to get a significant foothold, especially in the first half. Like, granted, there are times when actually Eco's team is able to try and gain some good advantage, especially on the defensive end. But Team Farouk's attacks just relentless and prevents actually Eco from being able to get a stable foothold in order to build up the momentum that they've been quite used to throughout the upper brackets.
Yeah, but on the second half though, you see how many consecutive rounds that actually Eco pulls all the way back, and from that point onwards, like they know what's at stake on certain rounds where they can't exactly drop, and we see Zeno really showing up huge on top of OEN altogether. But Proposu, he's always been the final member standing in so many of all the scenarios. Some he managed to clutch, and certain times he does a lot of damage. So now boiling down to our next round here. Honestly, they could just run it back with whatever composition that they want. I think like it's really that making sure that they set in some of these disciplines into play, into checking their backs from time to time, and things should be good to go. We're gonna get ourselves maybe even in game 5.
Well, one can always dream, right? But given the way the Team Faro is showing up massively here, it's going to be up to actually Eco's team to now bring in a strong and stern reply. So another map is still going to be on the cards here, at least. The performances all around has just been exemplary. I mean, obviously Team Faro has gotten the bulk of the kills here going on, but even actually Eco's team are just giving them a run for their money, like constantly getting good trades, making sure that even when one member is down, they are already ready to punish on the exact next moment. So all of those come together to make this quite an exciting match here between Team Farouk and actually Eco. So wow, I'm really looking forward to see how this is going to end, because I cannot predict right now. It looks like, at least momentum-wise, Team Farouk is on the up and up, but knowing the strength of actually Eco that we've seen in the past, I wouldn't count them out either. Esoteric, of course, getting the top billing honors here for Team Farouk, and that is off of a very instrumental yoru play here on Breeze.
Yeah, there were so many golden moments coming out of Esoteric, and there were duels where he will have to really stand tall and just challenge directly on Zeno point blank on the attacking side. Definitely looking to be the most lethal of all the duelists out there. But on defense, you know, it's a lot more tricky when you are playing on the yoru. But even when the pressure is applied onto his shoulder, he will put everything that he has on the line in order to get this win back for the team.
Yeah, exactly what you needed, know from a professional yoru player, and he certainly has been the one trick to beat here in his competition. So this is a perfect demonstration of why he's very much feared, if not well loved by the people here in this talent challenge. So with that map done and dusted, we're going to be allowing our teams to go ahead and set themselves up for the next battle. But again, I'm just so looking forward to see how this story is going to end, because what a story it would be, right? Farouk's team getting knocked out in the first round of the upper brackets, then having to fight their way through lower brackets, and now actually showing up massively in the grand finals, one map away from actually taking the championship altogether. This is just amazing stuff here.
That's right. They're just one step away from claiming the top prize, but you guys can also get some prizes of your own by just joining people. So you guys can basically take a good guess what exactly is this weapon. Make sure you name the skin as well. We want it to be exact, and how you want to do it in order to win yourself some Valorant points. Follow and of course sign up a people account. That's already a link being given to you on the chat here on the stream. And go ahead, click on WCG quiz account and DM your answer to WCG. Good luck, all the best, and do you want to take a quick guess what this is?
I think this is a bulldog.
You're pretty bad.
I know, right?
Okay, I do know what the silhouette is, but
yeah,
honestly, I really suck when it comes down to skins. Like,
yeah,
I always forget. Like, all I know is like, oh, this skin looks really good, and then like you ask for a drop coming in from your friends, like, can I have that ghost? Which ghost? That ghost that you're holding right now, maybe? Yeah, that's usually how it goes. But yeah, you guys sitting back at home or wherever you guys are, just go ahead, look through a list if you ever have a skin list, and you probably might be able to take a good guess and you may just be able to walk away with some hefty amount of Valorant points.
Exactly. So go ahead and go onto the People platform, look for the WCG account, sign up for your own People account, and while you're there, just go ahead and take advantage of all the full and free features that People provides with unlimited time calls being done, and you can also use all the avatars, all the filter, all the AR features that People provides for you. So go ahead and check that out. DM your answers to WCG's account, guys. Make sure you don't get it to the wrong place there, and be very specific for your answers. We want not only to know what weapon it is, but specifically what variant of skin is actually being applied here. So go ahead, get those answers done, and if you are the lucky winner, you will go home with some Valorant points for yourself.
That's right, and of course, you guys are still with us here in the WCG Challenge Malaysia Singapore, and we're getting ourselves ready for another round in moments time. But of course, we got so many great deals. Of course, once again, thanks to all of our partners for making all of this possible. Of course, huge shout out to Big Picture, Smilegate, as well as our dear partners on TikTok. But that's not only Valorant points that you could earn through guessing what the weapon skin is. If you guys have no idea, tell you what, ladies and gents, you can also join a special People event and get surprising gifts, including e-money. Yes, I'm talking about real money right here. And Valorant point cards. So all you have to do is click on the filter tab on the WCG Instagram account, take a photo with it using the filters, and upload to your story. I mean, don't worry, we're not asking you to upload the feed or so. You just put it on your story and hashtag and mention peep.pool_official. And that's all you have to do. If you want to put some hashtags, we got some hashtags for you. WCG 2024, hashtag people, hashtag WCG, hashtag Valorant. That's all that you guys need to know in order to get yourself not only VP, but also some e-money.
Hey, so we got so much Valorant points to give off to you guys. So just go ahead and give this a try, especially for all you other viewers out there who are on Instagram. Anyway, this is a fantastic opportunity, and it's way easier, I think, compared to trying to do the quiz, which apparently I'm really bad at. So yeah, if you're just like me, perhaps this is perhaps this is going to be a little bit easier for you to do. So again, just go ahead, jump onto Instagram. Look for the official World Cyber Games IG account. Use the filter being provided and take a photo with it. Put it on your stories and mention the p.pool official account on Instagram here together with the relevant hashtags, and you will stand a chance to win some Valorant points. So yeah, this is going to be an interest. This is going to be something fun for you guys at home to go ahead and check it out while we bring you guys even more action here in this grand finals. So let's jump into our next map. Haven't quite seen what map is it going to be here. So we've already gone through 3 so far. It's going to be on Split. So let's see what kind of agents our teams are going to pick up here.
Okay. This time, another duelist for Zeno. He's gonna go on that race, so it's gonna be high-flying action moving into Split. Now, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be eyeing onto how to take some really offensive approach onto that A portion of the map. Now, I'm gonna stick with something a little bit more traditional for the side of Team Faro, with a little bit more of a change, having another Cypher round, but we'll bring that Sage into play because you gotta ensure that there's not gonna be an easy lurk up on mid, so that wall will be put into good use. Are we gonna see a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen? Are you guys hoping to see Game 5? Put it down in the chat right now because we are well underway to what could possibly be the final game if Team Faro scores one more point on the table.
I'm going to be excited to see what Zeno's going to bring with the Raze. We saw some highlighted plays on that with Milo Tabok yesterday, but unfortunately wasn't really able to bring that much impact in the very end. But we know how impactful a player Zeno can be in the lineup for actually Eco's team. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the table here. Whilst for Team Farouk, they're definitely going to be riding off the high of victory from the last 2 maps. but here is where it's actually going to count. So a lot of things are going to be at stake here for both of these teams, and with the championship money being on the line here, that just makes it extra sweet for whoever actually nails down this grand finals.
You know, whoever wins right now, I already say that these guys definitely are looking like champions already on their mentality, how well they've been able to also keep up to plays against one another. Well, if there's ever going to be another rematch going on somewhere down the road in the year, sign us up for it, man. I'll love to cover it again. So, here we go. Into our A sector of the push. It's going to be Probosu that has expected Zeno to rush right in. On the exchanges, we see one member down from the side of actually Eco, but they're going into the ramps and will be met by Probosu. Can he get another headshot? This time trying to push through. Gonna have that DK. So Esoteric will really have to back, but they will get the exchanges. Runs out of bullets. But that is gonna be an opening round for Team Faro.
That's kind of a very chaotic start to split here. So I wonder if this is just going to be more, much better just be a coin toss, really, because again, Team Farouk just been handed a victory here on the pistol round. So actually, Eco ended up kind of like not being able to stop that coming into this. So now, bit on the back foot here for actually Eco's team, and they are on the attack side. So this is going to give Team Farouk a lot of options when it comes to defending this. Spreading this out a little bit thin. Not much defense going on in A, which is where actually Eco is going to be making the entry here. Probosu is going to see at least one of them try to go for a peak battle here with the Sheriff. The Ghost is not going to be able to do much damage, unfortunately. Rotations coming in through the back here to try to back up, provide reinforcements to side A. They do take down the Omen, but not before Probosu at least gets a trade. You got a Yoru coming out there. Nice spray there with a double on the Stinger. Now these try to find another one. Teleports it back here, but damage has been done as the Sean will come in to clean up the house. Makes sure the Team Farouk stays 2 points in the lead. So good start so far, even though with the chaotic pistol round, Team Farouk shows that they are still here to fight. But now, Team actually Eco, having a lot more money in hand, will be able to bring up more rifles to bear. So the range battle here is going to be going on their side, I'm afraid.
Yeah, absolutely did love the investment coming from Probosu to go in for that round 2 Vandal as well. And that definitely paid dividend because he was just a stronghold here onto that A sector. He's going to do it yet again. This time with a full buy coming in, so Zeno, instead of satchelating all the way up into ramps, this is going to be a bypass. Probosu will have that flash going out as that info. We'll see him actually going for that swing. When that exchange begins, actually Eco bringing down the 30. But Zeno's on the watch as well as having Oyen here, right by the corner wall. The heals go through. 2 members by heaven, 1 drop down already. Again, over timing, he does actually catch the Sage out. So it's all down to Esoteric here. Once again, holding on to the Stinger. Very, very difficult for him to actually get the catch now, isn't it?
I mean, it was still a 1v3. He doesn't quite have his ultimate yet, so not going to be able to pull off any miracle plays here, unfortunately. Just only could hope for some exit frags, but they're not coming in that side, though. And the Stinger doesn't really have a lot of range to begin with. So still going to try staking around the side here, but I'm afraid that's not going to be any value being brought on the Team Farouk side. Actually, Eco now helping Team Farouk take it on the chin here. But another full buy round coming through. Although Probosu is sticking with the Sheriff, just trying to keep make sure that the economy is not too broken in case they can't quite take down actually Eco in this next one.
Yeah, he had to actually let go of the Stinger on that last round as well, so that the team actually earns a little bit more when the entire squad has been eliminated. So they will still get those weapons that they need. It's just that they just have to make do with whatever is necessary to convert this. First attempt onto this B side, we'll expect to have the Cypher to be lurking around. The wires set into a default plant. And over on Heaven, that's 2 members also invested into pulling through. The wires are already down. Zeno knows exactly which angle to actually clear off whatever is being planted off.
But it's still an opportunity to rotate through mid, and that's exactly what Team Astro Eagle is going to do. Breaks down the ice wall that has been set up there. If the gunshots has been heard, they will know that this is going to be the game plan. The Cypher is going to try to hit them off in the meantime, while they can attempt to try to make an exploratory option here. Still having the spike in hand, Boombot is going to be coming out, forcing Farouk to fall back here. Probosu just keeps an eye on the zipline area, but the push is still coming through on the other side.
Team going to give a little bit of leeway for them to actually get the side of B and then go for the retake, because they know that it's going to be really risky when they move into the ropes. The wall's going to be up. I mean, when it spawns, it is a little bit more brittle, so that will be cleared up. 1-for-1 exchange going through. So Ash gonna try to see if he can get more coming in from main.
3 people still going to be holding on the side. Don't have quite a lot of high ground to work with here. And up in heaven, Probosu is still a little bit low. He can't quite expose him too long. And Big Head's Oyen is having him dead in his sights. And they catch the yoru on the wayside though, so Team Astro Eco still ahead in terms of that defense. Probosu is going to come around through the back. He's win this peak battle with the Jet, does take it down. Now just need to find one more here, but oh, this is giving him the slip here. The Sky is actually Eco going around the other end. He attempted to go for the fake defuse, but that is not going to work. Actually, Eco clearing out this round, tying things up for his team.
Wow, so close. I mean, that moment where they were trying to actually go in for the wraparound as well. The moment that you have the yoru being depleted, there's so many angles for Probosu to really check and decide. I mean, he's been doing exceptionally well, and as a matter of fact, he is currently the top fragger. And with so little health left and so little time, that's the best that he can get. Actually, Eco now already securing the draw. Setting the doggo here to actually clear things up. Gonna go in for that direct access. Nobody's gonna be within that site. Everybody's holding over onto heaven instead, so I mean, easy push, but here comes Oyen. It's gonna move
Backstab.
Right to the top.
Yep. Oh no!
Hit it.
Didn't get the hits. Wasted the Blade Storm, but still at least it's just keeping them on their toes. No kills quite yet. The yoru is now going to try to pop out here to try to head up to the Jet, knowing that she's still around. She only got one blade in hand here. Xeno's going to send out a Boombot. That does get a trade onto yoru, but to lose the Jet in the process. Pain Shell's going to be catching out Probosu in the corner, forces him out in the position. The 3 kills here for Xeno. That's going to allow actually Eco to now take verbally the lead.
Yeah, this is definitely looking so much better. Showstopper is already online. Most likely will be activated as well. Meanwhile, they're going to be having a little bit more investment into that B side. You see a 4-1 setup. So all you have to do, plant those wires somewhere in between in hopes that somebody would step on it, and then just wait for a little bit more of that contact in order to go for the exchange. So
Pain Shells to try to open it up, but the Cypher is dug in very deep in the back. Lots of trap wires all around here. So the Showstopper not going to land on anyone, it seems, as Oyen picks up a kill on the Cypher. So they do open things up actually on the site. Plants now going to be brought down by Putri, as the other 3 remaining defenders going to be coming up through spawn here to get onto site A, wrapping around the other end, as they don't actually have any control over the top side of A. So, bit of a tricky entry that they have to try to pull off here, especially without ultimates in hand.
Not sure if they're going to consider a save. It seems like they're going to pull all the way back. Esoteric hoping to look for some exit frags, it seems. As the timer slowly goes off, 2 member steps through. Yes, he does check. And
yep. Oh,
that's one.
That's one. Teleports away. Out and just saving all those weaponry for them. So Team actually Eco wins the round. Has a very firm lead now. Team Farouk is just biding their time, trying to save up the strength, try to come back in a big way. So far the last 4 rounds have gone the way of the attackers. A full buy is in effect here, although 2 light armors had to be picked up here from the side of Team Farouk.
And up till now, every agent that Xeno's been on, he shows complete mastery of it. Like, how could you really tell? Those pain shells that will drop into perfect position to just clear off those wires onto A. You know what I mean? It really takes a lot of practice to actually know what exactly you will need to do in order to just deny the Cypher any form of advantage of the hole. This time it's only going to be Esoteric that's going to be holding deeper into the site. Gonna have a TP using the form of shadows through the cage. He actually finds Iron. Goes in for the revival. Now having more of these members invested. And Zeno! He's lurked all the way. Oh, the timing on the drop though. Here comes the pain shell trying to actually flush it away. Timing on the reload. But there is going to be an angle coming in from the ropes that wasn't covered in time.
Spike is going to be brought through the mid now. Go quick rotation towards B here, while Probosu tries to teleport in order to cut them off. An intercept is going to be in play here, but he's in a 1v3 situation. His teammate still going to be lagging behind here, but he does get at least one kill. That could even out somewhat. And with the Cypher providing information, he knows exactly where one of the members is still on the ground. Probosu teleports all the way to the back here, tries to keep the glow guessing. The Ween goes for the spray, didn't quite nail it down, so now it's a 1v1 between her and the Omen. Now the Cypher shows up just in time to clear out the teammates. Now they just need to deal with only one more member here of Actual Eco, and they will get the defuse.
With only 8 HP left, Team Faro is still hanging on, and they will be chasing those points.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Eco's gotten the lead, but Team Faro is not too far behind. They could potentially take it back. All they need is just another good round like this, and they will certainly tie it up. Do have to appreciate Zeno being able to hold his own there, but unfortunately, 2 kills that he missed out there just proved to be his downfall. But with Probosu just cleaning it up, at least it didn't hurt them in the long run, and they still are able to chip away at that lead.
The timing is just so unlucky for Zeno. The drop that cut his whole clip, and he was forced to reload, dealt with the Sage, had the idea to satchel away for the reload to basically channel through, and then what? I was just about to talk about Cypher, and
yeah, well,
this time exacts the vengeance where it's supposed to be channeled through, and again, we'll be holding on to the ropes.
Not much information as they make a slow push towards B. The rest of Team Farouk continues to stay in the positions.
Chasers are out.
2 of the members now rotating towards the mid. Not quite putting too much focus on B. That's going to be an open space to plant now for actually Eco's team. A Jet might be encountering a couple of members soon, while the Raze is trying to discourage them from getting closer to her position with the pain shells. Does expose her position somewhat in the middle, but the Yoru just went in without a care in the world and causes the death of the breach as well. Boombot's going to be sent out here. Probosu going to hear that come out. That's going to do a bit of damage. That might help Zeno here in this case, but he does get a headshot anyway with the Vandal. 4 up now for Zeno. Just one more to get the ace. Unfortunately, the Sage is going to be cut off a little bit. Pain shells didn't quite catch anyone in that corner, but they just need to find that Sage. Zeno comes around, sprays and gets the ace!
With even 1 HP to just sign off. And Zeno absolutely feels on top of the board right now. If that even makes sense. I mean, feels on top of the world is what I am looking for, actually.
I mean, it's quite difficult to balance on top of a board, you know? It's quite thin, it's quite narrow, and probably wouldn't be able to hold your weight that well, you know?
But man, the way that he's floating, like, man's got wings, so...
Man's lighter in air.
I'm not too sure if that's a commercial for some kind of shoe brand, but Oyen's gonna be able to just get a very important pick off here. No smokes available at all for the rest of Faro, but that random spray definitely caught Oyen off guard the moment he tried to updraft the top. Being a little bit overzealous as they are planning this out in the open so that they can still get some vision over onto the garage.
polling very far back here. They don't want to confront Team Farouk at full strength here. They want to try to at least get some pickoffs as they try to make the entry. Esoteric in the meantime, sending out a decoy here, trying to bait out some response to come out from Team Actually Eco. He sees the shots coming through from the right-hand corner, so he's going to try to confront Ween directly. But a lot of attention is being placed on the garage door here, while Actually Eco continues to try to bring some fire on the spike to try to delay them as long as possible. Now Ween is going to try to get a spray. Full send here. Does take down the Cypher, but the rest of them getting cut down immediately. Actually Eco with a double kill on the Vandal makes sure they stay in the lead.
I just love how Actually Eco on this guy was being so courageous to put himself a little bit further down so that he gets that deeper angle to see that wide swing that cuts through. So that was exceptionally well played from the entirety of Actually Eco. 6-3. Now looking to really hit hard here over on to this side. But Dimensional Drift is up at the ready. And the event can go strong. There is a revive. Goes in. Pops his Bucky for a tap. And he knows he's got to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, saw way too much people there to deal with at once, and we've seen time and time again what happened to Esoteric whenever he gets in this kind of situations. Oh, Showstopper comes out, doesn't quite land the hit onto the Breacher though, and unfortunately Ash would come out just in time with the Bucky in order to clean that out. The decoy, just wasting some ammunition there for BK's Oye, while Butchery is going to try to get them the back line here, gets the spike planted in the full view of the heaven.
But then again, they're coming in from two different sectors as well.
Yeah, so they have to watch those angles there. Probosu on one side, Sean and Farouk on the other. Breaking up the ice wall. Now they want to try to make a breach, but unfortunately they lose the stage in the process. Cypher is able to get the trades in, and so does Probosu with the Sheriff. Putri, again, in a possible position to clutch. Just needs to get a kill on the Omen, but Omen finds her first with the Vandal.
Probosu, you can always rely on him to clutch off some of all these moments.
Thrifty.
And they were just basically on the back foot of huge Thrifty round here to just retain a little bit more of a chase. So it should be a pretty much be back onto a stable note for the side of Team Fark for now. Fancy Fury was holding on to the judge on the A corner to try to really hold them all back, and did exceptionally well. Zeno, who does expect that there's going to be some of all these cheeky shenanigans coming in from some of all these half-buy rounds as well. Quick flash. Zeno does not get himself that float all the way on top of the box, but it's actually better that he didn't, so that he does not get clipped at all. Now, still watch over onto the ropes here.
Oh, Esoteric. Still get caught out by Zeno anyway, so that's a free entry now into Site B. Still need to watch out for one person to connect, and the Cypher is still holding in the tight position. Gets caught out in the back anyway, and the trap wire gets cleared out. So now they have free reign to get the spike planted. They still have near full strength. They still lost the sky, but they don't really need that defense here. And Zeno still picks off another one of the defenders, so leaving Probosu in a very tricky spot. And Oyen comes in with a third kill here to seal the deal here for Team Actually Eco. One more round for this half here, and Actually Eco is already very far ahead, so they certainly are hedging their bets and trying to get this map point here. Team Farouk has saved up all their ultimates so far, but they can't quite bring the economy to bear. You have to bring out two Buckies instead here on both Farouk as well as Esoteric.
Yeah. And right now, just squeezing whatever crats that they can to actually get something done. Fancy not even having shield this time around. We're gonna see those double satchels flying through.
Tries to go for
Heaven, and this is gonna be completely emptied outside. Just gonna hope for a retake angle, and of course with those scuff buys, how much of a value can they get? This is gonna be an open plan, which signifies that majority of them, they want to be playing on that ramp. So everybody's flying out. Dimensional Drift now spots out actually Eco.
Yeah, all of them coming up through heaven. Actually, Eco getting 2 kills already right off the bat, trying to cut them down for size. Sends out the animals, gets 3 now, just needs to get the breacher. Switches the classic, but Fantastic Freaks has the judge in hand, is able to get the kills. The Bucky drawing blood here for Esoteric as he attempts to try to regain some stability, but he's on the side. He sees a spike. Actually, Eco still a little bit far off, and unfortunately for Ween, she's gonna have to take a back seat here while the 2 of the attackers come in. Paint shells all around. They catch him out in the open, just exactly as planned. 4-point lead here for actually Eco before we switch up the roles.
Zeno definitely wanted to end things with a bang. He saved that special paint shell to just drop it in the golden moment. And take a look at this big play from actually Eco. He even had that perfect timing. The moment that he gets his ultimate up, he just sends the chasers down to just really hold him by the ropes. Nobody gets to see anything, including himself actually, but damage being done. Those are big 3-pointers of frags that was well earned from that play up in ramps.
Another pistol round here. It's going to be important here for Team actually Eco to secure that lead. But getting that pistol round done, because with Farouk having the initiative here, they do have a lineup that's very conducive even for initiations here. 4 flashes here, and Esoteric will catch out Ween as she attempts to get back to the zipline area. Now having free range to try to roam through the rest of Team Farouk now, pushing out through mid. They're going to make an A take here. And yoru is trying to set up to make sure that he gets those lurkers caught up. Does have a shoddy. Tries to hold his line, but Zeno's making a bit of a trouble here. Gets 2 kills and keeps a spike on the ground, so they don't quite get the secure take on the site. Might need some backup coming in. Putri holding a position, but gets caught up by Probuzu around the side. Now they're going to try to proceed in front. Zeno's now trying to hold the line here. Paint Shell is going to be sent out here, trying to delay them a little bit longer. The Ghost doesn't quite hit the mark here. Probuzu gets the kill, allowing Team Farouk now to have this round and maybe even this one.
Yeah, and this is definitely a good chance for them to close up this gap right now in the second half. And I really did thought that they would have this plan to be set right in, but Zeno shows up in the nick of time, right? And after that, with them being placed so far deep into the spawn site, it was challenging at first until Provosu basically got everything all weathered down in control. He's gonna have that shorty, and of course what you want to do with the shorty is that you leave a classic on the ground first. So I mean, like you get back into the classic and then you drop that shorty. So into pretty much another mid hit. I really did like what Esoteric did with his TP play early up towards rope. This might be another attempt over that, but this is just bad timing once again on the club pushing out.
Yeah, now already 1 down on defense. Farouk is not really trying to press the issue here, just still going for a very cautious push through A. But actually Eco gets caught out in the middle, and that pretty much should give them the confidence now to go for the A push. Only the Jet is coming in, but a very slow rotation for her. Probosu needs to watch out in the corridor side. The cage is going to be brought out. Oyen tries to spray the Shepherd through the smoke. Doesn't quite catch anyone. And the Sage already blocks off the natural planting point. Still trying to find some heads. Oh, gets one on Probosu there. And Ash waiting in the corner here with the Judge. Shoddy not going to help here. So
he's got a bigger shotgun, so...
Yeah, I know, right? Because Oyen now hit on 2 sides, not going to be able to hold her own. So Team Farouk now whittling away that lead down to only 2. Team actually Eco still on the back foot. Now they will have a chance to get a full buy out. There's quite a lot of points in Ultimate, not enough to actually bring one active from the start of the round. So they still have quite an uphill climb here, I think. Especially with only 2 light armors being picked up so far. They don't exactly have the sustainability if these fights get drawn out too much.
It's just looking at the adaptation as well. They have definitely understood the play style of how they usually hit over onto A. Therefore, this time, going with a very different approach where they put up the wall over onto the ramps instead. So they are being funneled right into the main passage into A, and you could just continuously drop the slow orbs as well. So it's just having more and more of all these numbers being set into the ramp. They do not to penetrate the wall, but it's just gonna be
Nice.
perfect time smoke to actually buy so much space for Niajiro to actually claim one with the help of Zeno.
Yeah, Pujidi still holding position. Nice pain shell there, catching out the spike. So on the ground here, all Pujidi needs to do is just try to go up in front. But V gets Oyam, beats her to the punch, picks up the double kill here to allow actually Eco to regain the initiative here. 3-point lead here between the two. It looked like Team Farouk was having a surge. Now that momentum has been cut back somewhat. Still a lot of economy going on actually Eco's team, so they will bring all their weapons to bear here. A full buy round on both sides. This could be the moment.
Yeah, I just want to highlight once again how smart that was. You saw where exactly Zeno was. He was actually on elbow. He dropped that pain shell directly into that area, and this combo worked so well to really stop that push over on the ramps. But of course, now with a B hit and dimensional drift in effect, there's just going to be an absolute turns of the side. But they're all going to be playing onto heaven, which is they have the vision all being blockaded. So Esoteric here on the alleyway, trying to hold through the corners. Flash not really getting that info as he will get the take down.
Yep, actually Eco down for the count. Zeno is going to come in together with the showstopper. Finds one in the back there, takes out the Sage. Now keeps an eye out on the garage door. Decoy is going to be sent out here by the Yoru, but that's not going to keep them away from the site. They still need to try to get on here. Good thing the Spike's planted in a very open position, but he tried to go for the pick. Didn't quite make it, unfortunately. And Probosu being taken out. Farouk could only watch on as whatever efforts they've made earlier on seems to have been to naught, because actually Eco now in the double digits, 3 points away from closing out this map.
Yeah, honestly, if you don't tell me this is a show match, right? Like, this could very well be a VCT game on the level of execution that we're seeing coming in from both ends.
You got a VCT Ascension player in the mix.
We
of
do.
course it's going to feel like that.
That's just one piece of the puzzle, right? I mean, send this team to compete. I'm pretty sure that they're going to be somewhere up there in the ranks. Anyways, a little bit of segue just to tone things down a little bit, because things are just getting so serious all these rounds. Team Faro on this attacking side really seem to struggle. They can't really break through, and this raise just knows where exactly to hit. And I think that just synced them.
Well,
Zeno's down.
Yep, Zeno's already down, but that's only in trade for taking down the Sage here. Daff in the meantime still held up in front of the ice wall, being delayed quite effectively here from the defense. Where exactly is that spike going to be brought up here? If they can actually clear out heaven, that will be great, but Putridi is now blinded and will fall to the ground. Sky now just trying to slow them down as much as they can, but the attack not really coming through into A. Facing a lot of resistance, Ween tries to cut them off at the zipline area, but Probosu was able to keep her down quickly enough. Now opening up the door for the rotation towards B. They still need to watch out for one more person there. Oh, it does take him down, and the attackers actually get the last, the team captain in that last encounter. So now, Team Farouk at least can breathe a little bit easier here. Still have quite a lot of economy to run with. Actually, Eco at the moment felt like they were going to have this, but a good attempt here by Team Farouk, being able to cut out any attempt to slow them down, has actually netted them some good battles here. And the rotation, especially with Esoteric being able to get those pickoffs, very crucial here for Team Farouk.
Yeah, and it's really important for Portrait to also decide, right? Like, do you want to hold mid or do you want to hold ramps? Because either ways, they could actually cut the rope, but this time it's all open up. Zeno gets through the smoke. Man, that is absurd.
Caution here.
But with the smoke now set into place, this will buy a little bit of time, but they do not care. They will just push through as they already blindsided the top area. Now, over onto screens as well. That's where Zeno's going to be at. We'll have that thing walled up. There is going to be a gap which they could still find a little bit of opening as Oyen covers from the main section. That managed to hold little Zeno back as that's gonna be a double. Right clicks, not really hitting the mark just yet. Damage done. And oh, Daff, is it gonna be an ace?
It might
Tell
just
me
be.
if it's an ace.
It might just be coming around the corner there. No, Weed shuts him down, prevents him from getting the ace. Still is able to get a second kill as well, but unfortunately, Probosu finds the mark.
They are definitely getting into the groove right now. Just look at how confident they are. Like, even bypassing utilities without a shadow of care in the world, right? Like, that basically opened up a little bit more possibilities. They know exactly how to actually play it out from there on. So, 3 elements available. Actually, Eco can still somewhat bounce back. This is going to be pretty much full stacks of weapons on each side for that huge clash, which we're going to be seeing Oyen looking for a cheeky angle just by the exits of Garage. Allow them to bypass the main. Let's see if they're going to check, though. You got the stopper right here. The flash comes in.
Decoy comes out, doesn't really give too much information. He teleports across the other side here to try to open up a possibility, but they're very dug in these defensive positions. Noyan not coming out there. Just waiting for biding her time. Very disciplined in her approach here. Takes down the spike carrier. Now just sees a yoru at the back line there, but unfortunately isn't able to take him down. Actually, Eco comes out in front, finishes off the yoru. Only one person left on Heaven, and it's going to be Daff very low. The cage keeping him covered there, and just barely gets away with it. Zeno now just keeps an eye out, makes sure that he cannot get anywhere near the spike here, especially with this guy on the ground there, making sure that he's not able to get through. Zeno only needs to buy this time and gets the kill.
Yeah, the moment that they could not get the read onto Oyen is where things start to fall apart, or else this could actually be a really good hit from the side of Team Faro. So that's also due to the fact that when we take a look at how well actually Eco timed out that flash as well, because Esoteric actually pops in the flash at the same time, so he is not willing to go in there blind, and because that's just a death sentence. He went all the way back, gets that trade down against the side of Oyen, but nobody is there to follow up to actually have a clear-cut way to just get more done. Oh, this is it.
Nice. With the time together with the breach own initiation. So that's a good quick take of site B. Now just need to watch on Heaven. They do have a bit more information thanks to the Cypher ultimate. So they do know that the defenders are nowhere close to the ground here. You only have to do things from the top side, but you already have the yoru in position to catch anyone who decides to jump down. Grenade's going to be sent down. He's a little bit too slow in the uptake. Zeno takes it down first. Gets caught up eventually there with Farouk being able to bring the follow-up, but the rest of the defenders now coming in here. Still in a 2v3 situation. She brings back Zeno. Loses life. Oh, just hand us 2 kills directly to Daft. So now the defense left in shambles here as Farouk sees the last target, takes down Ween, and allows Team Farouk now to be one step closer to tying it up. 2 more points in order to win it, but it seems like actually Eco might be a bit stalled in that regard. May have to economize this next run. A very good run, I might add, actually, for Team Farouk. Especially with Daff being on point with all the follow-ups here. Sees exactly where Ween was. Picks her off just so easy there for the Cypher once you got info.
And now this looks like another episode of what we had in Breeze, you know, like the turret member being activated from the side of Team Far now poses huge threat towards the side of actually Eco. And they are actually on Eco now, so you see that Marshall not really hitting the mark. That's only 2 members to deal with. Zeno says, okay, I'm not gonna let you have that freebie right there. So he's got that just prepared.
Smoke's gonna clear on the entrance to B, bringing all the spikes to bear. Now going for that slow push. Still not exactly sure who is in there. I can tell you the Jet is right up on Heaven. Smoke's gonna cover off the approach there because Oyen getting down on the ground here. Wants to try to hit him up as soon as the cage clears, but they're only having a Sheriff in hand. It's having a bit of an uphill battle here. Cannot quite take down Probosu in that regard. Zeno's gonna coming in. Oh, gets a showstopper completely cancelled out. Now Daff still in a good position here to defend. He's done quite well in this position so far. Sees through the camera in order to spot out where in the Heaven they're going to be coming from. Probosu taking position by the low side of the zipline does take down his target here. That leaves the defense all hinging upon Ween here, only having a submachine gun in hand. Oh, sorry, having a gun in hand. Still 3 people to try to find here. Spike sticking down all the time, and oh, he's just been spotted already. Quick and easy one here for Fancy Freaks, and now Team Farouk only 1 point away from tying it up. Might actually prevent Eco from getting that match point.
Now, this is going to be the most important round for Team Eco. If they drop this round, of course, the tie happens, and then they were forced to go on the Eco. So that is going to be a really strong chance for Team Farouk to eventually overtake. So they got to really take a good grasp of what exactly went wrong for the past couple rounds, because this B side was absolutely breached through this time. Moving over on to that A side. And they have that switch up as well this time with Putri moving into B. They've already got that flash intel, so they know that this is going to be an A hit. Hugging by the corner of elbow. It's only down to Oyen to hold down the line. Flashes perfectly. Not having the angle to work with. He gets one, and Oyen goes in for a swing.
Nice.
2. Oh, this could be good. Slowly getting killed up as well. No time to actually get the plan down, as they hold very deep into the side. Daft does not really have the HP, and they will shred it to pieces. He's not dead yet. And even with the spike down, can he actually pull through? Not quite yet. Match point. Is this going to be game 5 for Eco?
Match point.
We might go all the way.
It might just go all the way here. Oh boy, it was a very important round, and Eco showed up and massively put Team Farouk down. But what's going to be working against them here? Ultimates are already here for Team Farouk, so they're going to be facing a lot of resistance now if they want to try to head off this attack. Team Farouk now getting set up for the B-side push. Eco a little bit spread out, but they do have a lot of defenders covering that area, especially Zeno on that race. So now going for that push. Oh, it's not going to be a B push. It's going to be an A push instead. That's a lot more clearer. I like this coming from Team Farouk. The
best usage of the wall as well. Because of that wall, this dimensional drift was just wasted up. And now they really have to play it based on contact on mid.
I'll just see whether or not they will be coming up to the fight. As soon as they do so, that will open up the door here for Team Farouk to go for the quick take. But they've already got in positions here. Only one defender in the form of the Jet. She's going to be backed up quickly by the Sky, but she already gets 2 kills right out of the bat. Blade Storm already coming out. She comes up in the top here, tries to get some shots, but Formoso takes it down 2 of them. Both defenders on side A already out for the count. Team Eco trying to reorganize here. They know they might still have this in the back. Probosu is quite low, even though he's going to be teleporting around. He guts in front. He tries to get down Zeno, but Zeno is able to get all the way back. Only the land into the clutches of Esoteric. Kill still coming true. Eco might just have this, but they lose out their club. 1v1 here. The Sage, Putri D. This is going to be clutch time here, but Esoteric comes around the other side. She's going to come in the peak. Oh, she just barely missed that there. Esoteric still in place. Goes for the flash. Catches the kill.
And they're still hanging on. Esoteric, how in the world did you pull that off?
Oh my goodness.
And he just really had to do Putri dirty like that. Like that final flash that was saved to the perfect timing as well. He almost got caught, mind you. And that timing on that smoke, it waited just about long enough.
Try not to.
And that smoke kind of supplemented on how this flash just ate his attempt onto the attack.
Now, this time a proper B push, a slow one at that. They still have 3 ultimates to use here, and especially the revive might just come in handy. Team Eco doesn't really have that luxury though, as now the Breacher tries to open things up. The yoru already in the back line here, just keep making sure that everything is clear on this side. Now goes up to try to challenge them on Heaven. Sees the Sky's dog come out there. Oh, he actually catches the Cypher. Still doesn't slow down the plant. Ice Wall's gonna get broken down here. Zeno now scrambling to try to get out onto the heaven here to try to stop them. But Team Faro is already getting kills done very effectively here. They just need to get a few more. One more kill here, and that's going to be on Zeno, and they might just be able to tie things up, bringing us to overtime. Pain Shell's going to come up to the back. Zeno comes out front. Let's right through the wall! What is this? Zeno nailing it down. The clutch of the game here is actually Eco. Brings us to Game 5.
And he has to do it in the perfect way possible. When all the odds are stacked against them, he will just hold true and pull them into our final game of this grand finals. And the story unfolds into the final chapter.
We're gonna be eating so good tonight, boys, because Team Actually Eco has done it. They've tied it up 2-2 in this matchup. So only one more map will determine the champion here for this talent challenge for the World Cyber Games. This is an amazing clutch. I mean, that's definitely the clutch of the last 2 days here for sure. And the fact that it was Zeno who managed to pull it off with a wall bang as well to get the double. Crazy things we're seeing on in front of our eyes here.
Yeah, and I just want to know, how are they holding up right now? Because I'm pretty sure their hands are really tired. And with all these back and forth going on, and they're really going pound for pound. Yeah. It is now really a test of mental strength on top of skills. So it's really a full-blown fist fight that we really have to see who's going to land that final knockout. Because 2 maps in a row, we are into close to overtimes, and it's always that final clutch coming from the star player. On the other side, like we've seen those two bringing up some really big plays, and also on top of getting Esoteric. And now, of course, it has to be the man, the myth, the legend. Let's take a look at the highlight reels. I mean, man. It's just, where do we start? Where do we start here?
Just so much to unpack, but I can tell you right now, like both teams being fully warmed up now, like this is going to be an epic grand final. I mean, granted, it's already epic by the fact that it's gone to the full 5 games, but because both of these teams are just equally matching each other in the skill level and aggression, especially towards the end of this tournament, I mean, just goes to show like how much talent is really in this pool of players that we've brought before you guys today. I was expecting this to go overtime, but an amazing clutch at the end, just off the hands of Zeno. Just really true things for the loop here for Team Farouk. I mean, they were on the climb back, it's like it would look quite inevitable for them to be able to get that overtime being done. But through the combined efforts here of Team Actually Eco, even though they were looking like kind of like weak in the second half there, especially on defense, somehow all it took was just some massive plays being pulled off here, and looks like we're going to be going into the big time.
Yep. And first, Zeno probably have seen a lot of all these series game 5s, and maybe he would know exactly what to do in crucial instances like that. But when we take a look at how it has all been held true for thick and through thin so far, even with the activation of Esoteric, Proboscis, as well as team captain Faro as well, it didn't seem like it was enough. Look at them go. Each respective members actually pulling those 20 over K, and it was still quite the struggle that they could not really seal the deal. But also, that's also because of that layering on the attacks as well as on the defense, just playing it also perfectly from the side of Actually Eco. They definitely deserve this big win.
Indeed. I mean, Team of Rook, they still played their absolute hearts out. Like, the top 3 of the members are in the top 4. Only Zeno is the one to be able to top all of them. So it's not really a lack of effort, I think, on their part. I mean, they certainly did a lot of effort to try to climb back that lead that actually Eco had already built up. But now that we're going to be going into game number 5, I mean, it's like you said, you know, it's going to be a mental struggle, I think, for players who, you know, are kind of new to this. But again, when you're talking about a top-line tournament like this, when you got money on the line for this, you know, you're going to expect to have to put out your 100% or even more than that, actually, in order to be able to take that win. Zeno showing up massively with that clutch at the end, allowing this to unfold here. He definitely deserves the MVP for in my book.
Yeah, and, you know, Zeno, right now, well, I didn't say that he was on top of the board. That being the joke, right? He is now on top of the kill leaderboards as well as every single stats possible, because not only is he the one that really puts these numbers on the block, he has been that commanding voice coming in from this entirety of the series, and you even see how well the communication fluidly flows when you have those form of whole coming in from the Sage, as well as how well you've been able to just have everyone connecting at that same level. That's something that is so difficult to do when you have players just joining together for less than a week. And if you didn't say that they had even any training done, I would not even believe it.
I know. So, but in any case, you know, the experiences they're going to be taking with them here is going to last them a lifetime for sure. And if they get that champion as well, what a sweet, sweet story to be able to tell to all their friends and family. And on that note, we're going to be waiting for you guys to be able to bring you all the grand final finale here. But before we can do that, a short break. It's going to have to be in hand here. So hopefully you guys will be able to stick around with us. We still not yet gone to the conclusion. We're going to be finding out who's going to be taking that grand prize of more than 2.5k US dollars. So we'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the World Cyber Games 2024 Talent Challenge for Malaysia and Singapore. And this time around, we've got a extra special little finale to bring you guys. We've got to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Team Farouk as well as actually Eco have both tied up 2 for 2 in the map points here. So you know what that means. One more map is going to determine it all. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We're going to bring you guys the coverage all the way to the end here as we see who is going to be the top 5. I guess you can consider that top 5 Valorant players amongst our talent pool here in Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah, and I think by now everybody definitely deserves a surprise, and even if they finish second place, they will walk away with a chunk. But I would say it's all about pride and glory. Like, as Zeno, of course, you have already reached the spectacle of professional play, and this time, of course, Esoteric have already said, he's joined a couple of small tournaments, never really got to win it all, and this is the closest that it gets for Esoteric. So I want to see if he actually can best a pro player when he's definitely showing up huge back and split. And you know what's really poetic about this round? We're gonna close it off with a sunset.
I mean, the sun's already gone down. It's already 10 o'clock over here.
Right?
I mean, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Just a little joke to have around here. Yeah, it's been a really long day, so hence why we say that endurance is going to be a key factor here for which one of these teams are going to be able to come out on top. So Sunset, as we said, is going to be the map of choice here to close things out in this grand finals. It's going to be a fun one, and especially a fast-paced one, isn't it, Contra?
And of course, Zeno absolutely feels comfortable on that race. You see what he could actually do when you just give him that space, give him enough for that room to actually go for trades, just do so much. Now, there's also a reason why he's on that race again, because you expect a Cypher on the enemy end, and he could just clear those trap wires very easily with the paint shells, though that comes with a downside. You won't be able to use it a little bit more offensively, so we have to see how this plays out, because there's going to be a different draft. Faro side, they will bring in a Cypher. Well, consider every game to happen. Yoru would look at all the other things, like Fancy Freak this time switches things up, coming with Fade, as that will be mainly be played out over onto the A side very effectively, gathering intel. So it is definitely going to be the finale that's going down in the history books of the WCG Challenge.
Indeed it is. I mean, what a way to kick things off for the WCG in 2024, right? An amazing 5-round battle here for the grand finals in this challenge. And the fact that it had to be these 2 teams as well is just so sweet. I mean, the story, we've been telling you guys over and over again, like how actually Eco's team knocked Farouk's team all the way down to the lower brackets. They had to fight their way up in order to get to here, and when it seemed like it was going to be quite a difficult match, Farouk's team actually showed up, actually picked off 2 map points back to back, only to be stopped before they were going to be able to close out the grand finals towards the very end by actually Eco's own star player Zeno, no less. So wow, I mean, things went down to the wire in that last map. I don't expect things just going to change that much when it comes into Sunset.
That's right, and we are now getting ourselves ready with our launch of attacks coming in. Team Faro on to the attacking half here, as we are going to be seeing a double stack into market. We do expect a little bit of a tussle going into the mid sector there. Mid smoke now being popped. Dropping in the walls, but this is not going to be enough to actually shatter any form of defense. With great right clicking coming with classic. Actually, Zeno is just doing it all for the team. Oh boy. How they managed to just shut them down completely. Now only down to death, and 2-3 goes down.
Farouk now trying to salvage this round by getting as much economy as he can. Recon Dart is still going to show that he's still within the area. Puts up a cage now, trying to distort their vision. Wee comes on the top. Ooh, catches the burst fire coming out for the classic, but VKS OEM will use that opportunity to catch him around the other side. So a pistol round win here for Team Actually Eco. Team Farouk, well, not a great start here, but we've seen how they've bounced back time and time again. I wouldn't count them out.
Yeah, like this is one of the classic ways where when you know a friend well enough, what exactly is he gonna do on these rounds, right? Like, okay, I remember that since yoru likes to play around that mid side, and you know what? Let's double stack it.
This is gonna be fun.
That's definitely not Zeno's voice.
We could try to ask him maybe if his team actually ends up winning here and we get the full team interview, but that's going to be a bit of a teaser of what's going to be coming up next. But right now, all Team Farouk needs to do is to try to extract some value out of this mid push. They actually managed to get all the way to the top without resistance. Now they're going to be facing off against Zeno, who had the Spectre ready. Takes down one, takes down two. That's going to be Spike on the ground as the rest of Team Farouk had to back out of it. Boombot's going to be sent out here. The Spike has still been abandoned here as they try to regroup on the other side. Actually, Eco also regrouping on the other end here, trying to consolidate themselves around the Spike here. That's the satchel charge that's being brought out. Zeno's going to go out full guns blazing, gets taken out. A trade's going to be coming around, but they just need to take out one last Zova in order to close out this round. Haven't quite found it yet. Shotgun's going to be sent out to discourage anyone who decides to give chase. He's going to pull all the way back with the Spike on the ground. They can just afford to allow the timer to run out, but it would certainly be nice if they can catch out Sean. Sean instead tries to rotate around the back, seeing if he can try to open up another front here. Just have to watch out. Doesn't quite get the other one there because the Spectre a lot faster and a lot more DPS compared to the Classic. So foregone conclusion there. Actually, Eco now 2 points ahead.
Yeah, and Zeno, you just see how composed he actually handles that fight over the mid. Even with his 5-stack, he had that discipline to also reposition over on the back of the wall, but it was still a decent exchange where you see only 2 members get to carry whatever is left in this bonus. So that actually forces Zeno to go all the way down to 0 creds and having only the light shield to work with. Zeno will be holding in the first line of defense over onto this B side. Together with actually Eco together. And there is also a little bit more of a supplement coming in from the club that's also hiding by the corner of the market. They will be doing their due diligence here to try to cut all the way to the back.
Cover going out.
They have a full hit coming through. Zeno now getting flashed. We'll expect him to arrive on the scene. And we'll be able to take down Zeno.
Not quite secure though. There's still the Sova hiding behind the cage. It's going to be coming out to actually bite them in the back. To lose the Yoru from the get-go. Team Farouk still holding up in front of the smoke here. Oyen is going to try to get through. Loses smoke of her own, but gets caught out with a flick shot coming in from Farouk's side. Just waiting on the other end.
Here.
Trying to bait out Butri. She comes out a little bit and catches a headshot there. Nice one from Team Farouk. Now getting 1 point on the board.
Yeah, that was just beautiful stuff. Like the form of reads that they have actually had overall in order to actually clear up some of all these areas of play. And I thought that, you know, some form of instances, Oyen will be able to dish out a lot more damage because he was preparing that smoke in order to dash through and just cause quite a ruckus. But that swing was just perfect. So getting themselves that first point was important. So economy now slightly dented. 2 points off from Dimensional Drift. So if he gets this kill, get that orb, that will be a free action.
Might be a turkey shoot here if he can catch the second one, but no, Ash shuts him down before he can do any more damage. The rest of Team Farouk consolidating themselves. Still thinking about the A push. The Yoru is going to be going in first. Going to be encountering the Jet very soon. He does take him out immediately with a Shardy. He didn't even need to use his main weapon.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage over on to spawn, but take a look at where Zeno's at. Classic, but he finally gets it.
It's a backstab. Perfect position there, but the rest of his team actually rotated to A, expecting them to get the spike planted there.
He's got the showdown as well. So he's cutting into market in hopes that if anyone's still onto that B-man sector, there might just be a huge connection here. Double stack. Only Zeno behind the corner of the market as the rest are just held back through Zova. Showstopper will see them. Oh, clip by the edge. Sean, so unlucky. He tried to pull back,
Pain-
no time.
Pain cells, wall, everything they can do to try to delay them from being able to come back on, but they still manage to catch one through the smoke. Uses a sound in order to get the kill there, and they do get the defuse through, so actually Eco still maintains themselves ahead. Xeno seeing if he can try to catch any stragglers, will not be able to catch the final kill.
Going back in.
Oh, I need to catch a breather on so that I could collect my thoughts yet again. Like, this was great. I was really hoping that they full commit into A. Then this lurk would have actually devastated them. They managed to have Esoteric being caught out, and then because of that kill, that showstopper brings so much more value. So it was just a perfect investment overall. 3-1, and I want to see if this is going to be...
Oh, another one. Another one for against Oyen. Gonna get spotted out. Had to draft away with some smokes. Oh, but still cannot escape the clutches of Esoteric.
Hit shot through the smoke, by the way.
I know. I mean, I've been seeing so much of that coming out from them. It's just no longer a surprise for me at this point. But, man, the problem for Team Farouk now is that they attempted the A side, got caught up by the jet, now rotates around to the B side. They're going to encounter Xeno with the 2 defenders down. Might work to their advantage, but all 3 of those defenders are already piled up at B. You already still have the Yoru just keeping an eye out on A side. It's actually completely clear. If they want to, they still have time to make that secondary rotation, but I think a push through mid might be on the cards as Sean, his teammate, actually a pull even further back, so they're going to be going for a slow A push. Just leaving Team actually Eco completely guessing here, just firing blankly into the void right now, but not catching any reactions here.
Left.
Just keeping themselves very scarce right now, playing absolutely stealth here is Team Farouk. Now they're on A side, now they will get the plant. Team actually Eco a little bit far off, and they will have a bit of resistance, no less because of Esoteric being in that hallway.
Yeah, and
I know
Esoteric
exactly.
really opened up so much room in order to have that free spacing, so that actually Eco will have no other choice but to actually let them go in for plant first. Had him out in the very corner, and this is where the paint shell is gonna hurt him a tad bit, forcing their hands, and Xeno's gonna be able to find one, and here comes the flash coming out! Esoteric is only good to pick up one, and Daff, please, gets a little bit of the limelight here. A little bit wrap around, and he gets the better of it! Make it 3, and of course, you got that flashing champion, pulls it all out, and this should be just perfect. 2 seconds left on the clock.
I like to think that music is just what's coming out of like Raze's headphones as she gets it diffused down. Such a cool character. I mean, I love all these kind of things, you know, when they have all these kind of personalities being exhibited here, but very nice 1v1 there. Xeno just perfectly reading the movement there and actually catching Cypher in a bad position. So now that things are evened up, a force buy all around. They want to try to bring out as many guns as they can, although a bit of a holdout there with a Sheriff. Probably perhaps still trying to consider what kind of weaponry to bring into this battle, perhaps a Spectre or a Stinger. Or they can potentially even go for rifles, but it'll be a massive full buy. Good kill there onto Ween. For now trying to pull back.
Just thinking about the TP.
Yep, go. Oh no!
So just like that, Oyen gets that freebie done.
Yeah, so
he's got
what?
the Hunter's Fury online as well. Actually, Eco know that that's going to be a fake. That also gives them a little bit of intel that there's going to be more of these members over on the market side, but
cutting through.
They will try to actually send a little bit more resources to just hold them all the way back, as the cage will just deny them any form of vision. And here comes Oyen. Regroup, still getting planted down at the very least.
Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out now, trying to catch as many as they can, but if he gets Oyen already pulls out the first shot, getting already one down. Actually, Eco getting one with the Hunter's Fury so far. They're already cutting them down for size. Takes down the last member as well. The fuse coming through here. Team actually Eco getting a significant lead now in this half. This is looking like it's working out well for them, but Team Farouk has been conserving their energy, conserving their ultimates. Perhaps they have a bit of a nasty surprise in store here for actually Eco, because we've seen how they bounce back time and again. Now they have the money to bring in a full buy.
And it's really reminiscent of what really went down on the previous Sunset map that they had against Beltito, right? Because of that single duelist setup, and sometimes it just gets really difficult when you can't really get past the halfway mark. And even despite that, it was perfect timing coming from actually Eco's side in order to pop that security on the right timing, allow room for the Jet to do so much more damage. Dimensional drift right now.
Not finding information.
He knows there's going to be somebody out there. He commits!
He commits for the shot. 2 rounds on the shot. He now has to get it reloaded. Tries to go for flash. He actually flashed out the Sova completely, allowing Sean to be able to take the kill. Xeno now coming on the scene. Takes down the Cypher first. Clears out that site. Spike still ticking down all the way through out. Probosu facing a 2-prong battle. Gets one through the wall as well to make it a double. Like I said, nasty surprise coming their way, but they still didn't use their ults, so it's just purely gun skill that carried them in that round.
Yeah, and he's been waiting for this golden moment as well. Probosu, he just had it all pretty much all lined up. There's honestly not too much of a room for them to eventually play things out with so many members still left alive now. Another full buy round. Only one member from the side of Team Faro that's still holding on to a Spectre, it seems. Aggressive plays over on B. Both sides with sufficient resources.
Face your fear!
And here comes the nightmare.
Yep. Trying to keep them guessing in the dark here. The Yoru now moving forward. Finds a Sova. Very quick headshot there. And peels back. Now the rest of the team is going to be coming in here. The cavalry has arrived, and the Spike as well. They already spotted out the Jet's position, trying to straight through his boat to try to catch him, but not able to get him down. Queen has already used up her ultimate there. Now she's back on the revive. Now waiting to see if he can get the Cypher, but the Cypher gets him first. Probosu catching one on the wayside, getting the Jet out of the way. Another showstopper, this time not drawing any blood. Sees it I thought he saw someone on the side there, but Dab is going to come out straight to the cage. Gets one kill so far. Xeno now completely alone in the 1v2, but gets caught out on the side. 3 kills there for Probosu.
And he's completely activated from that round win previously. And once again, just rampaging through. They know where exactly to scan out, especially the market side. With that commitment coming from Esoteric and also having another member to give him just about enough support, he turns that shorty into something even more valuable. Gets that upgrade and can further wreak havoc to whoever tries to pass by Boba.
Now we're going to be going into another one here. Actually, Eco still having a 2-point lead. Still not too far. Still have plenty of rounds to burn if they need to get the economy back on track. Blaze Storm not going to land though. Farouk canceling that completely. No value taken out of that. Team Farouk still has an opportunity here to try to make a quick push. Already getting themselves with the Spike on the side. They do catch a Sova as they were making the entryway. A bit of a pincer movement. It's going to get cut down to size there. But Xeno's still going to be in the position to backstab. Now the Omen is the only thing standing in the way. He needs to keep an eye out while Fancy Freaks continue to try to keep an eye for that Sage that's on the opposite end of the smoke. Xeno still keeping the pressure going on the bottom side, keeping Probosu tied up. Probosu is going to try to teleport away. The paint shell almost catches the Yoru on the side. And that distraction, not enough to actually prevent Probosu from getting the kill onto Xeno. Fancy Freaks now cleaning up the house, and Probosu gets this 3rd kill here yet again in order to allow Team Farouk to whittle that lead down to 1.
And just like that, they managed to also answer to all these sort of flank and lurk plays. Probosu is just holding down to that cross, even despite the other sector to be cleared off. He's just not going to flinch. Now, they are definitely getting back into their winning ways again. And on top of that, you're looking at Daff versus Faro also popping off another mid attempt that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Xeno has pushed out.
Xeno's out. He's already got him 1, got him 2, got him 3 kills right off the bat. That's gonna stop them immediately from trying to go for that mid push. So a bit of a sneaky play is gonna have to be done here from Team Farouk in order to salvage this. But the Sage having the ice wall in place, Farouk just keeping an eye out on the top. Not going to try to break this down, not wanting to expose his position too early on, and he's especially so far away from Fancy Freaks, who's bringing that Spike towards A. Still pretty well guarded though, with both the Jet as well as the Sage providing that cover and the crossfire.
Still gonna have 2 members to deal with here. And going into elbow is just gonna be a little bit tougher, especially with such tight angles to hold out against. Gotta check for this corner. Fancy Freaks passing through. Faro has already been spotted. Makes it a little easier and immediately goes in for that double to finally bring it back for Team Actually Eco.
Well, Farouk's little surge has now been put to an end here. Penultimate round of the half now. Still a lot of resources to use here, so Actually Eco is going to burn some of it to try to bring out all the Vandals here. Maybe an extra, I was going to think it's going to be an extra spicy gun. It's just a Phantom, so.
Well, good enough to actually do all the damage that you need. So, we haven't seen all these Odins or Ares surprises. I mean, shotguns are given to some of all these duelists that likes to actually take full corner fights.
A push through the middle here for the Yoru. He's going to try to find the Sova. Does get the headshot immediately. Good opener so far. The Cage is trying to hold things off, but the Showstopper comes out. Doesn't quite land on anyone. Sean is still able to take down Ween in the meantime, though, so the defense is not actually working out well. But, oh, Zeno comes in with a double kill and stops him from getting that spike plant. Now she's going in for the ace! Wow! What?
Stylish as always, and you have to save the best for last. You know, it has to be Esoteric to be the last one to take the short end of the stick. Now, take a look at this again. He's just getting everything on track. As much as he did not really land the Showstopper, that random spray into the smoke has actually caught up, and then you get the reset as well. Man.
Crazy. Just crazy to see that unfold before our very eyes. Now, Esoteric using the Dimensional Drift, trying to get himself as far into the backline as possible. Sees no defenders around side B. So does give the all clear signal. Opens up on towards mid. Trying to prevent any pincer movements coming in from the defensive end. They're still second guessing themselves. Trying to regroup around. Yeah, Pucheri unfortunately catches a stray there. Do get the trade out. Now Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out here to try to provide some pressure, but the showdown, the showstopper brought out here by Zeno puts that to an end.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Pain shells right. And oh yeah, drive with the operator. And finally clears it out. But look at the damage. Everybody's so low. Actually, Eco now gets the Hunter's Fury back up as well.
Wow.
Now this is a strong showing of the first half. But on the defensive end, I want to see how Team Faro does, because we've already seen Dav doing so well on the attacking side. Now it is definitely going to be a little bit of a switcheroo, so see a little bit more jetpack action coming out of Zeno once again. But,
I mean,
do they read this attack onto A? I wonder. Apparently, I could stop them, but this is going to be a bloody brawl up A.
Oh, for sure. But, you know, when you speak about patterns, I mean, kind of alluding to, you know, us getting to know all of our talents here over the course of this challenge, you know, it seems like Team Farouk might be a little bit stronger when it comes to attack. I mean, just based on the last performances we've seen them on these maps, you know, it seems to be their forte. This may put them a little bit behind, but again, just piling it on in that battle here, just constantly trying to get those trades done. Guns all around. Now the ice is going to be brought out. That's going to force them now to back out of this attempt here. Through the mid goes Team Actually Eco. Well, with only 2 members, the Sage is going to try to provide some cover, but David's going to come around, picks up the spike carrier just as Probosu takes down the Sage.
Yeah, and now with the pistol rounds going in their favor, some of all these leads that they have actually garnered through that first half might just be depleted just like that. So, are they going to go for a buy or so? Actually, go still considering that maybe just get something like a frenzy or so, but he wants that full stack of cash heading into the next round. So only a sheriff that we're seeing here. Oh, deep double wires. I really do like this, because if you were to send a paint shell, it can actually clip onto only one of the wires.
Fair enough, yeah, actually. other thing about it. I mean, seems like a bit of waste, but still. Yeah, especially when you gotta raise that competent, it's gonna be very hard to pull all that with the Cypher. Cage is keeping it secure. The doorway is gonna close, but he still gets a kill on the Sova just at the last moment. Probosu now just exchanging shots with the Ghost. Not gonna draw too much blood here. Pain Shell's gonna be coming out as Zeno tries to go in front, trying to bait them into a long protracted fight, but doesn't seem to have gotten any response coming out from Team Farouk. They know that they are ahead here. I mean, they're still 5-man up. They know they have all the angles covered here. It's just a matter of where actually Eco decides to make this assault happen. Zeno is going to spot out the Yoru. Tries to bait him out for an attack, but Yoru just pulls him back further and further and baits him into a position to get the spray down. Bean is going to get the Yoru. Doesn't quite get the Yoru. Still going to be a flawless round here for Team Farouk.
Yeah, this is really tough for them on this Eco as well. I mean, they tried to actually push through the mid side here, with the doors just shutting on the perfect timing in order to stop the push coming in from Zeno. And it really led into a desperate attempt because they know there's no way that they could cut through his speed without stepping on Mars as well. So, very disciplined play coming from Esoteric because he's been hugging by that alleyway for the longest of time, not even budging at all. This time, we're gonna have that full read over onto me, but it's gonna be a one-way cage. So hard to pass through.
Yeah, a bit of a shock dart for security, but everyone else from actual Eco not budging too hard. The Soba is rejoined here for the defense, reinforcing here, but looks like the Cypher is able to get the trades done. Doesn't quite get the second kill off though. Zeno still holding up on the entrance here to making sure that Spike does get planted. Now they will peel off the site, deciding instead to try to go for the retake. It's Team Farouk. They are 1 man less compared to actually Eco.
They're
but
still, smoke. They really have to ensure that they spray correctly. They pinged it already. Damage being done. Here comes the push.
Oh, comes a push, and Promosu catches one right off, gets a second one, gets a third as well. Good push out here by Promosu, shutting them down completely, allowing Team Farouk to be one step away from tying it up. I told you it was going down to the wire here, Contra.
Man, this guy's got a huge cojones to be able to push through without a carry in the wall, and that paid off so much. Because they know that they're just gonna go for those random sprays while they're being so occupied. Zeno, he just unloaded the whole clip so he could not use that Phantom to actually get value off of this Probosa push.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Now that Farouk's team is on the verge of tying up, they still have a bunch of ultimates. If they can actually pull this round off without using too much of them, that's going to allow them a lot of options here when it comes to retaking that lead.
He took the wire back.
Now
that's an interesting move because he expects them to eventually break one up. And oh, the push!
Ooh, bit of a big one there. Fortunately for Team Farouk, they took the worst of it, and especially their raise. Zeno has taken quite a bit of damage. This Yoru is going to be able to take out the spike carrier, goes into dimensional drift, tries to find them in a nice position here to catch them off guard. The decoy is going to be sent down. He does use the shotty in order to take down one, but Oyen comes out around the corner here, makes sure that Yoru doesn't live too long. Spike is going to be planted here. Extra pressure onto the fade of Team Farouk. Fancy Freaks now. It's going to be his time to see if he can get that clutch. If he can catch out Zeno first, that'll be great because his health is really low. But the Jet, that's the bigger threat now. Popping.
Double stack onto market as well. Such a tough angle for him to actually get covered because he's already utilized all of these resources that he had. Only one Prowler left. So let's see if he's going to go for taps and he's going for a check. Oh no, he's got no idea.
No plan. He's going to try to defuse. They hear the ping. Boombot's going to be coming out first. That's going to alert him. Pain Shell's going to be coming out as well. And a kill to end any hopes of Team Farouk tying it up. So, Team actually Eco managed to shut them down pretty effectively over the last, over that round. Still a lot of momentum on Team Farouk's side, so a full buy might just be in order for them.
Yeah, take a look at this again. Like, I think he had the best of ideas, but it was just both of them stacking onto the same angle, and it was just a collateral that kind of opened up the entirety of the side. And that led to the downfall of what went on over onto this B side.
Bit of a quick push, I think. But then they already have two defenders already trying to hit them off. Pain Shells getting ready there while they try to get information with the Owl drone. They see the Yoru going around the side, but he teleports away. Just kind of baiting them to use up their skills here. But they still have plenty left in the tank. The Cypher is Farouk now pulling all the way back. Probosu in a good position here. Takes down Zeno with a quick headshot. Keeps them pretty much guessing. The Jet's going to come out around the way. That allows them to get the kill on the Probosu. Now they're going to try to get themselves straight into the mid with the spike. Now have an open road to try to get towards A. Only a defender in the form of the Yoru to watch out for. As soon as they get onto the place, the Cypher is giving chase as well. Tracking them, getting them, trying to set up a position that will allow the Yoru free reign here. He's going to go ahead and open up first, gets the first 2 kills right off the bat, preventing the spike plan. Now just need to deal with the Jet, but the OEN comes around, 3rd kill, but the Farouk will come true in the end here to make sure they don't get that plant.
And they managed to stop any form of advancement just like that. What an important pick-off there coming out of Esoteric Yoru. And just taking a look at how things have gotten a little bit rowdy, especially with pretty much the flank coverage coming out of Probosu. Now he's got from the shadows to just cover a lot more grounds in this round. OEN though, he's not going to make any purchase because he's got the Blade Storm available.
Fire in the hole!
Oh, Showstopper committed as well.
Yep. Didn't get anything. Breaks down the door. Boomball's going to be sent out. That's good to provide enough distraction to get the trade done. Still lost a member of their own in that attempt though, but they do have B right for the taking. Only the Omen is on the other side. He's blocked out by the wall. He's not going to be able to provide much support for the guys moving up from the top side. As Dimensional Drift is going to be able to provide 2 pings there. He's going to be able to see 1. He's going to try to get some flashes done here, but not going to ultimately commit to a full-fledged attack. Backs off to the back with a smoke. Waits for them to use up their skills here, but he gets caught out in the end there by Weed. Now it's going to be down to the last 2 defenders.
Tight angles through the walls, and this smoke is not helping as well. Zeno will seal the deal there. This time, looking a lot more cleaner, despite, of course, dropping 2 members out there. But I love it when both of these duelists just go in tandem. Like, there's just no way that you can hold through market with such a burst of speed. So now, the economy definitely looks very, very healthy for the side of actually Eco. But not so much on Farouk's side. Probosu forced to be on that Sheriff. I mean, some of them are actually going for
Caution
some
here.
force buy as well. Can definitely afford it, but that's gonna be a read. I should just dodge the recon dart completely. And Probosu, got the timing down.
Yeah, got the timing down. I'm going to set up in the corner there. Boombot's going to be coming out. Keeping them up on the alert. Pain Shell going through the window to try to catch out anyone on the other side. Didn't quite land though. Still, the rest are actually Eco. Not quite reorganizing here. Just making a slow attempt to try to stack up around B. Because Oyen spots out 1 member. Does take down the Sean. So the Sova is not going to be able to provide much information here for the defenders. But the attackers will still push through. They need to try to show up for this. They already caught out a nice little set of trades up in the front here, and Yoru is able to get a 2nd kill there on the Judge.
And now with the spike being stranded as well. How are they supposed to do this? It seems like actually Eco will just be hanging all the way back, allowing them whatever spacing that's necessary. And with the ultimate already committed, not finding any kills means that this Clove does not really get to leave. So now 3 members in as they hang all the way back into the main halls. Again, going deep.
Yeah, going deep here. Oh, they take out the diffuser. Still going on there, but they do finish off every single one of the defenders in the line. Actually, Eco now on the verge of match point. Team Farouk not able to cut down their momentum in this half here. They kind of built it up. Now they just need to bring it home.
And all the experience coming from Xeno to play all these best of fives, this is where you can still see that it has not really affected him through all of these rounds, where he's still having some of the highest numbers to book out with. Now, let's see. Majority of all these areas of B is just going to be left vacated. They will receive just about enough intel. Being shell to clear things up, only having the Bucky to work with. Just gonna see if he's gonna get a little bit lucky from here on. Xeno immediately catches onto the yoru. Still gonna look for a little bit more.
Already got a spike down and still have plenty of strength left. Team Farouk, they got themselves against the ropes now. They need to try to make a comeback here, but unfortunately Probosu will not be doing it for them. 2 still remaining. 1 in mid, 1 close to the spike. Can the Sova provide enough of the distraction here to force them to vacate the position? Sean's gonna be coming through. He gets caught out though! And Fancy Freaks as well. 3 kills for Xeno. This might just be it. A match point now for actually Eco. 1 more round to win this map and this grand finals.
They had to save that round, and they really have to pull everything here on the final one. So this is it. The last hurrah. And I just really can say it's just perfectly coordinated attacks. Every member is just working perfectly like clockwork. Wins a showstopper online. We'll find it.
Oh! Good catch on Sean. Farouk now on the ropes here. Pain Shell's going to try to block off the entrance into A to get the plan down immediately. They want to force the issue here onto Team Farouk. They lost 2 members already. The Yoru is now trying to even the odds, but he gets traded out as well. This is not looking good for Team Farouk. Still 4 members, only 2 defenders. And VKS Oyen is in the position to try to backstab them. Needs to be able to get past this ice wall. So slight gap. There's a gap. He's going to be able to come through. The Cypher now tries to do it, but no! Xeno picks up the final kill onto him, wins out this map. Relief on the faces of actually Eco. They can't believe they have done it. They are the champions here for the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024. Savor this moment, my friends.
Going to the full length, and right now, celebrating this massive win. This team that was just formed, you know, within less than a week, have been able to triumph with exceptional plays from all around. And in Sunset, they managed to shut them down completely. And even with the rematch, we saw Team Faro was really hopeful, but Team actually Eco, they've got a full tank running all the way to the very end.
My goodness, what a grand finals we've just experienced here. I mean, I am literally at a loss of words, and I've definitely used a lot of them over the course of this commentary here. Well done here, the team actually Eco, the man, the mystery, the myth, the legends, all coming to fruition here to bring them home the champion for the WCG Challenge.
Wow. And I'm just trying to absorb it all in. What a fantastic event this has been, and all the talents really showed us a whole lot of entertaining rounds, and heading all the way to the very end, we just see great cohesion from our top 2 teams. Once again, we'd like to thank all of the talents and of course all of you guys who are tuning in as well, where we all get to learn a little bit of something here. And well, we really want to speak to the team eventually on, you know, how does it feel to close off such a grueling best of 5 here in this grand finals.
Indeed it is. Wow, what a fantastic day. The journey that started a week ago with the captain's draft now came down to this best of 5 grand finals, and we went the whole 9 yards. Well, 5 yards maybe? But in any case, it's a great day here for Valorant here, and a great day for the World Cyber Games, because what a way to kick things off for 2024. This is it. This is the challenge here for the Malaysian and Singaporean creators. We've been enjoying a lot lot of the action here. I mean, just to kind of like recap, like what has been some of your like favorite moments so far over the course of this competition here, Contra?
Well, there's so many to point out. I mean, if we're looking at Xeno's play, I still could not forget that outlaw ace that he's gotten back over on Bind. That was yesterday, but today, where do we begin? I mean, he went on so many different agents, and he just shows top level performance all the way through. Just goes to show how much of a professional he is and how he basically treats his job seriously. And even on a show match, he's not resting on any laurels. He never had this had shown that he's just tapping out of any of these rounds, because this guy just shows what it takes for you to be out there playing video games professionally.
Yeah, I mean, that's in terms of the plays, but for my money, like, my favorite moment really was just cutting back every time actually Eco wins a map, and to see the relief on Patrice's face, like every time, it just feels like she just cannot believe.
From Probosio as well.
Yeah.
Probosio is like elated every time. And then he starts chugging water. And of course, credit where credit is due. I think Esoteric has been such a great lad joining us for those previous interviews, and I'm pretty sure that with this level of performance that he puts out here in these grand finals and throughout the course of these 2 days, he has definitely earned the respect of everybody out there.
Indeed. I mean, they earned the respect of all of us here, really, from the World Cyber Games here, because, again, amazing best-of-5 series that we've got to witness all throughout. It came down to the final game, and even though Team Farouk had managed to get 2 back-to-back map points, that was allowing them to get to this stage here, but that overtime just seemed to be on the cusp for them, you know, at certain points in this map. But eventually, Team Actually Eco were able to get ahead into the game. They were able to counteract all these kinds of trickery that Team Farouk was trying to hold onto them, and they were not fooled at all. Xeno especially has been exemplary on that raid. Just look at the bounds of like kills, and even an ace as well. I mean, just as you said, this guy has been exceptional regardless of what agent he was using throughout this tournament, and that's truly a testament to the level of skill, skillfulness, and talent that he's showing before our very eyes today.
Yeah, and we take a look at all these form of traits that they actually take on the first half as well. I still say that the Team Faro definitely looked a little bit steadier, and after that, once the economy shatters, things just gets a little bit too out of hand. It went down so close onto 8-7, and then this is where Zito just shows up once again, and it just really completely shatters the morale. Even with the works like this, they still manage to pull, you know, a final few points back, but there's just so much going on where they tried everything that they could, but they still could not catch members aside of Actual Eco.
Yeah, it's just such a talented squad we have here, and you know, like listening to the interview with Pritchard D, the fact that they are also like, they literally provided her with like the necessary knowledge and training in order to make sure that she can keep up with the rest of them. And at times even though she's at the bottom of the board here, her contributions throughout the entire 2 days have been instrumental in allowing Team Actually Eco to be able to get to this point here. You know, the clutches that she was able to do in spite of that. And of course, like VK's Oyen, oh my goodness, this guy has been absolutely killing it on this jet here. Even yesterday's games as well, he's shown himself to be a great partner here to Xeno, just allowing him the space to do what he needs to, and also picking up the really crucial kills, especially when the moment demands it. Well done all around. I mean, Actually Eco himself, he can certainly be smiling from ear to ear, although I do wonder what that does look like. We don't know what his face actually is, but he can certainly be proud of what his team has accomplished here today.
I'm pretty sure they will feel very, very happy for the course of the weekend as well. Just having the best weekdays all pretty much covered up with fantastic Valorant action. And, you know, when we take a look at their journey, sure, it wasn't the most smooth sailing for both sides of the party and play in the grand finals, but they have been able to once again show that they have been able to get everything pretty much aligned very well, and Zeno definitely was the superstar of the tournament.
Indeed, he is. I mean, the plays they've been able to pull, the flexibility of him as a Valorant player, just has added so much to the show here. And we all thank him so much for being able to pull off these kind of performances live here for us to enjoy. I mean, kudos to him. I mean, he's gotten like what the most amount of kills, wasn't it, in yesterday's games? He certainly has brought it up another notch, just constantly getting 30-odd kills every single map here, and just making sure that especially the players on Farouk's side, he remains a major threat every single time he shows up on that battlefield here.
That's right, and of course, we hope to actually see a whole lot more Zeno if you love all the plays that he's made. Make sure you follow him on all his socials. Pretty much, if you could Google it, you could basically see it. So, right now, of course, the team will be also joining us for an interview in moments time, but we give them a little time to put on their webcams if it's off for a moment. And I gotta say, everybody really put on the showing. I think we see a lot of memorable moments coming from Putri, coming from Green as well, and of course not forgetting Fancy Freak. Although in between there's also a lot of shenanigans and stuff. So with that said, this actually comes to the very end for the games, but we still have a lot more for you guys to check out, so don't go anywhere just yet, because we still have the winner's interview. It'll be coming in shortly. And while we're at it, Victor, you asked me about my favorite moments already. Was there any sort of a favorite spectacle? Maybe aside from the grand finals, was there any players that you absolutely love watching as well?
Oh, I mean, I enjoyed very much. You want me to talk about besides Zeno and Esoteric here? I think like VKS Oyen, I think has to take that one. Probrosu as well. His Omen plays yesterday was amazing. I mean, his rifling skills still transferred even when he went onto a different agent on today's games here, and certainly has shown us a lot of like what it really takes to be a top level competitor. I mean, like you said, it feels like a VCT because of the level of skills these guys are bringing here. So I would say another kind of moment that sticks up in the mind, the shish kebabs. I mean, we saw one earlier on, the kill, which right away inside the kill feed, it seemed like the stage was able to take him down, but he still managed to get that one more kill at the end there. So it's just crazy. Like this is what I love about a game like Valorant, right? It's a game of imperfect information, and because you have these highly skilled players, it's fantastic to see when everything comes together. So now that all that is said and done, we are finally ready to go ahead and interview our champions here for the World Cyber Games 2024 Challenge. So welcome here to Team Actually Eco, the winners here. Wow, you guys, I am at a loss here to describe what exactly we just witnessed. An amazing best of 5 finals. Let's go around the table here. Just let us know, how do you guys feel at this moment?
Fucking good. Oh.
Yep.
I feel really
sorry. Sorry for my language.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, yeah, I guess we can start off with you, Zeno. I mean, it's been quite a really long battle here in this grand finals. So, I mean, were there any points where like you felt that it was the toughest for you guys, or was it like just a lot of confidence on your end as you've shown before?
I think the toughest problem we had was Breeze, because honestly, actually, Breeze was like our most unwanted map.
Oh.
Like it's our weakest map, yeah.
I see.
But other than that, I think it did pretty decent.
Yeah, that was really,
I'm really proud
close
about
match.
this performance. Yeah.
You guys should really be proud. And of course, first off, once again, congratulations on the win. And of course, I want to talk to team captain Actually Eco. You really pull off quite a number of significant plays to really pull back some really important rounds as well. So I also want to hear from you, Actually Eco. Like that final round, what's really going through your head throughout the whole game?
My heart is racing. It's going crazy. It's like
the rounds were extremely close, and there were various points in time whereby like it was just that one small slither where he could have gotten away. Then we got the kill. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, one of my favorite things was like whenever we cut from you guys winning the map, is seeing Putri just putting her hands on her head like that. Like, just can't believe that you guys actually pulled it off. I mean, Putri, like, it's been an amazing experience for you in this competition, hasn't it?
Yeah. Actually, the whole time I was like, my hand is getting numb because I'm not usually playing these long games, duration of games. So I was kind of feel bad for my friends, but my friends keep on saying, it's okay, we can do this. And they keep on supporting me and keep on give a positive comments with everything that I did.
Wow, the PME is really strong in the team, and I just really love how you guys gel so well together. And of course, with so many clutches, we've seen a lot from Ween as well. One of my favorite moments, Ween, we saw you on that clove, especially onto the map like Lotus. Wow, you really pulled some rounds back, and you really look confident. I want to hear from you as well. This best of 5 experience, there were so many important rounds that you got back for the team, and how did it feel for you?
Not like
Yeah.
I'm just happy you can scream it.
And now, wow, that's amazing there, Ween. I mean, for Oyen, I mean, wow. I mean, we were waxing lyrical a lot about Zeno being like one of the top players, but I think you as well showed that you're very capable as a Valorant player. Like, it's like, this, you credit this to just pure natural talent, or have you really had a lot of experience with shooting games before this?
I played a bit of CS, but I was never really good at it. So when Valorant came out, it was a good change of pace. And I spent a lot of time playing, as some of my teammates always mention about my level. Yeah.
Oh, that seems to have
There's just a lot of time on the game, yeah.
That's all kind of paid off in a huge way, isn't it?
My level is higher than his, man.
So, any case, like I had to ask my co-commentator here what's been like our favorite moments here, but I want to ask actually to you guys, like, what is a moment that has stuck out in the last 2 days of competitions in your own mind here? Yeah, let's start with Ween for the moment.
I think when it's already 12 something, our side is 12, and we just cheer for the win.
Just chill.
So yeah, that is kind of best moment.
just a chilling part.
It's like, oh, at last, it's over.
Yeah. So, any other kind of like thoughts here, guys? Like
for me, Oyen.
Oyen,
for
like
me, Oyen's I feel like Oyen is very good in clearing the site and giving us information what's happening in the site. And then Zeno, after knowing the information that they got from Oyen, Zeno is terus give us the instruction. So for me, everything, Oyen is actually one of the MVP for me.
Wow. Taking so much the IGL role right here. And of course, Zeno, you come into this competition with a lot of wealth of experience of tournaments. So does this seem like just another day like how you did in the VCTs? Or, you know, does it seem like, oh, this game is actually harder than some of these guys that I smashed in Ascension?
A little bit sometimes, yeah. It's a place that I would never expect. It catches me off guard sometimes.
I mean, that's the beauty about the game of Valorant, right? Even if you feel like you mastered the game, there's always something a little bit more that other people would show off here. And I think finally for actually Eco as well, like any kind of like things that stuck out for you throughout these 2 days?
I think I think Zeno has been an excellent IGL. He taught us like various methods and things to do when we get on site, and then I think I learned quite a lot. Yeah, especially how we play against the yoru.
Okay, guys, this is where you got a hole or so. But, well, of course, Zeno, you've been an excellent coach for all of them as well. Now, of course, going back around the table, any words that you want to give to all of your fans out there watching the stream? Of course, some of them have been supporting all of your content, or even any words for your loved ones who are also maybe catching into what has been happening here in the WCG Challenge. Let's start with Putri.
Yeah.
Well, I think for this WCG challenge, I think this is the best match, the best things that happen for me right now, because I always thought that I'm not good in Valorant, and until I'm inside this game, I was like, yep, I am not good, but at least I'm here doing something for my friends.
Hey, at least I'm $2,000 richer, right?
That helps. That helps for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go on Ween now. I mean, any kind of like words you'd like to share with our audiences?
Oh yeah, I want to say thank you to my friends because they show me support. They say I can do it. They cheer for me. They say good game, it's okay, you can try better next match and stuff. So I want to say thank you. And then guys. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ween. Now, VKS Oyen, some words you'd like to share?
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the 5 maps, because it's probably very exhausting for all of us, even Farouk's team included. Yeah. So hopefully everyone has a good rest afterwards.
That's good. And Zeno, I mean, my man, go ahead. Let us know what you'd like to say to our audience here.
Well, to everyone watching, thank you for supporting. And to my friends, supper, my treat.
Oh, whoa.
I think I want to reel off flyover just to join in as well. But of course, we'll let you guys enjoy.
Yeah, so man. Team captain, last but not least, actually Eco, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Nothing much. I want to thank all of you all for watching, and yeah, we'll be seeing you guys online.
All right, we hope to actually catch a lot of all these wholesome content from all of you guys. It's been a pleasure to witness all the glory, and you guys really went hard at work with those 5 games. It's been a really long day. We don't want to hold you for any longer. So congratulations for winning the WCG Challenge Malaysia and Singapore.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, indeed.
All right, with that, of course, good night, ladies and gents, and we'll basically wrap the show from here. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Wow, that's just so heartwarming to hear there. I mean, the team just perfectly supporting each other throughout, giving good communication, and that's what I said, right? Like, team synergy wins tournaments. You know, you may not even be the best Valorant player out there, but we have a team that knows how to work together, knows how to communicate, know how to give the proper information, and to be able to uplift even the weakest member. That's the perfect kind of combination, and that's what the team actually Eco had in droves. This has been an amazing night for all of us here in the World Cyber Games. This has been a very long night as well for all of us here. For you guys who actually stuck with us all the way throughout, we thank you all so much for your patronage here. Make sure you guys follow along the World Cyber Games. We still have major events here on the calendar for them, so be sure to stay on their social media pages in order to stay updated as they come. And of course, we want to thank all the people that helped make this possible, to bring this show to all of you guys, especially our sponsors here, Big Picture, Smilegate, and TikTok, and not to forget the P-Pool, the live video platform that has been offering you guys whole new ways to spice up your video chats. So, in any case, this has been a great day here for our Malaysian and Singaporean influencers here. Contra, I believe this has been a great day for you as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a blast sharing the table with you, and I would absolutely love to do it all over again if we do get our way into another challenge, or
Yeah.
maybe to the WCG itself. So I think that's pretty much enough from all of us. Thank all of you for joining us from yesterday to today. We love you guys so much. Remember, the WCG will be happening down the road, so make sure you follow us on the social media to keep up to speed with what goes on. Till then, we'll see you next time. Good night.